There's a plan to continue Supercross, people, or at least a tentative plan, I should say. We'll talk about that tonight. We'll have some more quad gate talk. Flat track talk. Excited about that. Give some stuff away. Thanks for listening. I hope everyone is staying safe. I hope everyone's doing as well as they can right now in these trying times. It's certainly weird. There's no doubt about it, but we'll get through this all together, all right? Listen to the professionals, listen to the doctors, and slow this spread, let's say. 702-586-PULP. Give us a call. Let's talk some moto. Let's talk some Supercross. Great show tonight. Looking forward to having American Honda's Justin Brayton on. JB10 was a big topic last show a couple weeks ago, so we'll have him on tonight. Geico Honda's Chase Sexton will be on. Now, Sexton is a guy that's been riding a 450 outdoors. He's currently leading the points in 250 Supercross East. He's going to have some issues coming up. If the Supercross starts, he's going to have to jump back on a 250, then jump on a 450. And if Supercross starts after Motocross, then he'll have to jump on a 250 with like a week off. So interesting to talk to Sexton about that and everything else that's been going on with him. Jared Mees is on as well. He's a multi-time Grand National champion in American Flat Track. Looking forward to having Jared on. I don't know much about Flat Track, but I got one guy here in studio that does. And I did a little bit of homework on Jared, and so I'm looking forward to talking to Jared. He trains with Alden Baker, and any flat track guy that wins is a badass, as we know. Those guys are pretty gnarly. So we'll talk to Jared tonight about what's going on with his series. They haven't even started one yet. They were wiped out right around Daytona time with the rest of Supercross series. So nothing going on for those guys as well. So we've got a lot of things planned tonight. We've got the beatmotorsport.com tweet at Talon segment. We have the X-Brand goggle tear-offs. And we have the Race Tech rant as well, all coming in tonight. Sponsored deals on PulpMXshow.com. If you want them codes to save, go there. Click on sponsored deals on PulpMXshow.com and use the codes and save some money. Like example, I got a tweet the other day that somebody saved some money at Works Connection. You want to get something from Works Connection? PulpMX-20 is the code to save with Works Connection. Just an example. Thanks to Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Vortex Racing, Race Tech Suspension and Engines, Roost MX, Vertex Pistons, X-Brand Goggles, Michelin Starcross 5, Maxima USA, Scoche, Pro Filter, Firepower Batteries and Chains, EVS Sports, FMF, Atlas Neck Brace, Works Connection, OGO Power Sports, Art of Sport, Get Data, Guts Racing, WUSA, LA Honda World, Ride Engineering, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Works Chassis Lab, and Intense Cycles all on board with us tonight, as are you people. Looking forward to putting on a good show. Thank you if you're watching on Facebook, if you're watching on YouTube. I appreciate it. Thanks for watching us and checking it out. First up, in studio with me tonight, a couple of real beauties here. First up, rides for the PIR Kawasaki team in his return for Supercross. What? PRMX. God, I'm so out of the running. He's back in Supercross. Of course, he was Canadian National number top 10 rider for a number of years. A good buddy of mine and a privateer hero, Cade Clason. What's up, buddy? How are you?
I'm good, Steve.
PRMX.
There it is.
Why? You know why I got PIR into mine? Because I was talking to Jason McCormick about Portland International Raceway.
Hey, that's a great place.
Oh, you've been there?
I've been there.
Oh, shit.
I did their Thursday night race.
I did not know that. Yeah, that's why it came on my brain. Welcome to the studio. Thank you. You've been in before, but thanks for coming in.
Yeah, thanks for having me back. I must have done okay last time.
I think you were okay, yeah. Yeah, we got a complaint from a Mr. Ray down in California. He didn't want you on board anymore, but we ignored that one.
It's okay. Yeah, it's your employee, so, I mean.
Swap Moto Live's employee. Thanks for coming in, Kay. Appreciate it. I want to talk to you about what life has been like for you on this standstill, for sure. And also, too, the Yamaha LCQ Challenge. We got to get that money away.
Oh, we're getting it.
You're in the running.
I have big plans for that money.
Oh, you do?
I do.
Okay. Also in studio, the man is a factory rider. He's also does the race day live commentary. He has been around the sport for decades. Once a top national rider and one of the best people in the pits. Jim Hollywood Holley. What's up, man? How are you?
Yeah, it's good to be back. I haven't been on the show in a while, but it's. I like the new studio.
Yeah,
it's
thanks
awesome.
for coming in,
it's
man.
Awesome.
Appreciate
it's
it.
Cool.
God, Jim.
I'm
been
getting old. I just had a birthday Saturday, and I'm almost 60 now.
Really?
You know? Yeah, 59 now. So
okay.
next year will be a
happy
big
belated
party.
birthday. Yeah.
You guys will have to come to my 60th birthday party because
absolutely.
it'll be a good one.
We're Blue Crew teammates tonight. We didn't even plan this.
No, we didn't. You're actually got the U.S. version. This one came from Japan. I was in Japan last year.
Okay, all right.
I got this one because it's always red. So
Blue crew. All right. Well, you're red crew, but yeah.
Exactly.
Looking forward to having both of you in tonight. It's gonna be fantastic to talk about Supercross. The proposed plan.
Yep.
To try to get these 7 rounds in. We'll talk about that and more. Directing the show. Holding things down over there. He's got a new microphone this week. Don't let it be said that we don't go all out, even these times of pause, for our directors. Travis Marks, what's up, Marks?
I'm all. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm all fumbled.
Why? What's wrong?
My switch is up here rather than down here, and
you could before the show prepare a little bit.
I was preparing.
How are you? Everything good?
Yeah, everything's great.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
All right. When are we going riding next?
Well, I don't. Nothing's really stopping me. So
No, I know. Let's go.
Got
Bust out that 06.
Got nothing going on.
Bust out that 06. Let's go.
I've been working out a little bit, so maybe I can go for a little longer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. You're getting back into riding.
You got tired?
Yeah, I got really tired. It was bad.
He's got about 3 corners.
Well, don't feel bad. I came up with Joel Chiro today, and he drove up, and when him and John Means, 2 buddies of mine, they're about, they're better than a beginner, but they're not at that novice level. They have some hellacious battles on the track.
Okay.
But they can only go 2 laps, and they're all tired.
Right, and that's it.
Yeah.
How much do you ride now, Jim?
I still ride a fair bit, especially now that I'm not working with the broadcast. I went riding with Mike Webb and the boys out in the desert and stuff.
Oh,
and
cool.
That was awesome, get a chance to do that. But I try to put in some laps here now and then, but I like more trail riding.
No moto. Not so much.
Once in a while, because sometimes my brain still wants to do a triple, and if I come up short, I'm hurting the next day.
Taking your calls over there, 702-586-7857. Producing the show, holding things down. He's back this week. Talon, what's up, Lone Wolf? How are you?
What's up? I'm going to Field of Dreams tomorrow if you want to join.
You are?
Yeah, it's raining right now. It should be good tomorrow.
I might just go.
You might. Go ride some single track.
Are you just going out that main area there? Up by Boulder City? Are you going wide open 800 miles?
No, I was going to go ride single track, like second, third gear stuff.
Maybe we'll talk.
Maybe. We'll talk on break.
I don't like just going out on the desert stuff and just going wide open.
No.
I'm not into that.
No.
He races work, so he likes that.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah.
I should have brought a bike. You should have told me. I would have brought a bike and went riding with you.
Yeah, let's go. Anytime.
All right.
I got an 89 CR125.
That'll work, but it's too nice. I hate when I see people that restore bikes and they go to these vintage races and they're just such mint and they'll go race them in a mud race. What are you, nuts?
Yeah, exactly.
Leave it in the studio. It looks great.
They look so good.
Yeah.
Like, there's no reason to do anything with them.
Wow. We'll get you a bike. What about e-bike? An Intense? You want a Taser? You want to ride that?
That'll work.
He could hang.
Yeah, exactly. Sexton, Brayton, Mees coming on the show tonight. Looking forward to talking to all those guys. You and Brayton are tight, Cade, and you know Jared a little bit from the flat track days, Holley.
Yeah. I mean, I've watched his career. He's definitely got a lot of Grand National championships under his belt. I met him through Brad Baker, who Brad won the Grand National championship with Harley, and Tony Dodge back in 2013, but they're part of that Indian wrecking crew. I mean, Indian is just dominating the last few years.
I want to ask Jared a question. So they have single cylinders and twin cylinders, right? Is the 2 classes.
Yep.
The Japanese are involved in the single cylinder, obviously. Kawai's got a team. I think KTM's got a team.
Yep.
I wonder if those guys look at the singles and laugh, snicker, ha ha ha.
I don't think so. Okay. I mean, Shayna Texter, if you've ever watched her on a mile, she is phenomenal. Okay. And she wins mile races. She is just absolutely phenomenal
on a single.
On the singles.
Yeah, right.
She is, she has got a set of balls somewhere because I mean, she'll come from the back of the pack and draft. Now on half miles and short tracks, she gets beat up a little bit more because she doesn't have the strength to get in there and move guys around. Right. But on those miles, she's phenomenal.
Oh, okay. Cade, so 10 rounds down, right? Daytona was we stopped. You were based out of Tucson, where you and your wife live. What have you been doing? What's it like? Like, this is the part where I've been talking to some guys. There's no start in sight. How do you train? How do you maintain? I read Barsha today on Racer X said he did like a 4-week boot camp. I find that hard to get into. What's it been like for you?
Kind of, yeah. It's hard to be motivated, really. I was telling you earlier, I've only rode 3 times since before Indy. Mostly just because I don't really want to be at the tracks right now. But off the bike stuff has been really fun. I've been crushing it on the bicycle and gym stuff every day. But That's really about it. You know,
Yeah.
like I was telling you, Sarah and I are buying a house, so I've just been doing a lot of normal life things since we don't really know where we're going.
Yeah.
You know, we're finding out this news this week that we might get to go racing sooner than later is motivating.
Yeah.
You know, I was at the track this week working with a couple kids, and it was like, man, like now I'm really excited to get riding.
But like you told me too, like, okay, like it's I've been preaching on my shows, go out and get some exercise, ride your mountain bike, go dirt bike ride, be safe though. You know, we don't want to, but for you to go and practice Supercross and you don't want to get hurt and end up in a hospital, it's a little different than me saying go out and ride your local motocross track. Supercross is dangerous, and this is something that I think, and I understand that point of view where you're like, I don't really want to just start doing Supercross motos because what if I get hurt?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I definitely don't want to be in the hospital, and I think that's what, you know, Zacho was saying too. They wanted to take some time and let their bodies recover. You know, they didn't want to, if they got hurt, they didn't want to end up in a hospital or anything like that. So I think that's kind of important. You know, obviously I've been out doing stuff, mountain biking, rock climbing, all sorts of stuff. Like I'm still doing, you know, dangerous stuff, but you know, riding Supercross is a whole different ball game for me, you know, dangerous wise. So we're just out there. I'm trying to, you know, be as safe as I can. And
so, okay, so we'll talk about this plan in a second, but let's say, so your team's based in Canada right now. The staff's there. The border's closed as of right now.
Yeah.
So if they start this thing up, who knows if your team's going to be able to make it. We don't know. PulpMX is based out of Quebec. So that's a little sketchy. You got some bikes, though. If they start, let's say May 13th was the date I heard. When do you need to start riding?
I mean, I was planning on going to ride ACP this week.
Okay.
They're still been open.
Arizona Cycle Park?
Arizona Cycle Park. It's new local stomping ground. But, you know, and I'm going to ride some this week, hopefully, and, you know, just get, you know, back in the flow of it.
Yeah.
And then we'll see what I'm hoping sometime this week. We'll see.
We'll know.
Know
we're supposed to know this week. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like this week is like the latest. So they want to start May 13th.
Right.
Like they need to kind of let us know. I mean, not just for the fact of, you know, anything, but, you know, we need to be able to prepare too.
Yeah.
You know?
Absolutely. No,
they can't tell us on Monday, hey, we're going to race on Saturday.
Look, the riders got to get parts, and shops are closed, and manufacturing plants are closed. If you need parts, if you need bikes, if you need this kind of stuff, like this is all needs to be planned for a lot of people, including factory riders. You know, they don't
totally.
They don't have.
They
access.
don't. I mean, they're
not even
employees.
working.
Yeah, exactly. So.
So here's the plan that we've heard, and I'll get both your opinion on it. So, and this is tentative. This isn't going to happen for sure, but this is what they're trying to do. The teams are adamant they want to finish Supercross before Motocross, and I understand that. The original plan was Supercross in the fall after the Motocross series, and that would be a tough deal also, but that seemed like it would be doable. Venues, we had Dave Prater and Mike Mewey on here. Venues are going to be a problem. Not only is Supercross looking to come back, but so is every sporting event and every concert and every trade show and everything else. So now the latest thing is working with MX Sports, May 13th, all 7 races, get them finished in a month, 2 a week, Glendale in the stadium. And then get and roll right into motocross sometime, I would guess, July, right? Redbud would be the first one or whatever. And I don't know how I guess they would. So Davey Coombs has come on and said that MX Sports will be done their outdoors by the second week in September, no matter what. So I would guess they're going to lose some outdoors if they actually go ahead with the Supercross plan.
Yeah, I think if I'm a rider, I don't want to do it after the Nationals.
Right.
Because what happens if you're Tomac and you're Kenny Rocks and you're
Sexton,
battling
Sexton,
right. And you get hurt in the outdoors and you can't finish up the Supercross season. And not only that, you got to remember, you were a mechanic, Steve. During that time there, that's when you're testing your 2021 models and getting everything dialed in to start the 2021 season in January. So no really time off because of the fact that you're testing. So I think if I was a rider, and Cade, you can elaborate on it more, I think I would rather get these things done in May if they can. Glendale sounds like a great venue. We've been there before, round 4. They pull out that, the whole
the
grass and everything outside. You can have 7 different tracks, and I think they need to finish it up. I just do. And if I'm a rider, that's the way I'm going to put. But I haven't heard nothing. I don't know what's going on. I haven't been contacted by anybody.
You and Daniel got to fire things up.
I just say, hey, whenever you do it, I'm ready. Just let me know.
Well,
but give me a couple weeks notice because I may be gone somewhere, you know?
Yeah. What do you think, Kade, about doing that? How do you feel about 7 races in 3 weeks, 4 weeks?
I mean, I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's a good idea. The time frame isn't an issue, I don't think. You know, there's no reason we can't do 7 races in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we all should be fit enough to be able to handle that. Double headers are tough. Like,
Yeah.
it would be hard to do double headers.
Okay, hold on a second.
Well, wait a minute.
Wait
Yeah,
a
you're
minute.
talking
Wait a
to
minute.
I'm just saying.
Jim raced double headers
I
for,
did a lot of
for
double
10
headers.
years.
I'm
Yeah.
not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying, like, it
Right.
would be tough.
No,
Like,
it is tough.
Was it tough?
It's tough.
Yeah, it was tough. I mean, you finish up. Here's a classic example. You finish up at 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
You're not going to bed until 1, 2 in the morning. You got to get up at 8, 9 in the morning to get back out to the track because the main event on Sunday
He's earlier, right?
is like at 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
And so, you know, those are back-to-back. Those are really hard.
Okay.
And I'm talking Pontiac,
Yeah, Seattle,
Houston. Those were all double headers that we had to do.
Right.
I like the idea if they do it. Like I said, I don't know what
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
doing.
Right.
But if they do one on Saturday and they do one on Wednesday or Tuesday
Shouldn't be
or
a
whenever.
problem for you.
Yeah,
No,
Like,
I don't
yeah,
think
yeah,
so.
right.
I mean, it's super easy for me. It's only an hour and a half drive.
yeah.
Yeah,
But-
you know, I mean-
yeah.
How are they going? So I assume be no fans. I haven't heard this, but I would assume there'd be no fans, and I would assume it'd be essential people only. I would assume no media, maybe no Supercross live show. The
Who knows?
broadcast. I can't.
don't know.
I can't see them having like a full on like, hey, WPS Fly Racing, set up your semi. There's no way.
Yeah.
There's none of that's going to happen, right?
Right.
So and then that leads into another question of like,
Well, if we do race day live, I might be in one booth and Daniel will be in the other.
yeah,
one.
You
yeah.
guys can just do it from home.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like so I don't the logistics of it, I don't think that anybody has those nailed down yet. But as far as the racers go, yeah, I mean the teams have said let's finish Supercross. And kudos to MX Sports for working with Feld, because I think MX Sports could have told Feld to forget
Yeah,
it. We're starting
yeah.
when we're starting when we're starting. But you know, I don't see this working. I really don't. How can Supercross start up before baseball and basketball and hockey? Like, I mean, I follow the other sports pretty closely, and they're talking about quarantining everybody,
Right.
families, players, staff.
Yeah, they
You
were
know-
talking the MLB
Yep.
where, hey, you're quarantined in this hotel, and then you're there, and then you go play your
Yeah,
games, and
yeah.
then you're back.
Right.
And they got a schedule of playing 3 games, maybe the third game's
7 inning,
innings.
yeah.
So, I mean, everything's up in the air. It doesn't matter if you're Supercross, baseball, football, anything.
But if Supercross said, "Hey, we're on," like I don't see how they're going to stop the spread or slow the spread with people, because they're not going to quarantine everybody. They're not going to do what Major League Baseball is going to
well,
do.
I can tell you one thing. You're sitting on the starting line. You're not 6 feet away from that guy.
Mm-hmm. That's what I mean. Like, what if there's a racer that gets it? You know, what if he gets sick
Yeah.
Or
and,
mechanic.
or mechanic or whatever?
Right,
Like,
right.
I think mid-May is too much of a start time. It's too soon.
Well, you know, when you go in to the down to the starting line, they scan your number or whatever.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
might be scanning your forehead to check and see if you got a fever.
Well, that's what they're.
You
So
never
South
know.
Korea is playing baseball.
Yeah.
And they're checking their temperature 2 times a day.
Right.
They're in and out, and
Sure.
you know, I mean, you would have to start there.
And you saw that one pitcher. He threw to the inside 3 times. He hit that guy, and then there was a bench
Yeah.
curling brawl. They weren't 6 inches. They
No,
were
I
throwing
know
blows.
it was on. I don't know. I mean, listen, I think
I hope they
I
can
hope
do
it.
something.
I hope
yeah.
we're ready to go.
Right.
I think finishing Supercross for motocross is way better.
Yep.
But I don't see it. I don't see it. Let's hope. But
Yeah, let's hope. Let's keep our fingers crossed and everybody's safe.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
I mean, I don't have a problem with either of them. Like, I
after motocross, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I
Well,
understand.
yeah, but you're not doing motocross.
I mean, I'm going to do probably some, but
Okay.
still, like, for me, it doesn't really affect me that much. I think it's good prep for the next year because
Mhm.
obviously I think next year is going to start on time.
Yeah. Yeah.
2021.
2021. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think for certain people, it's super beneficial to race in the fall. It sucks for guys like Brayton. It sucks for the people who put on all those overseas races that none of us are going to be able to come.
Right.
But, I mean, besides that, I mean, it's not really that big of a deal.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, I like the idea of starting in May and running, getting it over with
Yeah.
because I think that's a good idea too.
Yep.
What about the Monster Energy Cup if they bring it in the fall?
That'll be done. That's done no matter what, I
Yeah.
think, right? Because, yeah.
You think they still cancel it even if they run these 7 races now?
Yeah, because the MLS team that plays out of there, the MLS
Right.
isn't starting, so who knows how that's going to go. Like, the MLS uses grass, too, so you're not going to
Yeah.
you're not going to be able to do a Monster Cup there. You know what I mean?
Ah,
So
okay.
I would imagine I'm not
Maybe they'll go back to Glendale.
yeah, just keep going. Listen, I've often said, like, this is the best track of the series. Just build this for 17 weeks.
Yeah.
Well, they're really going to do it. They're going to build it for 7.
I mean, it's a great stadium.
It is,
you know, the pits are massive. It's kind of a long walk.
Right. Are you worried about contracting this coronavirus? Are you, like, you yourself, like, as an athlete, as a rider?
Not really. I mean, not super concerned. I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm slightly scared.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, there are people who have been super healthy and had serious issues.
Yeah.
But I mean,
I've read a few things. People are like, yeah, he had no underlying issues. He's 40 years old. He died.
Yeah.
You're
Well,
like,
I'm a
what?
diabetic, and I kind of get worried about that. I hear that, heart disease, this, that, diabetic. I'm thinking, oh, shit, I'm a diabetic. I better be careful,
Yeah.
So you just ruined one of the questions for later. We'll have to make up another one.
Oh, sorry.
Gosh darn it.
Damn it.
Thanks for giving me the answer, though.
Well, you can ask if you can ask that same one.
I got a couple.
Because there's two types of diabetics. So.
I want to know
There's an art of sport package up for grabs for you, Cade, later. If you can get correctly, true or false, Jim's life accomplishments that we've had. So
Okay.
if you
How
good
many?
ones.
if you get most of them right, you'll get an art of sport pack.
But here's the other thing, Steve, that I have a problem with in the fall.
Mm-hmm.
What about the guys' contracts that are up after the Nationals?
I talked to an agent a couple weeks ago, and they're
Right.
just like, you just amend them. You just have to
Just
amend
amend
them.
it,
Yeah,
write an amendment to it.
And,
Okay.
and this agent told me that they do it for designations all the time. Like sometimes designations will fall after the contract's over.
Got it.
And you just agree, like, hey, we're
Sure.
gonna go on. But one thing I think about, though, let's say it is in the fall, and Mewey and Prater were on here, and this is the fall to me is more likely. You mentioned it, Aussie Supercross Series, Paris, all that is going to be in danger. Never mind, like the getting ready for 2021. Like those guys may only have a month of real testing and real work before they got to go. Before Anaheim won 2021.
I guarantee you. I guarantee you the factories won't let them do those overseas races just because of the fact that they got to get their bikes ready for the 2021 season.
Yeah,
That's it. What about Montreal?
It's done. It's done. No, not coming back.
Not coming back.
No.
It's done for good.
Yeah.
Even Corona was around. It was already done.
It was already
done.
done. Yeah, it was already done. Yeah. I know.
Man.
Such a legendary place. You and Rollerball.
You raced
battling
Montreal?
it out.
Are you kidding?
I
won it 2 years.
Yeah? Dude,
I got a
raced
pound
it.
of gold to win each. I still have that gold in my safe.
That's
Yeah,
rad.
send me a photo of that. I want to see that.
That's cool.
You want to see?
Yeah, I want to see a
some of
photo.
my bars?
What a big- That's cool.
I thought Pierre Carbet, when he was the promoter up there, when I went to the payout window, right? He says, "I'm getting my pound of gold, and I'm an American, so 16 ounces, is a pound, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking I'm getting 16 of these little,
Yeah, 1 ounce things.
yes.
Yeah.
And I'm counting them, and I'm going, hey man, you're 4 bars short. There's only 12 here. He says gold is measured in troy ounces. 12 troy ounces equals a pound. And I trusted him, and it was legit.
Okay,
So because I had to go back home when I
you were,
went
like,
to the
super
gold
pissed.
place, and I said, "Hey, and he said yes."
Yeah.
So then the next year I said, "Okay, I knew what to expect. I won it the back-to-back years, 88 and 89, and I got both pounds of gold. And back then I think it was like $300 an ounce.
Yeah.
And now it's like I don't even know what it is now.
Yeah.
It could be more during this time.
Right.
But at one
sure
point
it's
it
a
was
lot.
$1,800 an ounce. So.
Listen, we all know Rollerball probably fell both those years. There's no way you just
you
straight
might.
up beat Rollerball. That doesn't happen. nothing like that ever happened back then. I texted him before the show. He's very happy you're here, Ross Rollerball Peterson.
We got to get them in together.
My childhood hero growing up in Canada. You know about Ross.
I know all about him. I rode for Al Dick.
You rode for Al.
Yeah.
Right. You rode for Al Dick's team.
Oh, yeah. Al's a great
so,
competitor. I think Al might have won Montreal, too, one year.
87, I think he won in the mud.
I think he did, yeah.
Right, yeah.
In the mud. They didn't have a roof on
They
that
didn't have a
thing?
roof then back then.
In
Yeah.
Montreal?
Yeah.
That seems kind of like a dumb plan.
What did they add it later? Or what
I
happened?
think they added later. For the Olympics. No, not for the Olympics. For
I don't know what they did.
They put some sort of
Dome.
cover on it, after.
Anyways, we're
Off
regressing.
topic.
Yeah, we're off topic here. But Jim Holley, Kade Clayson in studio. Jim Holley brought to you by the folks at Scosh. I want to thank them for coming on the show. I got a phone charger right in front of us, a little base modular charger that Cade is using. Pulp 2020 code to save on anything from the folks at Scosh. Scosh Industries, innovators of award-winning consumer technology, power sports, car audio products, and accessories are proud sponsors of the Rockstar Energy Husky team. 40 years in business for these guys. Like I said, chargers, cables, power sport clamps and mounts, base links, modular charging system, and more. boom bottles. How good are those?
Dude, love them.
Those are amazing.
I take them on the mountain bike with me now.
Do you really?
I didn't actually.
Randy Richardson puts it in a water bottle holder.
That's why it's called a boom bottle. Because
okay,
it's
but
made
where do you
to,
put the water?
You have a Camelback.
Oh, I hate
Dude,
Camelback.
Camelbacks are so much better on mountain bikes. I don't even know why they have bottle cages because they're
for the boom bottles, for the Scotia
for the boom
bottles.
bottle,
Right.
dude. Yeah, and I didn't actually put two and two together until I was on their website looking at stuff, and I saw them putting it in the drink, and I was like,
I didn't. I thought Randy invented that.
No.
Oh, okay.
That's actually
Damn
what it's
it.
for.
All right, so listen, thanks to Scotia. Pulp 2020 bringing you Jim Hollywood Holley on the show. Chase Sexton coming up here shortly. Thanks to the guys at Scotia. Use the code, save some money. Also, I want to thank the folks at Michelin, of course, speaking of Randy. Michelin Starcross 5s, they're on my bike right now. Well, actually, they're not. Sorry, they were on my bike when I went 14.9 for 7th overall, the World Vets.
I saw that.
You saw that? Yeah.
Great job.
Got a medal.
Yeah.
14.9 for 7th, Jim.
It happens.
What's the weirdest score you ever had?
Yeah, I think Washougal one year. I had a 4th the first moto, and then I DNF'd the second moto because the bike seized on the last lap.
Oh.
And it's when you went up Horsepower Hill.
Yeah.
And it levels off, and you do left. We went up another one, and it was so silty back there and everything, and the YZ just sucked in a bunch of sand or whatever.
So 4 DNF.
Yeah, and I still got a top 10. I was
Oh,
thinking,
wow.
Wait, really?
How did that work?
See,
Because other guys behind me, they seized also,
Seized
and I was
also,
heavily
right.
still
Yeah.
getting that
Nice.
top 10.
Yeah.
Nice.
I've had stuff like that happen before. I think at High Point one year, I went 16, 18 for 21st.
Oh, yeah. Right. You're like, yeah.
Oh, thanks. Cool.
Yeah,
So
how does that work? You're in the top 20, both motos.
Well, I think-
and you're thinking for sure I gotta get 17th overall.
Well, guys will get they'll DNF the first moto and then get 8th, and they'll get more points in one moto than I will all day, and it's just such a bummer.
So anyways, Michelin Starcross 5s, they're now available for mini bikes from 50 cc's and up, motorcycle.michelinman.com for more information on all their Michelin two-wheel products as well. Thanks to Michelin Bicycle Tires for sponsoring the PulpMX wrap-up show. You should be a part of that this week.
I am.
Oh, you are?
I am.
Oh, shit.
I'm already in.
Darkside's already on it.
Oh, yeah. I told Darkside I wanted in, and I was going to do the last one.
Oh, okay.
But
All
then
right.
he put me in this one because
Okay,
I was on the
all
show.
right. Thanks for listening, everybody. Appreciate it. Michelin Enduro Extreme won the 2019 Red Bull Erzberg Rodeo. V Twin Riders, the Michelin Commander 3 Cruiser and the Michelin Commander 3 Touring offer improved wet grip and enhanced tire life. Thanks to the folks at Michelin. Again, follow FMIP_222 on Instagram for the absolute best follow out there.
Great follow.
Yes, great follow. Chris Betts texted me and said Randy's in the top 5 of all follows on Instagram. So I don't know if you follow him, Jim, Randy, Richardson.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
All
follow
right.
him all the
We need to
time.
get
yeah.
on that.
His
Right.
stories are good.
Yeah, his stories are really good,
Yeah,
and
they
his
are.
music's good too.
All right, so we're going to talk more about this proposed Supercross plan. Chase Sexton is coming up shortly. Let's get to some phone calls here. Dalton's first up. Dalton, what's up, man? How are you?
I'm doing good, Steve. How are you?
I'm good, man. What's up?
I just want to rant about the Hammy guy.
Oh,
saying
yeah,
that-
yeah.
Saying that motocross riders couldn't do it. If you go on Phoenix Honda Racing Team's Facebook page, there's a video of Heath Harrison and Jace Owen riding four-wheelers, and the four-wheeler riders are riding the
I saw
dirt
that.
bike.
Yeah, I saw some of that. Yeah.
So they even said in the video a little bit that they could do pretty good. The four-wheeler riders said that to the motocross riders. So
In
he's like,
the
"Don't have-
intermediate
can't
class.
do it."
Well, yeah, I mean, as I said, and Cade and Jim will back me up. Motocrossers can go do flat tracking. They can do GNCCs. They can go road racing. They can go quad racing. They can do any of that and be successful at it. The other guys cannot jump into moto and be successful. It's that simple. I know the quad guys got very upset at me this week. I understand that.
It don't matter to me. If you don't pay my bills, fuck you.
But you know what? Sorry, guys. I hate to say that. I'm a failed motocrosser just like all you quad guys. So sorry.
I'm not going to back you up on that.
I know we'll talk later about that, but yeah.
Well, also, one thing, Steve's right. They're failed motocross riders, and one reason why they ride four-wheelers is just so they can be drunk and ride the four-wheeler.
Oh, stop it. Listen, that Hendrick guy is legit. And Chad Weenan, like, they're gnarly.
Oh, they're athletes.
They're,
Yeah,
they're
top
athletes.
guys,
They're
yeah.
gnarly. So
They're
I'm
bad
not going to agree with you on that. But you know, again, give Brayton or Chase Sexton or one of these guys, give them like a couple weeks on a quad, and they'll be top 5. No problem.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
No problem. All right, thanks for the call, man.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Listen, the quad stuff we'll get into later on.
Yeah.
You had to have raced a quad, Jim, at some point. You had to have.
No,
You're Jim Holley. You've done everything.
Yeah. Well, the only time I've been on a quad is when I work for the studios doing camera bike stuff. You know,
Okay.
I'll have a camera and a pull focus guy, director. Everyone wants to climb on the quad when I'm on it. And they always tether them down. I say, man, if this thing flips, I don't want to be tied to this thing. You know,
let me go.
Those things are heavy.
Right.
But never raced one.
And you have some quad experience, Cade, which we'll dive into. But first up, let me tell you about the guys at Art of Sport, one of the fastest growing new body and skincare brands on the planet. We have it displayed here on our shelf. That counts as very own Kenny Roxon as well. He's a big part of the Art of Sport guys, and I've been using their stuff for a while. Their charcoal body wash is great. Their deodorant is amazing. They're really good. They're formulated with natural botanical ingredients, keep you smelling fresh all day. Even better, they leave out the bad stuff like parabens and sulfates. Who knew? The award-winning product, they're all under $10. Artofsport.com. Artofsport.com. Go find them at Target as well. You can order them as well on Target. We're going to give an Art of Sport gift package up for grabs later for Kade Clayson if he can correctly guess the questions about Jim Holley's career/life. So looking forward to that. Art of Sport is pleased and proud to bring you our first guest of the night. He's a Geico Honda rider. When we last left, he's leading the 250 Supercross East Series and looking forward to seeing what he can do next. It's Chase Sexton. What's up, Chase? How are you, man?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
We're good, man. Thanks for coming on. Appreciate it. You're in Florida. What have you been doing? We have Cade here in studio, and he talked about how hard it is to get motivated to go just moto down with this pause. But what about you?
For me, it was kind of uncertain when we were going to start racing again. So after Daytona, we heard, obviously, I went to Indy, flew to Indy, got there, and immediately got on a flight home because they told me it was canceled. So after that, they thought it was going to be sooner than later we were going to start racing. So I kind of kept on riding and training like normal. And then once they told us, like, it could be like months before we race again, I just took 2 weeks off, off the bike, and then was just training a little bit and mostly for fun. And then I played a lot of golf. The golf courses are still open here in Florida, so Adam and I have been hitting it pretty hard. Been pretty competitive, so been doing that. And then obviously I got back on the bike last week, and then been riding and training again normally. So yeah, it's kind of tough to find, not tough to find motivation, but it's kind of just hard to train when you don't know what you're training for. As of this point, it looks like we might be racing Supercross.
Yeah.
But for the longest time, I thought it was outdoors. So
I know. So you jumped on a 450 for a little bit, right?
Yeah. So I was on the 450 for probably 3 weeks total, just to try and get ready. So I thought I was going to be racing outdoors. So now today was my first day back in the 250 on Supercross. So back on that, and who knows? I might be getting back on the 450.
I know.
Until Supercross isn't going. So.
What do you hear? We were talking about it before the show started, the stuff that I've been hearing through the grapevine and stuff. What do you hear on your side from your team? Like, how likely do they think it is that we're going Supercross racing in mid-May?
So I've been hearing, like, mixed things, but, like, from my team, they're pretty certain it's going to happen. Like, they think more likely than not. I'm thinking more like a 70-30 or 80-20 chance it happens.
Yep.
But then I talk to other people, and they're like, no way it happened. So there's a lot of, I feel like there's a lot of things that has to go right, I think, for it to happen. But I don't know. I mean, for me, it worked out obviously really well for me to get to go racing again, because I don't really want to go back from a 450 to a 250. So for me, I'd rather get this thing done.
You're the guy that comes up when we talk about racing Supercross in the fall, because they're talking about 1 week off after the last national, and then Supercross starts. That's kind of what Dave Prater is saying, and you're the guy that everyone's bringing up to, like, man, this kid's going to ride a 450 all outdoors. He's leading the points in 250s. He has to just jump on a 250 right away. Like, that is going to be rough if that's what happens, right?
I think what would happen is I would just, obviously I'm not, like, if I'm doing good in the outdoors, but I think what would happen is just I'd probably take the last couple of outdoors off and get back on 250. Because, I mean, the main goal for me is to win this championship. So everything comes after that. True.
By the way, who's better at golf, you or AC?
Yeah, it's been tough. I think the last 2 times we played, I beat him. But I played when we first found out we weren't like racing, so we started playing golf a lot. The first time we played, I beat him by a stroke or something. Then he went on a roll and just beat me like 4 times in a row, and I was really not happy with it. And then the last 2 times, I've gotten the best of him, but I think he's going through a swinging change right now, which that's what he said. So
swing change.
Yeah, so he's been grinding he has a new swing coach, so he's going through a swing change. So he's saying it's gonna hinder his game a little bit as of right now.
Oh. Hey, Chase, are you guys shooting par? That's what I want to know.
No, we're not shooting even par, but we're shooting mid-80s, somewhere around there.
That's good.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Are you a pretty good? You're a big fan of golf?
Yeah, I like it a lot. I got into it when I moved. I've always played golf like a little bit as I've grown up because my grandpa was super into it. And that's kind of what we did for fun. But when I moved to Florida, when I got hurt in Supercross in my rookie year, I had to find something to do when I was able to walk and stuff like that. So I started playing golf, and that's when I kind of got into it. So
I got an interesting story. My son's a professional golfer, and he played for San Diego State. His roommate and teammate, and I don't think I've ever told you this, is Xander Schauffele. And Xander's like number 7 in the world. Well, it's funny, when I go down to college or whatever, I'd buy those guys dinner. Mm-hmm. Well, when Xander started killing it and making, 7, 8, 10 million a year, I called him up and said, hey, Xander, I'm not buying no more dinners anymore, buddy. You're buying me dinner.
Yeah, really.
That guy's really good. He's gnarly, obviously.
Yeah, he's an awesome kid too.
Chase, how was the adaptation to the 450 going for you? What'd you think? Did you like it? Did you enjoy it? I'm guessing you did.
Yeah, I think we've talked about it before. Yeah. I feel super good on it. Yeah. And I think, like I said, I think my riding will do the talking in the outdoors. I'm just gonna kind of obviously just wait and see, but I feel super good and super comfortable on it as of right now. Obviously, there's some stuff like suspension-wise we have to improve on, but like overall the power and everything, I've been looking for this. Obviously, I've been on a 250, but I've been looking just where the power's at. That's kind of what I've wanted, obviously. So I'm really happy on it, and the Honda is really a really good 450 bike. So I'm looking forward to racing it. But like I said, I want to get the Supercross thing done. So if this goes actually in May, I'll be super happy about it.
Yeah, we know you're one of the best trainers in the best trainer. You're one of the gnarliest trainers in the sport. You enjoy doing it, and there's lots of stories about how good you are off the bike. But when you take that much time off and you jump back on your 250, do you feel like as good as you did at Daytona? Do you know what I mean? Like, how do you feel? Did you lose a little bit in this time off? I don't know.
Yeah, so I rode, so the day before I took like some time off, I rode the 250 just to kind of I don't know, kind of get it back in my mind that I can ride a 250 still. And then when I came back, I got back on the 450. So I've kind of been going a little bit back and forth, but today I got back on it, and it takes me probably a session or two to get back to where I need to be. Okay. And it's still really, really familiar to me because I've been riding it for I don't know how many years now. So it's what still comes natural. Obviously, I'm still getting used to the 450, so getting back in the 250 isn't super hard. I think if I raced outdoors on it for a whole summer, I think it'd be more difficult than it is, obviously, only taking 3 weeks off of it.
Mm-hmm. Right. We had Jeremy McGrath on the last show a couple weeks ago, and we were talking about sort of jumping back and forth and doing double headers and this and that with Supercross. Now, it's early, and we don't know if this plan's going to work, but it looks like 2 a week. How do you feel about that, Chase? Do you think that'll be fun? 2 Supercrosses a week? Yeah. I
think it'd be interesting because from what I've heard, like everyone's going to have to stay in like the same hotel, and like the 450 guys are not going to be able to they're going to be racing twice a week. Like there's no going to be. It's going to be weird with like practicing and stuff like that. Like I know like if we do it in Arizona, it's only going to be 4 hours from California, so it's not like it's that far. But like it's going to be weird with practice schedules. Like, are we going to be able to ride during the week, or are we just going to be racing? So it's going to be interesting, but racing is what we train for. So I think it'd be fun. I think it's going to be something different, and it's definitely going to be interesting.
I know everyone's in the same boat though, like Cade was saying. Like everyone's the same way. Like it sucks for everybody, including the media and the teams and the riders. But we're all in this together. Let's pull together, right, Chase, and figure it out. I mean, it's not going to be ideal. So
and I think for me, I think it's going to be good for our sport just to be able to, if we do end up racing May, I don't think there's going to be that many sports going. I don't know if that gives us better TV spots or more exposure, but I mean that's obviously I'm being hopeful and that's what's
Yeah.
going to happen.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I think that'd be good for us too. But yeah, it's going to be weird racing to know people in the stands, I think, as well. It was going to happen in Indy, but
Right.
it's going to be weird, I think. It's going to be like third practice or
I know, right?
We off the start. So
Yeah.
it's going to be weird.
I agree. It's going to be a different time. You have a question for Chase, Jimmy?
I just think that, for you guys, he talked about the 450 guys have to do 2 in a week, but you got to remember he's on that east and you got west, so he's got a little bit of time.
Yeah, who knows how they're going to do that, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Right.
So
right.
did anyone
I
ever
haven't
talk
heard
to you
how
about
they're
that? Yeah. Okay.
No, they haven't really said, like, they don't. I'm assuming we're racing first because we have the least amount of races. So
yeah,
I don't know how it's going to. I think what's going to happen is it's going to be like a week, like a month. I think they're planning on racing Mondays and Fridays or Tuesdays and Saturdays. I don't know what they're
whatever
planning
it is.
on.
Yeah.
Well, and you got a couple, on the schedule, there was still a showdown between you guys, East and West. Are they going to do that?
God, who knows? Yeah, they have to.
Two of them, right?
Yeah, I'm thinking it's going to be, I think from what I've heard, I think they're going to narrow it down to one, but I don't know. For all I know, I could be talking crazy.
Do you guys think it's possible that they could run only invite the so many 250 guys and run both coasts in one night? Like do 250 mains?
I don't know. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if they do limit entries on a general scale though for both classes. I would not be surprised at all.
Yeah, especially if they go. There's only 250 people allowed.
Yeah,
with teams
whatever
and
it is, right?
Yeah, your grandma and grandpa can't come.
Yeah, exactly. So I wouldn't be surprised if they limited just entries. Like, hey, we're going to take 40 night show guys. We're just going to the night show, or whatever it is. So
I think it's going to be weird too because I think. Well, how many races do we have left? I don't even know how many we're in.
Seven
races.
total, yeah.
So there's 4 for us and I think 3 for the West. So I think they're going to just alternate them, but I have no idea.
Also,
I actually don't know.
Also, too, what about like a guy like RJ Hampshire who said who's heard it was Supercross was in the fall, so he went and got his ACL. What about us RJ Hampshire fans, Chase?
I saw you guys on Twitter talking about it. I mean, for RJ, it
that sucks, right?
I'm saying right now, I would not be surprised to see RJ lining up in however long.
Right, whatever it is, right?
Oh, I don't know.
He's crazy. I'm telling you that although we've had our differences, that is probably one of the toughest people I've ever met. So
right.
With injuries, so I've seen that guy ride through crazy injuries. So he's pretty tough. I wouldn't be surprised.
Right. Well, some of us are RJ Hampshire fans, Chase. You know that.
No, I mean I understand that. I understand how big of a support you are.
Right. I'm a big supporter.
You're a big supporter. So I'm not. Yeah. I'm not going to say anything.
He'll definitely run it in on you. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I'm past that. I think I still got to win that night. So I'm not obviously mad about it.
Hey, did Roxon ever give you any of this Art of Sport stuff? By the way, has he?
I heard you talking about that when I was waiting to get on. I'm like, man, that's an interesting sponsor because he hasn't given me any. They have it at Target and I buy it. So.
Oh really?
Oh wow!
Come on, Kenny.
Buy it. I'm a real supporter.
Yeah, you are absolutely. Artofsport.com. Find them at Target. I like Chase Sexton and check out their charcoal face wash, anti-dandruff shampoo, deodorant as well. They're bringing you Geico Honda's Chase Sexton tonight on the PulpMX show. Please check them out. They've got a bunch of ratings from ESPN, Sports Illustrated, GQ, Men's Health, all of that. So, Chase, for you going out there, how was, and this obviously, look, it's early, everything else, but when you were riding a 450 with Adam and Kenny and whoever else, how'd you feel? How were you to them? How was your times? How was all of that?
I mean, I don't want to really it's just practice.
I know. That's why I'm being I know.
I mean, I'm competitive. I'll just leave it at that. So
okay, all right.
Like, I knew my speed's really not. I don't think my speed is going to be a huge problem. I think me learning is going to be the biggest thing. I mean, those guys. There's so many good guys in that class. Like, I can't really go off of practice. If it was practice, I'd be a lot more comfortable going to the line. But
yep.
I mean, it's just going to, for this outdoor season, I'm just going to really take it as a learning experience. Like, if I'm going to take, if I'm in a good spot, I'm going to go for it, but I'm not going to go out there with super high expectation. I'm kind of work myself into it, and I think by the end of the season, I'll be where I want to be, and I kind of have that marked out in my head. So
sure.
I just want to build and learn, and overall get ready for the whole point behind this is getting me ready for Supercross, which is going to be 17 rounds, which I've never done before. So
Yeah.
it's going to be, I think, a good building block to Supercross.
Hey, Chase, what's the hardest thing, when you first started riding that 450 that you felt that, man, this is what's hard for you on that thing to learn?
I think the biggest thing for me to learn is it just really, I think bike setup comes a lot more with the 450. I think the overall how heavy the bike is, and if you're a little bit off suspension setting wise, I think it throws the whole, like it's a bigger difference compared to the 250, because you could have a setup on a 250 that's not very good, but you can get away with it because the bike's just lighter and you can throw it around a little easier. The 450, if you're off on suspension, it's a bigger deal than riding a 250. So that is the biggest thing for me. I kind of expected where like the power and stuff was. That didn't really surprise me at all. And I'm a pretty big kid, so it's not too much for me to handle. Just suspension wise, it's tough to find, or for me just to kind of find that setting. And if I'm a little off, it's a bigger difference than the 250.
Right.
Do you take a lot of your settings? Do you try a lot of the stuff Kenny uses first and then kind of go from there, or do you start with basically a base setting that Honda has?
So we started with what Kenny, which is a new chassis from last year, but from outdoors. So we started with Kenny's overall, I think, setting from last year outdoors, what he ran, linkage. I think Trey might have made a new fork setting, I think, but overall, I think it's pretty close to what Kenny raced last year, and then I'm kind of gonna like take the road that I want to get to where I'm want to be for my stuff, and obviously Kenny will go his own way. So, but we do start on Kenny's outdoor setting from last year or something close to that.
Interesting. Chase, you've been a pro for a number of years now, a championship guy, and all of that. Looking back on yourself when you entered the pros, what's been the biggest eye-opener for you as far as, like, now you're established, you're going to be a 450 guy now, you're going to be one of the top guys in the sport. Like, what's the thing that you didn't realize or didn't think about as a rookie now? Has there been something that's really opened your eyes?
For me, I think it's just, like, amateur-wise, you only have, I think, 5 races a year that you really have to be ready for.
Right.
And this, especially now having like to race for a championship, like going to the races every weekend is like you have to be on. Like there's no like being off the podium is not really like, but you can't do that if you want to race for a championship. Right. So like you have to be on every weekend. I think for me it's just that's the biggest thing. As a rookie, I didn't really care as much. Like I cared obviously, but I want to do as good as I can. But like now, like you've got to go to the races and perform, and like the team expects you to win. So. Going then racing I think we race 22 races a year in the 250 class. So 22 races, you got to be at your best. And I think that's the biggest thing for me. Not really realizing it because amateurs, you race 5 races a year and it's a week long. You have a lot of chances to prove yourself. So Saturday, you only get 1 or 2 in outdoors. 2 motos,
right. But yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Pressure, right? Like pressure on you, like you said.
It's a lot of pressure. And I mean, we work and the off season's a lot of training, obviously, to prepare yourself for that. But yeah, going into the pros, I didn't really kind of, I guess, look at it like that. And I'm about ready to go into 29 races a year. So it's going to get even more, not stressful, but just having to be on your game 20 or 7 more times. So. Yeah, I think for me that's the biggest thing.
Yeah, Zacho was telling me a while ago. He's just like it's and look, he missed some time with injuries, but Zacho's like, dude, it's every weekend. It's just the grind doesn't stop on a 450 guy, you know?
Yeah, it's tough. Or I don't know if it's tough, but that's what I've heard. So.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Art of Sport bringing you Chase Sexton. Anything else for Chase, guys?
He had mentioned something about amateurs and only racing 5 things a year. Chase, I was talking to somebody this week about, the 125 races at some of the pro nationals, and that I feel like more amateur kids should utilize those races to, better themselves, to prepare them for outdoors. Obviously it's not a Supercross thing, but do you think, what's your opinion on that situation? And as for amateur kids trying to get more ready for the pros?
Yeah, I think that would really be helpful for younger kids. I heard this year. I thought they were saying they're going to do like a 250 like all-star race that replaces the 125 races. I don't know.
Yeah,
if
there was
true.
supposed to be at like 2 or 3 of them were going to be 250 all-stars. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I heard, and I think that and they do, if say they do 25-minute motos, I think that would be like super helpful for those guys. For me, when I was amateur, we didn't really have any of that. I just raced Sunday after like the races, which is the pro track, and that's really the closest I got. But I think for like now, I think the amateurs would benefit a lot from racing Saturday on the same track. Not obviously as long as we do, but just being able to learn the tracks, I think. Yeah. And knowing that, like, when you go pro the next year, you've already raced that track and you kind of know what to expect out of the dirt and stuff like that. So I think as much racing as you get on the same track will be beneficial for anybody.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. Loretta's obviously is a really good test, and there's 3 motos, and it's hot and 20 minutes and all of that. But, man, there have been some investments by teams and some riders that shall go nameless that have not paid off at all.
Yeah.
And some of them can be like, hey, man, I don't really know what, this is crazy. This is just for all the stuff that you said, Chase, about pressure and the differences. I think the more you can replicate the pro stuff and the amateurs, the less we'll have kids that sort of get 2 years and done, in the sport.
Yeah. For Loretta's, you can kind of get a taste of what I guess you'll see more like in the pros there. But, again, it's only 20 minutes. 20 minutes and 35 minutes is a lot different.
Right.
Which I've found out because I melted myself last year at WW, and it's actually probably hotter in Loretta's. So,
yeah.
I think, I don't know, I just think the races, I think for A-class at Loretta's, I think they could do 25 plus 1 or, I don't know. I'm not a promoter or anything like that. I shouldn't really put my 2 cents in, but I think that for this year at Freestone, I heard they were doing 25-minute motos. So
okay.
One of my buddies actually was racing that race, and he was doing 30-minute motos getting ready for it. So yeah. I heard they were doing 25-minute motos there. So, I think they're trying to get everybody going towards longer motos, at least for the, A guys.
Right,
so
right.
I think they're trying to make the right steps towards it. When I was racing, it was only five lap races or 7 lap races or something like that. So, and I wasn't very good at sprinting.
Yeah.
But I think the 25 minutes is good for those guys and getting them ready. I think the smaller of a gap between the pros and the amateurs, I think is going to be better. And you're going to see a lot more of the real, the person that's going to be racing in pros, I think.
Yeah, the GP guys do well. They have a bunch of races on Saturday, EMXs, and definitely a 2-day program I don't think would work over here for the teams and everything else. But I do like the fact that these guys are racing the real tracks with real long motos, and everything else. So.
Yes, something else, Chase, I wanted your opinion on, with Feld, the Supercross Futures. I know they bumped it up this year and everything, and I think that's a pretty good program, for the 50s on through, for these guys to get into a stadium and kind of learn. I know they toned the tracks down, but, some of the tracks are pretty tough.
Yeah, like I said, I have some, at least a pretty close friend that races A-class and amateurs, and he had been to a few this year, and I was going to stay actually for Tampa on Sunday, but I figured I probably shouldn't be out in the sun and stuff like that. But I've heard that the tracks are actually, I think every year they've done it, they've kind of left them more and more. I think it's gotten a little harder. So, yeah, it's going to help the kids. I think Supercross is a bigger jump for a lot of people than motocross, just because it's a different scene and some people haven't had any time on Supercross. But I think everyone's getting more and more, they're having kids ride Supercross more often, which is going to help. But I think those races are good, and it's kind of cool they're doing the point system through that. Me personally, I think Arena Cross was it was gnarly racing those guys on their championship. I think it's not that we're not really no one's interrupting any championships. So
yeah, someone threatened to break your leg, right? Correct. Someone threatened to break your leg, right? Yes.
I got in there and raced. So I didn't race the lights class. I raced the AX class, and I was 15 years old, and I was probably not being the smartest, but I was not. I was kind of getting the people just in their championship fights, and I know I wouldn't like that if I was in that position, but at the time I was just trying to get my points.
Yeah. You're just like, hey, you're like, listen, I don't want to be here either. But
it was. I actually really enjoyed it. Some people didn't really like Arena Cross, but I kind of grew up in that scene.
Yeah.
So for me, I really enjoyed it, and I thought it was fun. But yeah,
right.
I was out there racing grown men, and they were not too happy.
I heard the story. It was like, yeah, it was ridiculous. So
actually, most of them were actually pretty cool. Like Chris Blows, Gavin Faith, all the top guys were actually really cool, and they actually were helping me a little bit, like with stuff I just needed help on. So most of them were actually really cool about it.
Right. Well, hey, Chase, thanks for coming on, man. Appreciate the time. Good luck with everything, and whether we'll see you in 3 or 4 weeks or not, I guess we'll see. But, yeah, we'll either see you on a 450 soon or a 250, one of the two, indoors or out. Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, sounds good. Well, I'll see you guys soon then.
All right, thanks, Chase.
Take care.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
That's Chase Sexton, everybody. Artistsport.com. I like Chase. Good interview. Good guy.
He is a super guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I raise money for the City of Hope. I collect jerseys. And,
okay. Yeah.
You know, and he was one of the guys that, you know, I got a jersey from, and probably one of the easiest guys to get the jersey from. You know
what's funny is, so I do these interviews after the races, right, Cade? You've been in part of them. Dude, he wears his result on his sleeve. Like he's pissed after the race sometimes. Like he's legitimately like, I don't want to talk to you, and he'll do it. But you can see, like, if he had a bad day, dude, he's mad. Which I mean, I'm just like some guys just put that away and be like, hey. He's passionate, though. He's really,
You know, something that I saw in Chase is his maturity this year. You know, I know at Daytona I was watching him. I was spotting for TV, and I kept watching him. And, you know, something was off. You know, I just didn't see him. Marshbanks rode a great race. I'm glad he won. He was on. I mean, when you're on, and you win the race. And Marshbank deserved to win. But Chase is going for a championship, so he took the second rather than push the limits.
Yeah,
and he wasn't and crash and end up getting an 8th or a 9th or something like that.
And he's not batting Marchbanks for the title.
No.
Like go ahead, Garrett. Like you, I don't need to beat you here. You're way back.
Right. But I think that's going to help him when he gets into that 450 class, especially in the outdoors, like you already talked about. If the 250 starts in the fall, hey, I'm 2 or 3 rounds of the 450 outdoors, I'm not going to ride. I'm going to get ready because my main focus is try to win the Geico Honda team another championship, and then I'm on.
Yeah.
And
I found it interesting. He said he would skip the last few nationals. I didn't even think of that.
No, you have to.
But
do
you
that.
have to.
That was one of my questions. That's why I didn't have anything to ask him at first because I was like, oh well, there goes that question.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? That's smart by Honda, smart by everybody.
Oh,
like,
totally.
Hey, dude,
I mean, he's definitely not expected to go out and win this year outdoors. So I think it's more of a learning experience for him. So I think that would be a good plan.
Jim Holley, Kade Clayson in studio here. A couple things I want to bring up before we come up with Brayton. First of all, thank you to Grill Your Ass Off. Both of you have 2 7-pack samplers, and I don't know how much.
Use these as weights.
Do you grill much?
Go to the gym.
Do you grill much?
All the time.
Oh, you do? Jimmy, do you grill much?
A little bit.
Okay.
I'll have my cousin do it.
Okay, all right. I've been using this stuff, the gunpowder stuff on steak.
It's spicy?
No.
Oh, it's not?
No.
Gunpowder, I'm thinking it's going to explode in my mouth.
No, yeah, it's unbelievable. Honestly, it's unbelievable. I cannot speak highly enough of the gunpowder seasoning. It's in the packs there.
I'm going to try it.
Grill Your Ass Off is a sponsor of Keefer After Dark. So
Keefer After Dark.
Yep.
I like the name. I like the logo, man. It's cool.
PulpMX code saves you at grillyourassoff.com. So thanks to those guys, you get a couple of those packs of sampler things. Another thing I want to talk about too. So you see the studio here. You see Jim Holley, Cade, myself, these 2 dingle nuts over here, and you can be a part of this. If you want, what we're trying to do is raise some money for our buddy and a guy you raced against, Ron Tishner.
Yeah.
He crashed doing a motocross school and got hurt, and obviously the medical bills are up. He broke his back. He's fine. He's got all the feeling. He's walking and everything else. But one of his early pupils for many years was a guy named Adam Cirillo.
When I used to train with Adam and Ronnie in Florida.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, when Adam was on Super Minis, I spent a winter down there with him.
Blowing my mind right now.
Yeah.
All right, okay, so
Ronnie's
you know
really
Ronnie.
good dude.
Ronnie's a good guy. You raced against him, Jimmy.
Yeah.
He's a good friend of mine. I met him through Red Dog way back in the day. So what we're doing is Adam wants to help him. I want to help him. So we are auctioning off on eBay a spot in the show here on a Monday night. Adam Cirillo will be in studio. I'll be here, obviously, and all the money raised is going to go right to Ronnie for his medical bills. So last I checked the eBay auction, and there's a link on PulpMX.com, by the way. The last I checked on the eBay auction, it was $2,800, so let's get that up. I think it ends on Friday.
Okay.
So Adam's going to fly in or drive up, and maybe he'll bring somebody with him. Maybe Chase will come with him or somebody.
Yeah.
And all the money goes to Ronnie Tishner. And you can come in, hang out in the Lions Den, and meet Travis and Talon and Tits and myself and Pookie and Rocky the Basset and hang with Adam and all of that. So
I think that's awesome. The motorcycle community getting together and helping, guys that have gotten hurt. I know that Mickey Diamond was hurt. I sent Mickey some money directly to him and everything. But I think that's just awesome how everybody gets together and, Road to Recovery and everybody.
Yeah.
It's just I think we need it. The baseball teams have it and things like that in the NFL.
Yeah.
I think it's awesome.
Yeah, and I've known Ronnie for a long time, and Adam was really cool. Like, Adam's the one who's actually getting put out by this. I'm just going to do my regular show.
Sure.
But Adam's the one like, hey, what can we do?
Yeah.
And so, so Adam will hang out here. He's one of the best in-studio guests we have, and
Right.
so maybe, Kay, you can come in because we're going to call Ronnie up that night. So
Sure.
Yeah. So anyway, check out the links on PulpMX.com for that info, and happy bidding, everybody. All right, coming up next, brought to you by Vortex Racing. Email jake@vortexracing.com. Factory Yamaha with Chad Reed and James Stewart over the years uses these sprockets at Vortex Racing. They've won championships with Stu and Chad, and of course Barsha and Plessinger now. The Star Racing guys use Vortex Racing as well, sprockets. So thanks to Vortex Racing, they also have a V3 bar. It's 29% stronger than the competition. They got 7/8 bar. They got the oversized bar. Folks at Vortex Racing will dial you in with sprockets and bars and all of that stuff. Just email jake@vortexracing.com, mention PulpMX, and they'll give you a little bit of a discount. So they're pleased and proud to bring you our next guest of the night. This is a multi-time Australian Supercross champion, Daytona Supercross champion, Justin Brayton. What's up, JB? How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Dude, I got Jim Holley and Cade Clason in studio, so it's fantastic over here. So
nice. That's a good show.
It is. It's great.
Jim Holley, the old number 10 back in the day.
Yeah, that was one of my national numbers. I like that number of yours. It's a good number. It was good to me, and it's good to you.
You got fucked.
Yep.
You got fucked. As I told you many times. I told you many times. Okay, so JB, I saw your Instagram story. So the Bullfrog Spas, still not here yet, but it's coming. It's coming.
What's the latest? I haven't heard.
Dude, there's so many ups and downs.
For a while.
There's so many ups and downs of this story, but I believe it's happening. I've got a quote.
Okay.
I
think I heard this maybe last February or so as well. That it's happening.
Well, there was some drama. Some people at Bullfrog didn't like some things that I was saying, but we all worked it out. And I've got a hell of a deal on one, and I have not paid for it yet, so that's why I can't say it's actually happening. But we're going to do a segment from the hot tub when I get it.
They've gotten more advertisement than any sponsor you have on the show.
I know, right? But JB got a Bullfrog for winning Daytona.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's fantastic. Great spas,
It's
right?
awesome. I love it. Oh, they're amazing. Absolutely amazing. They're good.
JB, so a couple weeks ago, our last show, I mean, Marks, what was the over-under on number of times we said Brayton's name last couple weeks ago? What was the over-under?
Dude, I don't even know.
It turned into a...
It was getting out of control.
It turned into a Justin Brayton show because...
We're okay with that, though.
Yeah, we're fine. But, so, this guy named Hammy raced a quad at Redbud, and I don't remember them racing on the same weekend as a national, but I guess they did.
I don't think he did. I think he was saying that they raced a different day and that he ran the same lap time.
How can he compare a different day, though?
That's the problem.
Yeah. The thing that I don't understand is, was he doing Larocco's leap on a quad?
I don't know, Jim. I don't know. But
I'd like to see it.
JB, so this guy kept saying he was the same speed as you, but then he's saying, I'm not as good as Brayton. He wasn't claiming to be as good as Brayton, but he threw in the fact that he did the same lap times as you 800 times. So then that got into like, hey, how would JB do on quads? How would Eli Tomac do with quads? All of that stuff, and it just turned into a massive shit show of quad racers and everything else. But what's your feelings?
No, what happened was, Steve, I got thrown into the wolves, and now all of a sudden I'm a quad racer.
You did, yeah.
From my social media feed, it's been like, just when are you riding a quad? Have you rode a quad? I'm just like, what is going on?
Yeah,
and then I get a text from you. Hey, we were talking about you on the show. I'm like, oh, geez.
Oh, boy. Here we go. But it was really a guy named Hammy that threw your name in there because but I do remember the quads racing Steel City the day of the National, though. For sure that happened.
I remember that as well.
Right.
I remember that. Was that 08 or 09? I forget. But whoever won, or even like the top three guys, they were ripping. And I remember that triple, next to the start at Steel City.
Yeah.
Like, they were jumping that, and only like the the top 450 guys were doing it.
Okay.
As far as like in our class, and they were absolutely ripping, but totally, like they say, it's the same track. Yeah, it's the same layout, but it's totally different as far as no ruts and
right,
things like that. So.
Right.
But I kind of remember at one time when I rode Mount Morris that they also did a quad thing, and I hated it when we went out in intermission.
Yeah.
And our second motos, all the berms were gone. Everything was blown out. And I'm going, I don't want to follow these guys ever again.
Well, that's how it was at press day this year for Indiana, because the quads raced on Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
And we rode press right after their first moto or something.
Yeah.
And they were like, it was kind of fun because it was like a really soft moto track, but they had like big quad ruts. And they were actually kind of fun to ride, but they're not always like that. So, yeah, it's totally different.
So, turns out, Brayton, I didn't know this, but down at PulpMX, the #1 quad racer in the world trains there, or in America, I guess I should say. But he's there. Yep. He's a Honda guy.
Yeah, he's there.
So, what did he think of all this?
Well, so I had actually never met him. His name's Joel Hetrick. So,
okay.
And there was a lot of social media talk. And
yes, there was.
I'm like, oh my gosh, like I'm just getting thrown into this. And I was kind of embracing it. I'm like, you know what? I love a good challenge. Like, all right, I'll ride a quad. Like, that's what I'm thinking deep down. But I'm not posting any of this on social media because I'm going to get hammered by the quad guy.
Right.
So Joel's there one day, and I show up, and Duff's like, hey, Joel was just up here taking a picture of your bike. And I'm like, is he cool, or is he like, like talking crap, or what's he doing? He's like, no, dude, he's super cool. He's a really cool guy. So then I'm like, all right, when I get done riding today, I'm going to go check out his quad. I'm going to see what that thing's all about. I might take it for a ride and see what he's like and, like, just feel him out, So after I got done riding, I went over to the quad track, or it's actually the moto kind of practice track that they ride on.
Yeah.
And or one of them there. There's several outdoor tracks, but they were over there riding, and I just went over, and they were doing, like, a full day of engine testing or something. And, super cool guy. Like, really, really humble. And I'm like, all right, hey, let's go out on the track or whatever, and I want to kind of see the way it goes because I'd never ridden this layout in this track. And I'm like, I may try to ride your quad,
Yeah.
And I went out there, and I'm watching him, and I'm like, dude, this guy rips.
Right.
Like, it was unbelievable. He absolutely rips. So I actually did. I jumped on his quad, and I cruised it around a little bit. I didn't do anything crazy, but, just like around the parking lot and kind of messed around. And it's not easy, Steve. It's not easy.
Listen, JB, I don't want to hear.
It's not easy.
I don't want to hear any of this talk. Did the thumb throttle confuse you, or were you okay with the thumb throttle?
I was totally fine with
it. All right.
That was the least of my worry.
Because we heard that was
The biggest worry is what I would compare it to is throw like your wash machine out the window of like a 6-story building. That's what it feels like jumping a quad. Like how's your thing gonna land? And you don't know how to control it. Like that's the biggest thing is like when you jump it. Like, all right, on a dirt bike, we just know, right? We know how to lean this way or lean this way. And if you hit a kicker off the face, you can kind of compensate for it. Like, I have no idea how to do that on a quad.
Were you able to throw it around sideways, though, around some of the corners, get it and back it in and get the rear wheels to come around?
That's the most fun part, Jim.
Right.
Like, that part's awesome. And there was actually a little set of whoops that was my favorite part as well. They were just kind of small, but it was fun. Like I said, I didn't do anything crazy. I just was super mellow, but I just wanted to see what it felt like and if it was even possible to have some sort of competition. And it would be tough, but I honestly would love to. Obviously, now with the whole Supercross thing going on, and I doubt Honda would be too stoked on me getting on a quad.
Nah, they're fine. They're fine. Don't worry about it. Nah, they'd be fine.
But if the timing of it was right, I would love to. I think it would be super fun, mainly because Joel was really cool.
Okay.
And I just think it would be fun. But my thing is, what I'd really love to do, because Joel actually rides a dirt bike really well, and but dude, let's fly out Hammy. Let's fly him out.
Yeah.
We'll get him a 12-pack of beer. 12 case.
Yeah.
Get him a case.
Yeah.
Because he sounded a little buzzed up from what I hear.
Yeah, he did.
In the call.
Yeah.
and let's get him back on a quad. That's what I think we should do.
And here's my whole point. So this Joel guy rides moto pretty good, I guess, but
like really well.
He does, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Besides him, who's the number one quad guy, let's get a quad guy and a dirt bike guy. And my thing, Jimmy, is the dirt bike guy will be closer in times on the quad than the quad guy would be on the dirt bike.
I think so,
Right.
unless you're Joel.
Right. No. Unless
Joel's
you're-
good on a
Joel,
motorcycle.
Right, unless you're the number one
Right,
quad
right.
guy in the USA.
No.
Kate says
Yeah.
no.
No.
So you
And that wasn't your thing, though, was it, Steve? Like, it was like me or Eli could go top 5.
well, I was
No
saying
way
either
we could go win, right?
Right, I was saying either one, but yes, I believe that
Yeah.
JB, you with JT said by sundown. That might be a little bit, a little cocky,
yeah.
but I would say give yourself a couple of weeks and you're running top 5 in a quad national. Yes,
Or so take the 5th place guy. That would be more
yes,
equal. Take whoever's the 5th place guy. I don't know who that would be.
right. Maybe Hammy.
Line him up and then maybe Hammy, and then put him on a dirt bike.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
I like it.
I think it'd be awesome.
Listen, Kehoe told me it's fine. Go ahead. We'll do this next week.
Yeah,
We'll get some filming. So, Cade, you're not having this, Cade. You
No.
are not.
Dude, quads are gnarly, man. They're a whole different beast, and I think when you try to go fast on them, like it gets worse. It doesn't get easier.
Well, and Kate, it's going to depend on the track, right? Like if the track is really mellow and flat, and there's only a few doubles.
Oh yeah,
or
totally.
A couple tabletops, then it's doable. But yeah, if I'm having to hit some Larocco's Leap, yeah, I'm out. No way.
Does Hendrick would he launch Larocco's Leap on a quad?
No, I don't
Yeah,
think I
I
don't think
think he
quads
would.
have ever hit the leap. I googled this
Really?
video
Oh.
a few weeks ago because me and a buddy were talking about it, and I don't think a quad. Like I think one has, but I don't think they do it when they race
Okay,
there.
all right. Did you,
Well, if he had a big enough run, he would do it.
Oh,
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah, he
for
wouldn't
sure.
make the left-hander at the bottom and go up, but he would go
Yeah.
back out in the parking lot and come
but
straight at it.
listen, some of the people
Yeah.
on Twitter that were sending me these quad crashes were unbelievable. So
Oh, they're violent.
listen, I got a lot of faith in you, JB. I think you. Yeah, I think we got this.
I like how I just got thrown.
I
to
know.
The wolves.
Yeah.
And then you ended up. Well, Heath Harrison rode one, right?
and Owen,
Yeah,
they both did.
yeah, they rode one. So
Yeah, the day before I was there, they were out riding one. Yeah.
now is this all from like the show? You think all this stuff was from the Pulp show? Like all these guys doing?
Well, there's
it?
no other reason they'd all get on quads.
I guess. I think it's hilarious.
Hey, JB, Steve's down here. He's riding. I see him making notes. I think that after you retire from Supercross and Motocross, that he's going to put together a team for you to go four-wheeling racing.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's go quad racing.
Let's do it. Let's do it. I agree. Hey, actually, you know what? Speaking of Hammy.
Oh,
Speaking
Hammy
of
is
Hammy.
here.
Hammy, what's going on?
Oh my gosh, I've been chomping at the bit.
Hammy,
What's
you're on the
going on,
line
guys?
with Brayton right now. So
What's up, Hammy?
Justin, what's going on?
How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. First off,
Hey, Hammy,
I
where
wanna say
are you
I never
from?
met this- I'm from Cortland, Ohio.
Okay. All right.
But I wanted to say I was never disrespecting your skills on a dirt bike for the most part, ever. I just disagree with Steve's view on your skills on a quad. That's all. But I really do appreciate you guys really riding the quad and getting the perspective. That is pretty badass at what my 4 drunk calls turned into the last time. So, like, to me, that's badass. Like, that you guys even did that, I really do appreciate that, and that you even gave your opinion. Like, I was sitting over here just, like, smiling, like, and when you said, like, doing the corners and shit, that was the best time. Like, if you go back and listen, that's what I said. I love going fast in the corners on my quad. So,
Hammy, Hammy, if we get you a 12-pack, will you race Brayton?
No, I've never rode my quad or raced my quad drunk ever. Never.
Well, but you can have the 12.
No.
You can have the 12-pack after.
Oh, after?
Yeah.
All day.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I'm on it. Hey, I'm waiting for the call back to go back to work right now. I'm unemployed. We're waiting for the weather to get good so we lay down some asphalt. So I'm unemployed. I wish this phone call would happen like 2 months. I would have already flew out. But if you guys can make it happen soon, we do it.
Hey, Hammy, Larocco's Leap, would you attempt it?
No. I was actually going to say no quad has ever done that. That was actually talked about on Cody's podcast, on the Digging Deep ATV podcast, because there was a big rumor that Doug Gust actually did it, and he actually was on there and said no, he never did, and just 'cause we never had the run, and we would never make it. No one's ever attempted it neither, I believe.
But if you had the run, you guys would go for it.
I mean, it depends on how big the run is. To be honest,
that's what I'm saying. Like
probably.
if you had,
if we had a
big run
like
where you could make
triple
it
in the back. I mean, if we could get fourth gear wound out, yeah, we would do it, no doubt.
Yeah. So Hammy, you still do not think Brayton could run top 5 quad pro?
No, not in months. Hell no. Because then you guys talked about who's the fastest guy. I was never top 5 fastest guy. Right now, the top 5 fastest guy would be like Nick Janusa, Brandon Hogue, Alan Myers.
And you just don't think it could happen?
I don't think Justin could beat them in months of training. No, I honestly don't. Like if you listen to I'm honestly, ask them guys, and the Phoenix guys asked like Jeffrey what class they would be in. They said C class. They weren't hitting
fucking
tabletop.
kidding me.
Listen, and also too,
I didn't get to see. Hey, I didn't get to see Justin ride the quad, but if you watch the Phoenix guys ride the quads in the corners, they were doing like the fat man lean. They were not going fast through the corners.
All right. Well, listen, Hammy. I think JB could do it, no problem.
In months?
Yeah, month.
With you training him.
Okay. Steve, let me ask you this: what kind of support is he getting, and how much practice?
He's Justin Brayton. He's going to get a Phoenix Racing quad. Yeah.
I'm training with Hetrick.
Yeah.
Every day, me and Hetrick are grinding.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's the difference. Okay, were you training with Ricky? I don't know who you were looking up to as a kid, Justin, but who were you looking up to when you were starting off? Did you get to train with the best right off the rip?
No, I'm from Iowa.
And that's the big advantage.
Chad Peterson.
And you weren't a factory rider right off the rip either. So that's where a lot of these kids differ. Like,
well, it doesn't matter, Hammy. We don't care about that. We're talking about Justin Brayton, Hammy. We're talking about Justin Brayton, Daytona Supercross winner.
This is where we differ on, and this is if you listen to the podcast. Jeffrey and Joel both have been riding quads their entire life to get where they're at. You're not going to just put a guy.
Yeah, you are.
A quad and just,
you're going to put Justin Brayton on a quad or Eli Tomac.
No.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
All right, Hammy.
If you listen to no. We're not going to go here again, Steve.
Okay, well, listen, Hammy. Listen, Hammy.
Did you listen to any of the other podcasts? Did you listen to what Jeffrey and Joel said?
Oh, so let me get the quad riders don't think it could happen? I'm shocked. I'm shocked the quad guys don't think that Justin Brayton could jump in a month and be competitive. Wow.
I just don't agree. That's what I'm saying. They've worked their whole life to get as fast as they're going, and Justin's been doing the same thing for a dirt bike. So what do you think? He's just going to hop on something in a month or two and then be top 5 at the pro level? You're crazy.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, absolutely.
Hammy, I'm on the same page as you. I don't think it'll happen right away. It's definitely possible. Like, it's possible.
Is this McAdoo?
No, this is not McAdoo. This is Cade.
Come on, Hammy.
Come on, man. I'm even from Ohio. Jeez, you can't even pay attention. I'm trying to agree with you, let alone, but I think it's possible. You put JB on a quad long enough, he's going to be good because he's good at basically everything he does, But, I mean, it's definitely not a right off the bat thing. Like, these dudes are gnarlier than everyone's. I mean, if JB got on a Phoenix Honda quad for 6 months, he could probably maybe get top 10.
Oh, my God. Okay.
Maybe get top 10. Thank you. And I was never a top 5 rider, like I said.
Dude, these dudes are gnarly. Like, they're professional athletes, too.
Yeah, but when you're a top motocrosser, you can do anything. Ryan Sipes can win a flat track race.
And that's where we differ, Steve. You made it sound like the fucking motocrossers are so much different dudes. Okay, Joel Hetrick jumped on a dirt bike, and he looked good. He's just as talented as Justin Brayton is. I'm sorry. He don't make as much money.
Okay, listen, Hammy. If this Hendrick guy was just as good as Brayton, he would pull in $1 million plus, which is what Brayton's doing.
I'm not ever claiming that. And
you just did.
You
just did. Right. We gotta go, Hammy. We gotta go. Hammy.
Hammy's mic is killing me.
Yeah, Hammy's cell phone is crushing it.
Hey, the bottom line is those dudes are gnarly. So
they are.
I don't want them thinking I'm claiming something where I'm some quad guy.
No, it's me. I'm claiming
it. Would be fun. It would be fun to try it. And then I honestly thought the thing was, I know you talked about top 5, but I thought the deal was like a 5th place quad guy. I would be closer to him on a quad than he is to me on a dirt bike. Like, I don't really want to sign up for a quad national. Like,
No. Yeah,
I
that's
feel like that's where this is going.
Wow.
Steve. This is going 2021. Brayton is riding a quad national at Red Bus or
Listen,
something.
that would be
I'm out on that.
would be ideal, but I don't think that's going to happen either. But that would be something I would really love to see happen. But
Yeah,
no, my
exactly.
idea is you both on the quad and both guys on the motorcycle. And again, my whole thing is that you will be closer to him in lap times than he will be on a motocross bike. That's
Exactly. I'm down for that.
right.
I'm
that's
down
my
for
whole
that.
thing. But yes,
And
ideally,
then we doing Supercross or we doing motocross?
we'll do soupy.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Sure, it's on.
Ideally, though, Brayton,
Yeah.
yes, you racing a quad national would be perfect. Yes, yes, exactly. but I just don't think that would work. But
What we actually need to do is get one of these, like Chad or Joel, on a Supercross track on a quad.
yeah,
That would
Yeah.
be cool.
You know who was good on a quad? Came from is Tommy Carson.
yeah.
Tom Carson in Montreal
Right.
Oh, really?
raced up there. Yeah,
Yeah.
He was a
Really?
quad god.
And of course, Gary Denton, the
Yeah,
greatest
Gary
quad
Denton,
racer
yeah.
of all
Gary
time,
Denton.
started off as a top 10
Yeah,
motocrosser.
what was that Suzuki 500cc?
Quadzilla.
Quadzilla, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Doug Gus, he
Dustin
was
Nelson.
good. Yeah,
Dustin
Dustin
was good
Nelson.
on a dirt
Yeah,
bike.
see,
Yeah.
Dustin Nelson was a good rider, like a solid rider, and then he became a great quad guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's easy. No problem. We got this.
You know what we need to do, Steve? We need to get Keefer on some quad testing stuff.
That would be good.
We can do that.
I'd be
yeah,
down with
yeah,
that.
we
That's
could
someone we could actually put
Yeah,
on a quad
yeah.
and really put the effort in.
and we could have him race too. We could just make him race. Yeah, he'll do that.
And I watched a video of the Western Challenge or whatever, and Western looks like a good quad track too.
Oh yeah, no, good quad
Pretty
track.
good.
Yeah. Hey, talent, good quad track, right? Don't you feel?
Yeah, good quad. Nice
Right.
and
Wide, good corners. Yeah.
more high speed.
Right. Listen, JB. So brought to you by Vortex Racing, by the way, too. Justin Brayton on the show. Email Jake@vortexracing.com. JB, what do you think about this plan for mid-May for Supercross? Do you like it happening? Where you stand on this?
Well, I think there's a lot of answers, I guess. There's a lot of questions to be answered, but for me, I love it. I think it's awesome. I know every single rider you talk to is going to be you're going to get a different answer from. But I just think about, from my end, I guess, selfishly, that stadium's the best. It's the best we have as far as it's the best track every year. It's pretty good dirt. The dirt holds up. They do have all those hotels and stuff close by. It's got a roof on it. And then, obviously, I don't race motocross, but if I was racing motocross, I would definitely want to get Supercross done with before I start motocross. And then, if you're failed, I feel like the sooner you can get it in, the better. Because I know you've said it before, but later in the year, gosh, then we're going to have to compete with NFL and concerts and, I mean, everything you can think of that is vying for some stadiums. So.
Yeah,
I like it. I think the sooner the better. And for me, I haven't really done anything since Daytona. I broke my hand in Daytona. I've rode the motorcycle twice. So, yeah, I'm way behind the eight ball, and I think that's what a lot of riders are saying. It's like, oh, well, it's going to take me a while to get in shape. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't take long.
Well, okay, that's what you're saying. You're like,
I mean, everyone's kind of complaining, like, going off on Twitter and whatnot, and it's just like, come on, guys. Like, we all do this for a living. We all know how to ride. We've all taken a few weeks off. Like, it's not convenient for anybody. But in reality, we'd rather be racing than not racing. So let's just do this and not complain about it.
Yeah, it's not like you forget how to ride. You know what I'm saying?
Totally.
It's you can whip yourself into shape.
What do you hear, though?
So I like it. I think it'd be good.
What do you hear from your team as far as it happening? Like, what do you put the odds at?
I don't know. I actually just talked to Kehoe 20 minutes before you guys called, and from his side, or I guess everyone's side right now, like no one knows for sure. That's kind of what everyone knows at this point is that's what they want to do, and they're hoping to have some more answers maybe later this week. So I'm going to go ride Supercross tomorrow because. I guess just because, and if it happens, it happens. If not, it'll still be fun to get out and ride a little Supercross. So I'm kind of preparing as if it is going to happen, and then, worst case, if it doesn't, big deal. I've ridden a few times. So
This is kind of
I hope it happens. I think it'd be cool.
Yeah, I mean, for you, Justin, like this is kind of a blessing in disguise with the coronavirus because you were injured in Daytona and Indy you were going to miss and a couple other ones, but now your hand's healed up. You're going to be ready. Guys like Brock Ticker, they'll be able to come back and enjoy Savachi.
Those RJ Hampshire fans,
he'll be there. You heard Chase Sexton. He'll be there.
Right, Brayton? Some of us are big Hampshire fans.
I never thought about that. He had surgery, huh?
Oh yeah.
Oh, dang. So Steve, you're really, really pushing for the September thing.
Let's just wait to the fall, everybody. Let's wait for the fall. Why rush it?
Yeah.
Yeah. But hey, JB. So what's gonna go on? Let's say I don't think this mid-May thing is gonna happen. In my personal opinion, too many hoops, everything else. If we go in the fall, JB, what about the Australian Supercross Series and all that? Is that all and Bercy and whatever else? Or is that all going to happen still? Is that going to be pushed back?
I think so. From what I've heard and talked to people in Australia everyone's taking a back seat to the American Supercross Series.
Yep.
So they'll see what happens there first. And then, if it does come down to September, October, you still have November and December. Even if it was pushed back into late November, you still have, 3 or 4 weeks you could play with into November or all of December. And I feel like that's what they would do. I don't know for sure, but I think at minimum they would like to have a 3-race series. They want to have something is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
And I would love to be a part of it either way. With the OzX Open, they're in a big stadium over there in Melbourne. I think it's the AFL Stadium, and or NRL. I forget which one it is, but and their series, it'd be like our NFL, getting it's way pushed back over there. So now that stadium's probably going to be taken. So I think just like they've got to jump through a bunch of hoops to make it happen. But I do think they really want to make it happen, and I hope I can fit them all in. And best case scenario, we race September. Well, best case, we race in May, June.
Yeah. That's best case. Yeah.
We're September, October. Bercy, and Geneva's November, December, and then you throw some Australian races in amongst those, and
then you just roll right into Anaheim 2021. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Which is my normal schedule anyway, September to May.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Let's get a couple phone calls here. 5 is Dylan. Dylan, what's going on?
Hey, Steve. So I've been listening to the show a lot, been hearing you say a lot that all the manufacturers want Supercross to go early. So I'm kind of wondering why the manufacturers want it. And don't you think it would kind of be easier to have it in the spring where they wouldn't have to probably crunch as hard and they wouldn't have to do like
what do you mean the spring?
A week?
What do you mean the spring? This is the spring.
Like if they finish the Supercross series in May instead of doing it in like October.
Oh, no. It's better for sure.
Yeah.
But
why is it better for the manufacturer?
Just because, if you're Kawasaki and Honda, you've got this points championship up for grabs. Chase Sexton's got a points lead, and anything can happen in 11 outdoor motos. You're putting yourself into risk for injury. You're putting yourself into risk for a lot of things to happen. This Supercross championship is the most important thing. So let's do that. That's why that they just want to get that done. So
okay.
So all right, man. Thanks.
I think too, from a manufacturer's standpoint, Steve, is the new models. We get new models, so we have normally September, October, November, and December to test a new bike. Where if we're racing into November, then you have a new bike that you haven't ridden hardly at all, and then you got to get used to this thing in 4 weeks. And
I remember when I was at Yamaha, we would start riding Supercross the Wednesday after the last national. And I'm all like, why can't we just wait a little bit? Like, I get it. But it was explained to me, like, we have to start testing, we have to start riding because we need to order parts from Japan for the final settings, and those take a month or more to get, and so we need to have those things by December. So we got to know our settings by October. And that makes sense.
Yeah.
That absolutely makes sense. So
a lot of people don't realize that they've got to, even if you're Honda or you're Yamaha, it still takes time to get parts. It's not like they're just sitting on the shelf. And you still have to order them from Japan, or maybe you have to make some stuff or come up with some new chassis settings or linkage. And it's a long process. So the fans definitely don't get to see that, but it is a long 2, 3, 4 month process.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's kind of because let's say it goes in the fall. So the last national is second week September. We got a week off. Then we go right into 7 races in 4 weeks or whatever. Now you're looking at the end of October, and now you're mid-October, let's say mid-October, and now you're looking at maybe a couple weeks off for guys like JB, and it is bam right into your Anaheim 2021 prep.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of that.
Yep.
So
yep.
Also too talking about this quad thing. What kind of screwed me with these quad guys. And by the way, you're welcome. All you quad guys are fucking welcome for the press. You're all welcome. No one has talked about you.
A lot of press.
No one has talked about you quad guys forever, okay, until I did a couple weeks ago. So you're all welcome. But who screwed, as usual, Cade and Brayton, you'll appreciate this too. Phil fucked us on this. Because Phil Nicoletti.
Yeah,
because I did a privateer podcast with Phil, and all he would talk about how gnarly quads were.
Oh.
Yeah, just oh god, quad. So all the quad guys heard that, so they jumped on Team Phil.
Jumped on Team Phil. That's all Phil needs is more fans.
Right. So anyway, that was part of the problem. But hey, before we let you go, JB, Chris Keefer, are you there?
Yes, sir. Hi, guys.
All right, Keefer. So Brayton had a great idea.
Okay.
We're gonna get you on a quad. We want you to practice on a quad. We're gonna get you a modified one, and then you have to race a quad national.
Oh, that sounds fun. I'm in.
Oh, he's in.
He could qualify for that.
Nice.
All right, there we go. There we go.
See, I've had some time on quads, so I have some say about this whole theory of yours.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
So, if you guys are familiar with Dustin Nelson, he's a test rider for Yamaha.
Yeah.
We both started testing quads at the same time for Yamaha back in the day, and we'd never have ridden quads, so we started doing more testing, and Dustin got really good and then ended up having a second life of his career in quad racing.
Yeah.
And he absolutely killed it. So I've had some time on quads. I heard your theory. I agree with you to a certain extent, but I do agree with Phil in some things. Doing jumps and some things of aspects of quads is way gnarlier than dirt bikes.
Okay, but you'll get used to it in a couple weeks.
I don't know about a couple of weeks, but yeah, you will get used to
it. What do you need, Chris? A month? What are you thinking? A month?
Yeah, where are we at?
I need a month. Yes, a month, solid, 2-3 days a week on the quad at a track, at a normal motocross track.
Not in the DES. The DES doesn't cut it?
No, I got to jump this thing because it's sketchy.
Wow. Listen, Chris, I don't want to bring up the Nationals, but, this could be a little bit of redemption for you.
Hey, you know what sucks is, I feel like you set me up for failure with all these freaking little bets. The Western bet, the National bet, this bet. I'm just striking out. My confidence is going to shit.
This is JB through you than this one. It's not. I didn't do it. It was Brayton's idea.
Sorry, Keefer.
Man, I just think JB was a nice guy. He's kind of an asshole now, I guess.
Listen, exactly. And look, Dustin was a great rider. He made events. He scored points at a national, I believe. He's a point guy. So, but he wasn't like JB level or Eli Tomac level, what we're talking about, and he became a great quad racer. Again, just
right.
Gary Denton was a top 10 national privateer guy, never going to podium, never going to win, but a good rider. And became an 8-time quad champion. I just throwing it out there, everybody.
I'm saying it's possible. That's what I was saying. It is possible to happen. It's just not.
Why isn't Cade doing this?
Cade's scared of quads. Cade's team quad. He's team quad. It's unfortunate.
I'm not scared of quads. We already had this conversation.
Him and Phil are team quads.
Keefer, I have quad experience as well. That's why I know that they are difficult to ride. I have respect for the quad.
What kind of quad do you want, Keefer? Got a Yamaha?
I don't even know anything about them, so it doesn't matter to me, I guess.
They still make those YFZs, I'm pretty sure.
We'll send him to Chad Wienen's house, Team Yamaha.
Yeah.
We'll get you dialed.
Chad's a fly guy. He's Team Yamaha.
We'll get you in there.
Yeah, no problem.
Perfect.
I'm
in. Let's go.
All right. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for calling.
All right.
Have
a good time.
All right. See you.
I was thinking you guys were going to get him a Suzuki Quadzilla.
I don't know if they still make those.
I don't know if they make.
But JB,
hopefully everyone's off my back now. Just start jamming Keefer's social media instead of mine.
Again, all you quad guys are welcome, okay? You're all welcome. I got you pressed, all right? You got mentioned, all right? So, all right, JB, we got a flat track guy coming on next. You want to try that?
That would be fun. I like it. I like trying all kinds of new stuff. Just the quad's gnarly. The quad's gnarly. Like I said, it's like throwing a dishwasher wash machine out of a
was it
story building.
Was this his race quad or like a really modified quad?
Yeah, it was the exact one he was testing.
Okay.
They brought it out. They were changing gearing or something on it, and took it off the stand and said, "Here you go." But I guess his is lowered, and he runs like a lot of different stuff. I guess he was telling me.
How's the motor compared to your bike, though? How is the motor compared to yours? Like, is it at all comparable?
Good. It seemed like you had to shift a lot, though. Like like the gearing was really short, you know.
Oh, okay.
Compared to like our bikes, we can keep ours in second or third the whole time. Like that, you'd want to shift it all the time, and it was almost more like riding a two-stroke. The meat of the power was a lot smaller.
That's probably because on a regular bike you only got one rear wheel to break loose, and on the quad you got two. So I'm sure they have to change the gearing a lot.
And Holley brought this up earlier. Wouldn't you want twist throttle? Why don't these guys run twist throttle?
I think it would be awkward though. Well. I think it would be awkward when you're laying off the one side. Like if you're laid off, like you can't really bend your wrist that way, right?
Oh.
Nah.
Okay.
I don't know.
I feel like that's a valid
point. That handlebar's got to be turned into this way. So you
not when you're if you're turning right, you're probably counter steering.
Yeah. I don't know.
Test it, JB.
We got another quad guy on the line here before we let you go. We're coming up with Jared Mees, by the way, right away. Flat track champion. Is this Nick?
This is.
What's up, Nick? You race ATV Pro?
Yeah, it's funny. I've been listening to you guys for the last 20 minutes, and I know Justin was basically talking about sizing himself up against a fifth place guy. And it's funny because I was getting tagged left and right, and I've gotten fifth for the last 5 years in a row.
Oh, there we go.
I looked him up a minute. I looked you up a minute ago.
There you go, Nick. All right, you and Brayton are going to be going at it. You guys are going good.
Yeah, no, it was cool, man. I've always been a fan of you. I was pumped when you won Daytona a couple years back, and I was at Montreal when you were there last year. I raced that event too.
Oh, nice. So, I appreciate it, man.
No, it's pretty cool, but I guess I'm your guy for that.
Nick, Nick, how do you say your last name, Nick? How do you say your last name?
That's Janusa.
Janusa. Nick Janusa on the line, ATV number 5. So, Brayton, that's your guy. Nick Janusa. That's what we're gunning for.
Hey, so what about if we do...
I was out...
But, Nick, where are you at on this? Where are you at on this?
Where
argument?
am I at?
Yeah, where are you at of this argument, Nick? No. I'm sure you're gnarly on a quad. You're number 5, but where are you at? Truthfully.
Okay. I mean, I have a little bit of bike experience myself. I had a 250 a couple of years ago, and I raced it once, just like a training thing. You want my honest opinion?
Yes.
I don't put anything past a couple of guys, but I feel like, it's kind of an equal size up at the same time, but honestly, I think it's going to go both ways. I personally don't see one of these guys hopping on and training for a month and getting top 5. I don't see it happening.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
It's like the other way. Very respectfully. Trust me, I get your grind.
Yeah.
I get your skill level. I just don't see it happening.
Hey, Nick, how about if you go 5 laps on a quad and Brayton's on his bike, then you guys flip. Brayton gets on your quad and you get on his bike.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
JB, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, so I like the comparison of both of us on a quad. And let's just say you're 10 seconds a lap faster than me, or 20 seconds, whatever the number is.
Right.
Then we both get on bikes.
Right.
And then are you the same or better or worse than me on either a motocross track or supercross track? That's the comparison I like more than I'm going to be a top 5 quad guy. I'm not even interested in that.
I like both of them. I like all of them, but I'm not the guy that has to do it. So
yeah.
What do you think?
It's comparable. It's very comparable, and I think the size up comparable of the skill level riders, and then us being in the same place, 1 or 2 different tracks, same day, and then switching. I don't think there's a better matchup.
So
for
do you think, Nick, that you will be closer to him on a motocross bike, or he'll be closer to you on a quad lap times?
In my opinion, I think I'm gonna be closer on a bike.
Oh my God, I've had it.
Dude,
I've had it with you fucking quad guys.
If
I've had it.
you guys want to end this debate, let's make it happen.
I'm gonna pay Brayton like $100K to do this, just to fucking shut all you quad guys up. I can't deal with this.
A lot more than that to do a quad match.
Good point, Brayton. You're right. Listen, Nick, come on, Nick. Come on.
Hey, come on, man. Let's make it happen. Hey, show me you're not scared, and let's do it. You know?
We got this little thing called Factory Honda to deal with too, Nick.
What do you think if Brayton trained for a month or so, 6 weeks, couple months? Where do you think he would end up? You say he can't do a top 5. Would he be in the top 10, top 15?
No, honestly, I'm respectfully.
Yeah,
I don't even think he. I don't even think he beat one of our guys in qualifying.
Oh, Nick, Nick.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Okay, but listen, I'm not saying myself if I trained for a month. I'm not saying that I would qualify for a bike national. I know I wouldn't.
Yeah. No, I know. I know. You're being cool.
Does he get to train? Does he get to train for 4 weeks on a quad and then size me up?
Yes.
And then vice versa. Do I get to ride a bike for 4 or 6 weeks and then we?
Wow,
do
that's a different thing. The contest between a bike and a quad was just like whatever, just jump on and go. But we're talking.
Okay.
The other thing about a quad national. Listen, we got to run. We got Jared Mees coming up. But thanks for your call, Nick. I appreciate it. Thank you, buddy.
All right, man.
All right, thanks. Thanks.
Steve, when did you start a quad PulpMX show? Is this the quad one or is this still the?
You know what? Honestly, I'm going to start. What I am going to start is a GoFundMe to pay a rider to do this, so I can shut all these quad guys up.
And what happens if you lose?
Nick said, I've never really ridden a bike. I had a 250 that I raced once. Blah, 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 right? That's what he said, everybody?
Yeah.
I didn't hear that wrong, right? Okay, I heard that right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yet he's going to be closer to Justin Brayton on a dirt bike than Brayton is going to be on a quad?
Yeah.
But he's never really had a bike.
He has a bike.
He said he never really had a road bikes much. He had a 250F. He raced once. But somehow, Nick,
how many times has JB rode a quad?
It doesn't matter.
It matters.
0.0.
All right, listen, we gotta go. But I'm already upset. I just, between Hammy,
to talk about the quad guys are gnarly. Though.
They are,
especially Hetrick, dude. I watched Hetrick. I'm telling you, Hetrick, he was a gnarly dude and a cool guy.
Listen, I get it. They are gnarly, but they're failed motocrossers just like me. That's all. Because if they could do it on a dirt bike, they would. So, anyways, that's what I'm saying. All right. I don't know, Brayton. All right, now you got to
rest of your show.
Now you got to race a quad national.
No, I'm out on the the
Nah, man, I had to come back and get my stuff before Sarah was ready to, have a divorce because I was never home.
Oh, gotcha.
So
gotcha.
I wish.
All right, JB. Well, thank you for calling in. Enjoy your Bullfrog Spas. We'll be Bullfrog Spas buddies soon. So thanks, buddy.
All right, see ya.
That's Justin Brayton, everybody. Brought to you by Vortex Racing. Look, Nick sounded like a nice guy. He's fifth. What we say, 3 years in a row or something?
Yeah, 5 years in a row.
5 years in a row?
Yeah.
Well, we started this argument, so I googled all the ATV dudes, and I was looking at them before he came on.
Okay, yeah,
so,
good job.
I'm just curious what an ATV weighs. What do you think those things weigh?
A dishwasher.
I mean, you got at least an extra 100.
You think that much?
Oh, yeah, dude. Those tires are so heavy.
Listen. Nick was crazy talking about that he would be closer to Brayton on a dirt bike.
Dude.
Brayton is a world-class motocross racer.
Okay, we need, you think he could be within 15 seconds of Brayton?
Whatever the time is, Brayton will be closer on a quad. Whatever the time is.
I bet you he could be within 5 seconds of Brayton on his quad when JB's on a dirt bike.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, you have more wheels hooking up on the ground.
Oh, come on. What? It's the same exact motor. But
you have 2 wheels hooking up. You have more wheels grabbing dirt. You're going to go faster.
So do cars?
How rough it is.
So do cars or road race guys go faster on a track?
I have no idea.
I would say
cars. Certain tracks, road race guys can go faster than cars.
Yeah, I have no idea. Anyways, all right. Can we get on to our next guest?
Let's do it.
We're going to do more quad talk later, though.
No.
Jared
We're done with quads.
Jimmy's done with quads.
I'm done with quads, man.
No more quads.
Welcome to the world of pulp, Holley. You've been sucked in now.
I know it.
Cade, did you know that every 2-stroke KTM and Husqvarna comes with a Vertex piston in the engine from the factory?
I think so.
You did?
I think so.
Did you know that 65 years ago, Vertex Pistons was founded in a small workshop in northern Italy?
I did when you told me that.
Did you know that they're today, because of their renowned reputation for exceptional quality, Vertex is an OEM supplier to KTM, Husqvarna, Beta, Gas, TM?
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Email sales@pivotworks.com to get a deal on a Vertex piston kit. Get the promo code. You get 25% off if you email sales@pivotworks.com. Full range of 2-stroke and 4-stroke pistons, replica, high compression, GP style, all of that. VertexPistons.com. They're pleased and proud to bring you our next guest of the night, multi-time American flat track champion, Jared Mees. Jared, what's going on, man? How are you?
What's happening, guys?
Hey, sorry to keep you waiting. We had a big quad debate on our show. It's a whole thing.
Oh, man, I was getting such a kick out of it.
How would you do on a quad, Jared? Where were we going to put you at a quad national?
Oh, I'd win it.
Oh, there we go. Hey, don't. Quad Army will come after you. Don't do that, all right?
Oh, man, yeah, it was a good one.
Listen, thanks for coming on. I appreciate it. Bummer about your series. Look, the Supercross guys got 10 in. You guys are getting ready to kick your deal off when this whole coronavirus struck, huh?
Yeah, man, we were at Daytona unloading the trucks, and we heard about, like, Trump getting on and doing the whole disaster, deal, and as soon as that all happened, we knew we were dead in the water. Like, leading up to it, I was actually out at Alden Baker's and hanging out, and they just basically canceled, or they just announced that there was going to be no fans at Indianapolis.
Right.
And I was like, oh, okay, all right. And then, boom, I was driving over to, like, a Thursday fan thing for, the kickoff of our event. And they already announced that there would be no fans at our race either. And then we woke up the next morning and, bam, it was a whole different deal. We were done.
Yeah, it's crazy for sure. And so, we know the Supercross rumors and the motocross rumors. What are you hearing from the AFT guys? Like, do they have some sort of tentative date that they want to start?
Man, I really wish I had, like, I wish we had some rumors, honestly.
Okay.
Really, it's pretty quiet. It's all going to depend on each state. I think that's kind of every sport.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly. So it's going to depend on each state. Right now, we are still scheduled to kick off May 30th at the Lexington Red Mile.
Okay.
But, we're kind of like everybody. We wake up every day, and it's like, what are we going to hear now? So I think it's cool that, Supercross was able to make some small announcements about getting going there in May. That'd be awesome. That would help us out a lot. Like, I think once things start going,
sure.
I think it's going to help things, like, keep rolling, So I hope Supercross goes for our sake even. I think it'll be one of those things where who's going to go first.
Right. I think you're right, absolutely. Jared Mees on the show, brought to you by Vertex Pistons, factory Indian racer in the twins class in American Flat Track. So from what I gather, Jared, you didn't win the title this past year, so you're looking for revenge in 2020.
Yeah.
And the guy that won the title was a guy that you sort of helped mentor a little bit, I guess, like a Stanton RJ thing back in the day a little bit. Is that what kind of happened?
I mean, Briar and I have been really close, and he's a little bit younger than me for sure. And years ago, he came on up and started hanging out, and we started training together. And before you know it, we hit it off really, really good. And I kind of helped mentor him just on a little bit of everything. Like, here's my financial advisor, dude, and here's my accountant, and got him rolling. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so,
for sure.
He was really doing strong. He was going good at the end of 2018, and then when the other Indian team kind of split up and broke up, they formed another team, and Briar was kind of in the hot seat really for it. He was really kicking ass towards the end of 2018, and there wasn't anybody to pick really but him, and then his brother was actually on board too. So
okay,
he's solid, and it's just one of those things, man, where I helped him out for a long time, and then he came back and handed it to me.
Kind of like Stanton and RJ, right, Jimmy?
Yeah.
I mean, RJ, Rick Johnson took Stanton in, showed him
under his wing.
Yeah, and then RJ hurts his wrist, and next thing you know, Stanton wins everything. So
yeah, but I know Jim Holley here. I've known you. I've met you a few times and stuff. Brad Baker, a good friend of mine. I helped him when he won the championship in 2013. But I want to know, like, when I rode for the factory Yamaha, Eddie Lawson, you know, we would go out and we would ride motocross together. Do a lot of the dirt tracker guys still ride motocross as training?
Yeah, 100% actually. It's really tough to find like a flat track to go and train at. And man, they take like so much work, like the prepping and the digging up and getting the moisture in it. It's kind of a battle to go ride flat track. You spend like way more time prepping the little short track or whatever you got going to go out there and ride. And like motocross it's just easier to prep. You till it up, you throw some water on it, and it might be a little bit wet at first, but it kind of comes in and you're set. Flat track, a little too much water, you're screwed. Not enough water, you're screwed. It's like it's just I would rather just go pay my $30 and ride at a local motocross track with my buddies, and I actually feel like I get the heart rate way up and I get a really good workout out of it, and I have a lot of fun doing that. So I really do enjoy motocrossing a lot for cross training.
I'm surprised at that. I would think that, there'd be flat tracks and you guys would all go and show up and ride them. Yeah, I'm surprised.
About the only time you guys do that is after a national. When you're testing, you'll rent the track out on Sunday after a national and test some stuff like that, correct?
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, it's usually not that fun because we go out there and make like 5 or 6 laps and come and make a change, 5 or 6 laps, make a change.
Right.
It's just way cooler going to like a nice, good motocross track that's solid and put in some laps. I mean, don't get me wrong. I wish we could train for flat track on a flat track a lot more often. But the motorcycles, the twins and stuff, they're expensive. Not that a Supercross bike isn't, but it's just a different way of going, I guess. You know, flat track too. It's like there's so many different surfaces and so many different like types of tracks and banked and limestone, and like there's just so many surfaces, so many different shapes and things. It's just hard to like find a good, happy medium. So I don't know. It's way more cooler to just go moto. But a lot of guys moto, so that's what's good.
Yeah, you talk about moto. Kristen Beat sent me a text, and she wants to know who's faster on a motocross track, you or Brian Smith?
Oh, man. I think I got Brian in that department. He's a little bunch.
So what do you ride for moto? What do you have for a bike? Because Indian obviously is your sponsor for flat track, but they don't make a moto bike. So what do you have?
CRF 450.
Oh, okay. All right.
Honda.
Yeah. Jared, something that our audience would be into, I think, for sure, if they don't know you already and follow you a little bit, is you train with Alden Baker and his guys. What's that been like, and how's that program for you? Like, obviously, you can't jump in with Zacho and Marvin and all these guys and moto down with them, but so what kind of stuff do you do with Alden, and how does that work?
More on the advising on like the heart rate and the training and the weightlifting and, that kind of stuff. So he kind of advises me on that kind of stuff. You're right. I mean, like the Supercross stuff is just way, it's so gnarly, you know what I mean? Like, I look at their stuff and I'm like, they call those whoops and I would be calling them like doubles, you know what I mean? So it's a different deal. So no, I don't do any riding at all, on the Supercross tracks or nothing like that. It's more or less just him, advising me on the heart rate stuff and, where I should be and what I should be doing. And, he's got what he calls a method to his madness. So, it's been good. It's been great, actually.
702-586-PULP. You got a question for multi-time American flat track champion Jared Mees, brought to you by vertexpistons.com. Email sales@pivotworks.com.
Hey, Jared, I'm just curious, what tracks do you like better? Are you a blue groove guy? You like the cushion, you like to run it up high? What type of track do you like to run on?
I like the gnarliest, cushionist type of stuff. So I like Lima and Pomona and Oklahoma City Mile, and I like the bigger, cushiony, loamy type tracks. Everybody would probably say no. I would guarantee he would say blue groove because that's probably where most of like my success came from. But man, I love being done with a race and just feel like you went into like World War II, you know what I mean? So I love that feeling, dude, of getting just peppered down, roosted, filthy dirty, and just feeling like you just won a war, and it makes you feel like, everything that you did during the week with the training pays off. You get out on some of those like blue groove Springfield miles, and it's like your heart rate doesn't come above 110. You know what I mean? It's just
Right.
like you're just riding around. It's so smooth and so perfect. But now I like the gnarly ones.
You know, for people listening in, talk a little bit about drafting, because that plays a big part, especially in the miles. Like, you know, earlier I was talking to Steve and Kate about Shayna Texter, you know, her weight and everything. She is phenomenal on the miles. I've watched her. And, you know, that drafting plays a big part, and there's a strategy to it, especially on the last lap.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, at Springfield Mile, which is the most legendary, like, flat track race we have on the circuit, you know, the drafting is so key there. You know, some miles are like what I would call like a big half mile where it's just get it on and you don't worry about drafting because there's roost in the shape of the track. But Springfield is all about drafting game because the bikes are so close in speed and horsepower for the most part. And you just learn tactics over the year. You know, you go to Springfield and you'd rather be like 35 years old and have experience behind you and know what to do on the last 5 laps rather than going there being 20 years old and just, you know, full of piss and vinegar, you know what I mean?
Right,
so
right.
You're way better off going there with some like education, I would call it, or experience. And the draft is key. I mean, you got to play out. You got to know who the players are, so it's kind of a chess match at 130 miles an hour of who's the players, where are they strong at, where are they getting off the corner at, can you beat them to the line? A lot is going through the mind the last 5 laps for guys trying to win the Springfield Mile. And, you know, if you know you're the guy that's able to control the race, then the feather's in your hat, you know. But if you're not the guy controlling the race, then you got to come up with something pretty crafty on the last lap, whether it's a swerve, whether it's, you know, making the guy think to go around you and you kind of roll high. I mean, there's so many small little, like, tricks of the trade, I should say, that happens on the last lap of Springfield. And sometimes there's some middle fingers thrown after the checkered flag because the guy swerved.
Yeah, one other thing I wanted to ask you, too, and this has been a debate. Ronnie Jones is a good friend of mine, and Kevin Atherton and stuff. But, like, I'm 59 now, right? I'm never going to go back to Supercross racing, but Ronnie Jones can come out and he can qualify for a national. I watched him at Sacramento a couple years ago qualify and finish in the top 10.
And how old is he?
He's 59. He's
Oh,
my age.
okay.
And he's making nationals. He doesn't ride the whole series, but he'll come out and he'll ride one.
Yeah.
He'll qualify for the main and run like 10th.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
Yeah. Huh.
Well, that's because, like, 11th through 18th broke.
Oh, Ronnie's going to be mad at that.
Yeah, no, Ronnie's impressive, man. I mean, he's kept himself in great shape. I mean, you walk up and you see him, and you're like, no way, you're almost 60 years old, you know. And
but
you know,
it's probably got something to do with it being smart, though, right? Like what you were saying, Jared, about he's got experience. He knows how this stuff is going to play out down the race.
100%. Like you see in motocross, right? Like, so everybody, when you're an elite motocross guy, you're usually kind of fading your way out, you know, early 30s, right? So in flat track, man, I feel like you, and maybe I'm just being biased because I'm just turned 34 the other day, but I think you really come into a good prime in your early to mid 30s with flat track because you get the experience behind you and you get the setup with the bike, and it's not as grueling of a series in a sport as like motocross. You know what I mean? Like it's not as, I mean, them guys get 2 months off and then they're back in boot camp with going for Supercross, and then they get a week off and boom, they're right back into motocross. So it's like, I understand why, like, Dungy said, man, I'm done at 29, and Villapoto, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, man, I get it 100%. For us, we get a pretty good break between our seasons, and it's not as taxing on the body by any means. You know, like, I go ride moto a couple times a week, and it's like I wake up and I'm like, woof, you know, lower back is smoked. And then you go race a flat track, and it's just like, yeah, no big deal. So, but yeah, it's all, you know, the older you get, the more, I think the more experience you get and the more it helps you out in certain areas, especially Springfield. And that's where, you know, Ronnie has been strong at the last few years, or for, you know, his whole career, but he's able to go to Springfield and it's like, yeah, he's going to make the main.
Is it still Peoria that has got some jumps? Was that the one that's got some jumps?
Yeah,
the
Peoria,
TT. Yeah.
Peoria's a legendary.
Yeah.
It's pretty gnarly because how fast you hit that jump.
Right.
And how fast you hit the jump and how far you got to, like, lean in the air. I mean, you know how, like, good Sipes is at Supercross and everything. And, like, he went to Peoria last year, and I know he didn't win it, but I think he got like 4th or 5th. I mean, he was there, but it's like he's a hell of a jumper, and you know, like he
figured it out.
He wasn't no better than anybody over the jump because it's pretty crazy.
Well, and you talk about Peoria there. You know, Chris Carr dominated. I think he's got how many wins there in a row, and then after him, Henry Wiles starts to dominate.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Henry's is a really good motocross guy too.
Hey, so again, I don't follow this stuff as closely. So there's the twins class that you race, and it's pretty gnarly, and you're a multi-time champion. There's also, like, in the last few years, the Japanese OEMs have a singles class, which is a motocross bike set up for flat track. Is the purses the same, and is the prestige the same as if, you know, for your championship versus like a singles championship? Like, is it kind of like, hey, I got support from Kawasaki or KTM, so I'm going to do the singles class, and yes, they're not as fast and they're not as gnarly of bikes and all of that. I understand that part, but is it sort of like, is it like a 250 Supercross title versus a 450 Supercross title? Is that more what it's like, or is it looked upon like an equal?
No, it's definitely not equal.
Okay.
I mean, the twins class is by far the most prestige, and you know, years ago, a couple years back in, like, say 2009, 8, 6, 7, 8, something like that, they actually tried splitting the singles and the twins up into 2 elite classes, to where, like, I used to run the singles and the twins to be the Grand National Champion.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then 2017, they said, man, this is stupid. Like, you know, we've got Indian Motorcycle wanting to come in and play ball with us, but they're saying, hey, we don't want to pay riders to go out there and race Peoria, the Daytona Short Track, and Castle Rock on a Honda or Yamaha or Kawasaki, and pay a guy to go race the Springfield Mile on our twin. So that's when they kind of brought back the twins everywhere. So we're jumping these things. Which that's a whole other story. And then, so we're back jumping these things like they did way back in the Springer days and the, you know, Randy Goss days and stuff like that. So it's like history's, you know, repeating itself in today's world. And back before then, they tried to have like a singles champion and a twins champion, and it was kind of very confusing. And the prestige was always on the twin side of things. And so then they came back and said, all right, twins go everywhere, and then singles go everywhere. And, you know, singles is still, I don't want to say this in a wrong way, but it's still your, like, entry-level class. You know what I mean? Like, it's the first class you're going to enter when you become pro for flat track.
Got it.
You've got to be a certain age to run a twin. It's 18, where you can run a single at 16. So you at least got to run a single for 2 years before you get yourself on a twin. So, yeah, by far the twins class is the most prestige, and that's what everybody knows is, like, you know, heck, it's a purpose-built, crafted motorcycle. It's like a MotoGP bike, but a flat track bike. Like, everything's handmade and one-off.
Yeah, it's funny because Steve said, do I know anything about flat track? And I grew up in that era with, you know, Gary Scott, you know, Eddie Mulder, John Haley, all these guys. And, you know, back then, you know, Keith Mashburn, all these guys, they had to start out, you had to ride a novice, and it had to be on a 2-stroke, and then you moved up to intermediate class, and then you moved up to the expert class. They had 3 different phases. And I think they're doing it the right way by letting the singles race, and you got to have a stipulations, you got to be in that class before you jump up, because like we were talking about with Chase Sexton, it's a whole different animal, a 250 motocross supercross bike, and then when you switch up to the 450, that 750 class.
But it is cool.
Gnarly.
It is cool that the Japanese OEMs, like Kawai's got a team.
Absolutely.
They invest in a team.
Sure.
Like, that's cool, right?
KTM,
KTM,
and Husky and stuff with Shayna Texter and those guys.
Right.
And what's the kid's name? He moved up to the twins class, and he was on KTM last year. What's his name, Jared?
He was on a Husky, Dalton.
Yeah.
Dalton Gautier.
Yeah, Gautier. Yeah.
I think it's neat to see. Like, I don't know if it's exploding in popularity. That might be a bit much, but for sure, flat track has come back in the last 5, 6, 7 years. From, you know, don't you feel like, Jim? Like,
I think it's come back, and Jared, you can attest to this. I think with social media and everything, I think it's coming back. We were talking about it before we went on air when, you know, RJ Reynolds, Camel, Pro Series, and everything. There was money back then for Springer and all the boys to be making back then.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that was what I would call like the heydays. You know, they were the awesome days. You go out there and you win the Springfield Mile during the Camel Challenge. It was, I don't know, 4 or 5 laps and you won $10,000. You know, they were awesome. And you go to like Scott Parker's place and you see, you know, you can count them things around his garage. I mean, he definitely was making some coin back then. But yeah, flat track is the best I've ever seen it. I was a rookie in 2004, and flat track is the best I've seen it since 2017 till last year. I mean, of course, this year is hard to say anything.
It's not as good
anyway.
when you didn't win the title, Jared. That's not as good for sure.
Yeah, right. 17, 18, 19 were the best I've seen it in just multiple ways of, you know, television and of course monetary support, more manufacturers and OEMs, and I think a real big one was Indian Motorcycle when they came back out with like a actual purpose-built bike. Like these guys came in and were dead serious. Like, I'm going to build an engine, a bike, everything that is just purposely built for flat track racing. And we haven't seen that since the back in the day with the XR 750 and then the RS 750. You know what I mean? So it's the third manufacturer to actually go, you know what, we want to win.
Yeah, we're going to go after this.
Here we go.
And also, too, like the whole hipster thing. Flat Track came back with those guys too. Like people started like buying them, not the flat track bikes, but like the little cafe racer stuff leads you into flat tracking. I feel like that's part of it too. You know,
dude. Another thing that actually has been like pretty popular, and I think actually plays a toll. And I mean, people will probably be like, "Dude, you're crazy," but the hooligans, like what Roland Sands was doing with the hooligans, like, dude, people like can relate to that. You know what I mean? Like, dude, I'm gonna grab my bagger and I'm gonna go out there and slide this thing and crash it into somebody, you know. And I think a lot of it's actually helped us out in ways. Like, it's brought an audience to, all right, well, that's what's cool. Well, who's the best at it? Like, what's the best series to watch? Who's the professionals? Who's the guys that make this happen? And that kind of, you know, leads them to our sport. You know what I mean? It's two totally different things. I mean, these guys are out there with 800-900 pound baggers sliding these things sideways in first gear, and dude, they have one hell of a show sometimes. But it helps.
As a former mechanic, I'm interested, like, do your, you know, obviously the motocross guys, and you've been around it with the Baker guys, it's nonstop testing, it's nonstop suspension stuff and all that kind of stuff. You're in the works class, right? You can build a homemade frame and everything else, do kind of what you want, right? Like what you said Indian is doing. So do you change much from year to year, or are you riding the same bike? Like, I mean, obviously there's small changes, but once you dial in your setup, I think you're dialed, right? Or is it more testing than that?
Once you dial on your setup, you're pretty close. You know, one thing about flat track, it's kind of, you get something going, and like the geometry on our frames is a very similar geometry than what it was 20 years ago.
Is
like
it really?
The head angle, like the head angle, the pivot to the countershaft sprocket. Like, those numbers are so close, man, that you would be like, dude, you guys are stuck in. There's got to be something better than it. Like linkage, for example. Like, linkage is, you know, how many seconds a lap faster a non-linkage motocross bike versus a linkage. Like, it's incredible, right? Flat track right now today, I would pick a non-linkage bike over a linkage bike in a heartbeat. Right now, there isn't one motorcycle out on the starting grid that I know of that goes around, that has went around the track faster with linkage. Like, everybody runs non-linkage. I've tried it. I've tested it.
Right.
It makes sense why it should work, but you put it on your bike, and it don't work. It's so frustrating. Like, my suspension guy's like kicks himself every time. Like, this should work. Why doesn't this work?
That's funny.
Why is that, though? Why doesn't it work? Too much flex in the corner and stuff when you're getting on the throttle coming out of, say, like turn 2, it's not hooking up?
Dude, it doesn't hook up. It doesn't go forward. Like, I had one built for the Indian, and I tested it, and I thought this was awesome. And I went to the race, and I'm like, this sucks. I'm out. You know, put the old stuff back on, and we're going that direction. Right. You know what I mean? Just upside down forks. You know, we're still running conventional 43 millimeter skinny flexy forks, and it's because of the flex. Bolt on really big, thick, heavy, you know, 58 millimeter forks or whatever they are.
They don't work.
It's like, it don't work better. You know what I mean?
That's
it's like,
funny.
This should work better. Why? I mean, sometimes the TTs and stuff with the braking, it's like, yeah, it's a little bit better, but dude, most guys are running still 2002 conventional style CBR 600 front forks and stuff like that. Like, that's, you know.
Right.
I'm curious on the head stay. What, 28 degree angle?
We're more like around 22 to 25.
Wow.
Look at Jim just throwing in a head angle
numbers.
for a flat track.
Got all the numbers here.
Yeah.
So what do you guys?
Winter cookbook over there.
Yeah.
So what do you guys actually like focus on race day? Like changing, you guys say a lot of your stuff stays the same once you have a setting, but like on race day, track to track, like what are you guys changing and really focusing on to, find those tenths here, tenths there?
Our number one thing that we probably change at the races is the rear sprocket, which I know sounds like what, but we have a stack of sprockets from like a 36 rear tooth sprocket all the way up to a 55. And of course, like if I'm going to the Springfield mile or a mile, I know I'm going to be between like a 36 to a 42. So you kind of have an idea, all right, I'm going there.
Yep.
But you go from track to track to track, and we use each one of those sprockets throughout the season. Each one.
Wow. Yeah, so a lot of differences.
Motocross, Supercross, I'm guessing they probably kind of bolt their stuff on, and they might be within a tooth, or maybe they don't even change that.
No, yeah, it's usually a tooth or two. Two is a huge change. Yeah.
Dude, I go to Springfield Mile every year. We go there twice a year, and I bet you every time I've gone there, I have went up a tooth, down a tooth, up 2 teeth, down 2 teeth. You know what I mean? Like, and I've been there, however many times, and of course they don't change the size of the track or anything. It's just how much moisture is there, how fast it is, how far up the track are we riding, how
where you're sitting on the bike or anything like that. Yeah.
Do you change gearing in between a heat race and the main event?
Oh, numerous times. I change it twice sometimes, overthinking.
See, that would freak me out. That would freak me out.
Like Chad Reed, sometimes he'll change the front wheel.
Good point.
He runs a different tire in a heat race than he does in the main event.
Yeah. Jared, is the worst thing about the resurgence of American flat track, is the worst thing been Jason Wygant? Do you feel like that's the worst addition to the series?
Yeah, probably. You nailed that. I think how much to throw out there on that one.
Exactly. I could totally see that for sure. Hey, also too, we share a good buddy, Big Nasty. Nick Way's old mechanic is a buddy of yours?
Yeah. We do in Michigan, when I go back up there for the summer, we do a big Tuesday night group bicycle ride.
Oh, yeah.
And I know him from letting him tow me around on the bicycle. I should say I tow him around now. And it's Pickles,
yeah, Mandingo Pickles, go get him. Big Nasty, good guy, solid guy,
great guy.
Yeah,
quiet, strong on a bicycle.
I know. He's a big bicycle guy. So, hey, well, go ahead, Kay.
Hey, we were talking earlier about, was it airbag fences or?
Yeah, air fences. Are they running the air fences at some of those miles, so you don't get into the guardrails?
Yeah, 100%. We've had those, probably 12 years now, 10 years at least.
Yeah.
They really are awesome. I mean, there's no other word for them things but awesome. Wish we had more of them. We have enough to do the main high impact areas, and that doesn't mean we don't have enough to even do the whole corners, but they've saved lives, and I've gotten into them. They've saved me. They're awesome. And then, we got the airbag suits now too. Like Alpine Star's got an actual airbag suit, and that's awesome as well.
Oh, you guys wear that? Okay, yeah, that thing's pretty cool.
How's that? Yeah. How does that work?
Dude, it's a sensor. Actually, it's a sensor in it, and as soon as it senses that you're off tilt or you're off axis or speed and gravity sensor, I think, right, Jared? What is it?
Yeah, you hit it one of those times.
Yeah, and it knows you're off the bike, and it goes poof, it blows up.
Yeah. It's loud. It actually scared the shit out of me one time. I don't know, won the heat race or something, and I went to like jerk on the handlebars to try to, do a wheelie, and it must have sensed the motion it never was used to, and it popped that thing. And dude, it sounded like a guy going by me 40 mile an hour faster and slapped me in the back of the jacket, dude. It was so loud. But they're actually mandatory
that's awesome.
now for 2020.
So this guy you mentored a little bit and set up, like, are you rivals now? Are you guys still bros? With this PulpMX show, we got to get to the bottom of this. Are things tense now? Yeah, are things tense?
No, we're not too bad. I mean, we actually motoed a lot this winter together, training for the. It's just a little bit different mentality. Like my mentality is, who else, dude? I meant to tell you. You know who else I actually motored with? He was my biggest training partner all winter long this winter.
Who?
We linked up 3 days a week, and he made me a better rider, and I got to say thank you to him. It's Tony LaRusso.
Oh,
Tony.
LaRusso.
Yeah,
Oh, nice.
LaRusso. He was
Nice.
down here. He lived 30 minutes north of me.
Yeah.
Down here, and I text him, "Hey, dude, Orlando MX Tuesday. Okay, cool. See you. PAX Thursday. Okay, see you.
Yeah.
And dude, it was. I'm the type of guy, dude. Like, I want to go moto. I want to ride. I want to bicycle with someone that's better than me. You know, like I want to chase somebody.
Right.
And Tony was awesome. I mean, he would feed it. You know, and some of the other guys, you go out and ride, and like I'll cut the track. And I'll get behind somebody, and I'll be battling. It's like, hey man, why'd you cut the track? Why? It's like, well, dude, I came here to race. You know what I mean? Like, it's practice, but I want to race. I want to compete. Like, I want to make it fun where we come back next week. You know, and some people aren't as cool with that. You know, they want to keep their distance, and it's all good. But Tony, nah.
Yeah.
We throw down sometimes. It was fun. We had a great time.
He's a legend. Yeah,
LaRusso. Well, I didn't really realize it, and my buddy Craig Pickett was like, "Dude, that's Tony LaRusso." This was like a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay, well, yeah. And then I came home and started Googling him. I'm like, dude, this guy was bad.
Nice.
You know?
he was good, man, for sure. Well, hey, man, thanks for jumping on tonight. I appreciate it.
Yeah, dude. Thanks a lot for having me.
No problem. It's interesting, and thank God I had Jim Holley in studio here.
Gosh,
right?
This guy just knows everything.
Yeah, just flat track guy.
I think you came to Pomona a couple times, didn't you?
Oh yeah. No, I try to hit a couple, 2, 3 a year. I enjoy it. Like I said, my dad was a dirt tracker, and I grew up Trojan Speedway racing against Wayne Rainey, and he went to dirt track and I went to motocross and supercross, just a different way. But I really enjoy dirt tracking. Could never figure out the draft.
For you?
Pardon me?
Where'd you say home was for you?
Los Angeles. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, you're Pomona guy for sure.
Oh yeah. No, I love Pomona. That was I was gonna try to go to Paris this year, but now I don't know. Who knows when it's gonna happen? You know.
I would kind of say that one's off.
We went in 2002 before the Supercross. Nick away. I was working for Nick as his mechanic. We went to the flat track on Thursday before the Supercross.
Yep.
And Springsteen was still racing.
Yeah.
And he was just sitting there in a lawn chair smoking.
Yeah.
And I'm like, fucking guy's a legend. Like, and he looked old. Like, he looked like there was some time on him. And I'm like, Nick, like, that guy's on any Sunday. Like, that guy's, I think he was on any Sunday. I'm like, that guy's a hero.
Well, no, I don't know if Springer was on any Sunday, but you're probably thinking about
maybe on any Sunday too.
Mert Lawwell and all those guys were the original guys. Yeah, Jim Rice, all those guys, and David Aldana.
I mean, he's a legend.
He is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So,
there's probably no one more legend in flat track than Springer, man.
Yeah,
like that guy. You know, like you said, I don't know how many times I heard that story. Like, dude, I seen that guy smoking. The best one is when we had a red flag and we're hanging out in the hot box, and he just lights one up in the hot box. You know what I mean? Like, he just like calms him down, you know?
Yeah. No, that's awesome. No, it was cool to see him. I thought it was cool just to see him. Like, I can appreciate what a hero he is.
He's a good guy too. Him and Scotty Parker, Atherton, all those guys. I have mad bike skills with those guys, especially on those miles.
Sure.
Thanks for coming on, Jarrett. Let's get you back on again, especially like the fact that you insulted Wygant. That makes me really happy. So we can get you back on anytime, man. Well, hey, whenever this thing starts, good luck and everything, and you got my number now, so don't be scared to reach out.
All right, man. Thanks a lot, and good luck with the quad guys, huh?
Oh, yeah. We got to deal with that.
You got to watch out. Maybe he's going to sign you up, and you're going to be in on there, too.
Yeah, Mees and Brayton and Keefer, Racing Quad Nationals.
I laughed when he said that they didn't have a chance. I mean, come on. It can't be that hard.
I got a text from somebody that said, it's too bad that Cade is team quad.
Oh,
yeah.
All right, guys. Have a good night.
Jared, thank you, buddy. Thank you.
Right.
That's Jared Mees, everybody. Multi-time American flat track champion. Nice guy. Good guy.
Yeah, real good
Glad
guy.
to have him on. And like I said, what a perfect guy to have for a co-host here.
I was lost, man.
Yeah, I know. I mean, you were like, huh?
I was just like,
when I threw the blue groove out the cushion, I just saw your guys light up. Where's he going with this?
I was like, I thought all the tracks were blue grooved, man. What are you talking about?
Right? Yeah, exactly.
You get on the cushion, man. It's awesome to watch those guys with the roofs coming back.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the classics, there's a lot of photos if you Google Brad Baker, or another one, seeing how we got the Yamaha shirts on. He's talking about that Springfield Mile. That's where Kenny Roberts rode that TZ 750 and came from last.
Who can
and
forget
won
that, Mark?
national.
Hey, who can forget that? So, Kenny Roberts, like in his prime?
In his
he
prime.
would go and race flat track. Yamaha was cool with that.
Oh, he that was before his road racing career.
Oh, before
Cal
road racing.
Carruthers was still his mechanic.
Yeah.
And they came up with this TZ. Everyone's riding Harleys. And Kenny, they came up and he rode that thing, and that's the only race he goes, after that win, you can't pay me enough to ride this thing again.
Anymore.
Yeah, it's classic. If you Google it and watch Kenny on this thing, man, it's awesome to watch that TZ 750 road race bike.
What's your favorite Ron Lachine story that you can tell on the air?
No, I can
that
tell a
you
lot
can
of
tell
ones.
on the air.
Okay, and Ronnie, as I see the photo of, I was just kind of smiling.
Right.
We're in Japan.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Yeah, we're in Japan riding the Supercross over there, and back then you used to get paid your money.
Yeah.
So we had all this yen, from the I can't remember what he got or what I got. We didn't win. I remember Ricky Johnson won. Ricky won, and he had a sore throat that day. He was sick, hacking up everything. He went out and kicked everybody's ass that day. But anyhow, afterwards, I told Ronnie, I said, "Hey, Ronnie, I know a couple chicks here, and they're models, and they're blonde." Because Ronnie's going, everyone's got black hair over here. I'm into blondes. I go, Yafa from Israel's over here with a couple of her friends, so let's hook up with them. So we hooked up, had a good time, go back to hotel, and Ronnie leaves all his money out. And the chick splits.
They take it off. They take it.
No, he thought he got ripped off.
Oh.
And I go, and he came to my room, dude, those girls were so good last night. I go, why? What? They didn't take my money. I go, yeah, I'm not going to hook you up with someone who robs you.
Take your yen.
Yeah, because
yeah.
Ronnie got drunk or whatever. He passed out, and he had all this money sitting around in the hotel.
Well, speaking of Ronnie, Maxima USA, everybody. They got 927 as the #1 selling performance two-stroke oil in most markets around the world. What makes it so unique? Proven performance, unbeatable protection, and it's still the greatest smelling two-stroke oil on the planet. Made in the USA and for use in all motorcycle brands and MaximaUSA.com. Also, SC1, fantastic stuff. I got a big, giant cardboard cutout at SC1. So, thanks to Maxima USA. Pulp-20 is the code to save at MaximaUSA.com. Thanks to those guys for coming on board. All right, commercial break here, and we'll come back. We got some segments to do. Daniel Blair, your buddy's going to call in. Daniel's son's going to call in. We got Jason Thomas coming up as well, and much more here on the PulpMX Show, presented by Motorsport.com and Fly Racing. See you after this.
You never suck a dick for an 8-ball?
Those who love motocross know Motorsport.com has the knowledge and expertise to make your next ride your best ride. Motorsport.com has a broad selection of in-stock parts and gear at competitive prices. We specialize in bringing you OEM and aftermarket parts, riding gear, and accessories for dirt bikes, motorcycles, ATVs, and UTVs. All thanks to the most dedicated and experienced team of gearheads in the industry who use the very parts we sell on Motorsport.com. Motorsport.com always offers fast shipping and free delivery on orders more than $79 to ensure you never miss a ride. Whether you race on the track, ride the trails, or commute on the street, shop Motorsport.com today for the best customer service and experience when buying the parts and gear you need to stay on 2 and 4 wheels. Make your next ride your best ride, only at Motorsport.com.
Steve.
Keefer.
Do you want to hear about one of the best rides I've ever had?
Dude, it's not time for After Dark yet.
Chill down, dude. I just want to talk about race tech stuff.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Gosh, man. Basically, I've had the chance to do some stuff with race tech recently with the CRF 250R and, of course, the KX 250. And as you know, I've talked about on the show, I wasn't a real hardcore fan of race tech stuff back in the day. But since Rob and Andrew and those guys have assembled at race tech, the stuff has been great. So for you guys out there listening, if you guys are looking to get your engine work done or even some suspension work, or as Steven says on the show sometimes, get your seals and your oil rebuilt in your fork and shock. Get it rebuilt. It helps. 15 to 20 hours. Head over to racetech.com. Check out. They even got a cool little simulator. You can look at what size spring rate you might need for your bike. So a lot of cool features over there on the website. But and as you know, Yamaha Blue Crew guy over here, you guys have some of that on your bike?
It's fantastic. Zombie Blows uses it. Jerry Robin uses it. Starling, all of those guys over there. Malcolm Stewart won a Supercross with Race Tech stuff a few years ago. Pulp19 is the code to save. Mention PulpMX when you call. You can save on the service. You can save on motor work. You can save on springs if you just want to do that and get it put in yourself or do it yourself. Racetech is the one-stop shopping for motor and suspension work. You can also mention the code HOMELIFE2020.
That's better. That's a better code, I think.
We'll do either one. Just listen, people. Give your bike some love. Get your suspension modified service. Get your motor modified serviced with the folks at Racetech.
Good people.
Want a chain and sprocket kit but aren't sure what you need? Then call Vortex Racing at 800-440-3559 and get hooked up with a V3 Performance Kit. They have more gearing than your garage has room for. With over 30,000 possible gearing combinations, Vortex has the right gearing for any track condition. Join the ranks of factory Yamaha's Justin Barsha and Aaron Plessinger, as well as Supercross champion Dylan Ferrandis, and run a Vortex sprocket. Available in red, black, blue, silver, and green. Yes, green. Call a doctor, because things just got sick. Warning. May cause extraordinary power, excessive performance, and speed so fast your eyes will bleed. Call Vortex Racing at 800-440-3559. Mention promo code PulpMX 2020 and get the best deal on your next order. And don't forget to sign up for the Vortex EK Athlete Support Team for 2020. For more information, call 800-440-3559 or visit vortexracing.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hey Pulp listeners, this is Andy from Guts Racing. I want to thank you guys for all the loyal support over the years. Thanks Steve Mathis for having us on the show. Steve normally asks for us to write out what we want to say, but this year I'm shooting it from the gut, right from the heart, because I really do appreciate all the fans out there that take time out of their day to put an order in at gutsracing.com using PulpMX 2020 for 2020 to get 20% off. Keep ordering, guys. Appreciate it. Love the support. Shout out to all the Guts riders out there. Go get some this year.
Thanks for listening to the PulpMX show, everybody. Please, if you're listening to these commercials, I appreciate it. Yeah, that's right, because without these commercials and without these sponsors, we wouldn't have a janky radio show for you to listen to. But for now, I want to talk about Roost MX, the official graphics company for both Cobra Moto and the Cycle Trader Rock River Yamaha team. For over 20 years, they've been delivering professional-level graphics for every rider from an amateur to a pro, including Alex Ray back in the day. Choose from our selection of graphics online or make yours one of a kind. Roost also offers a wide range of custom products from t-shirts, sticker kits, helmet kits, trailer graphics, and more. 48-hour turnaround. Be sure to check out the new Pulp Nation section on the website. Get your PulpMX swag, customize your bike, get custom stickers, get custom helmet stickers, whatever it is, including PulpMX stuff. Follow them on Instagram at RoostMX for monthly sales. Get your equipment looking fresh visiting roostmx.net and use the discount code PulpNation to save 20%. Thanks, roostmx.net.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win is Michelin motorcycle tires. And Michelin is introducing many exciting new tires for 2020. For V-twin riders, the Michelin Commander 3 Cruiser and the Michelin Commander 3 Touring tires offer improved wet grip and enhanced tread life.
For sport bike and track day riders, the Michelin Power 5 tire and the Michelin Power GP tires feature the same architecture and profile for effortless sport bike setup from street to track. If you'd like to have the same tire that won the 2019 Red Bull Ayersburg Rodeo, the Michelin Enduro Extreme tire is the tire for you. And the Michelin Starcross 5 tire range is now available for young motocross and off-road riders in sizes for 50cc bikes and up. To learn more about these and all other Michelin two-wheel products, check out www.motorcycle.michelinman.com. Visit your local dealer or online retailer and follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Hey guys, it's Mathis. Look, if you're still not wearing a neck brace in 2020, it's time to go get one or at least think seriously about it. It's been over 15 years since the neck braces first came out. They're not the clunky, oversized devices they used to be. Atlas came in and changed the way all neck braces were designed by introducing flexible technology to the world and proving that neck braces can be something you can actually ride in while performing at the highest level. Look at Jason Anderson winning Supercross championships, or look at Martin Davalos or anybody else. Don't take my word for it just because I have 2 Manitoba championships to my name. Wait, I have 4. Just look at how many other brace designs look like the Atlas one. Atlas pioneered all the modern neck brace features and have been refining them ever since then, while the competition has been trying to catch up. Grab the brace that's been leading the pack. Check out atlasbrace.com. Get yours today. There is a Pulp discount if you check out sponsordeals.com on pulpmxshow.com. So be like Chase Sexton, Martin Davalos, and many other guys and wear the Atlas brace. atlasbrace.com.
For over 3 decades, Works Connection has been designing and delivering factory-level parts to help produce champions worldwide. From the novice rider right up through the pro ranks, they're winning products like skid plates, radiator braces, Pro Launch Start Device, Elite Clutch Perch, and Elite Axle Blocks help to protect and refine motocross, supercross, and off-road bikes. Join Team Honda HRC, Star Racing Yamaha, Smart Top Honda, JGR Suzuki, and HEP Racing race teams that rely on Works Connection products to deliver quality and reliability. To see what they have to offer and to help improve your race efforts, just visit WorksConnection.com today. And don't forget to enter PulpMX20 to save 20% on your order.
Over 65 years ago, Vertex Pistons was born out of a small technical workshop in northern Italy's famous Motor Valley. Expanding and maturing among the racing legends of Ferrari, Lamborghini, MV Agusta, and Ducati, today Vertex Pistons are the pistons of choice for motorcycle riders and teams throughout the world. Because of their renowned reputation for exceptional quality, Vertex Pistons is a factory piston supplier to KTM, Husqvarna, Beta, GasGas, and TM. From the Motocross, Supercross, MXGP, GNCC, National, and World Enduro Series, you can find Vertex Pistons winning championships. Vertex Pistons strives to provide you with world-class factory technology at a very competitive price. No matter which brand of bike you ride, when it's time to rebuild your top end, Vertex Pistons will have your engine performing better than new. To see our full range of 2-stroke and 4-stroke pistons in replica, high compression, or GP-style configurations, visit us at vertexpistons.com or stop into your local dealer and ask for a Vertex piston kit today.
Thanks for listening. I appreciate it. Welcome to Quad MX Show with Jim Holley and Cade Clason. Appreciate you guys listening. Appreciate it. Listen, these quad guys, I mean, seriously, they're I mean, come on. You just can't. Motocross racers are world-class athletes no matter what they do.
You're right.
On racing-wise. Like, put them in a NASCAR. Jeff Ward almost won Indy 500.
Yeah, second. But he did win Texas.
Yes, he won Texas.
Yeah.
He almost won Indy 500 on 4 wheels.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. If you're a motocrosser.
Eddie Lawson, the same thing.
Was he a moto guy?
No, he was a dirt track and road racing, but he went to Indy cars too.
Yeah. So that's all I'm saying. So
Ricky Carmichael, NASCAR.
Brain, what's going on, man? How are you?
Wow, boys. Thanks for having me on the most diverse radio show I think I've ever heard.
Yeah, really, right?
Yeah. So, oh my goodness, this is big time. Now you just need to have one of your hockey guys for cold call.
Yeah, I know, right?
Man, you'd be on it. So I know you guys kind of touched on it earlier before or with Chase, but I'm kind of thinking. So obviously we're looking at baseball playing in Florida and Arizona, and basketball maybe playing in Vegas or Walt Disney World, and hockey going to North Dakota to play the playoffs. Maybe the Mees won't lose first round again. But, I mean, so things aren't ideal. So I'm wondering, I mean, why not have all 7 rounds be shootouts? Because they're all going to...
You can't do that. You can't do that. The West guys have already done 5 rounds, so you want to have 12-round series for them?
Sure.
No. Why would we do that? We can fit all the races in, then we have the regular amount that we called for before the year started.
Right. Well, the reason I would think that is because they're all there. And I mean, again, sports aren't going to be, nothing's going to be normal this year, and nothing's going to go as planned. So I mean, why not have them all there? Because I mean, let's be honest. Wouldn't that make it just I mean, you know this, Steve. I'm friends with Shane. I mean, I'd love to get some guys in between he and Sexton, for a championship. I don't think it's going to happen. I understand that. But
yeah, you can't. Brain, I get what you're saying, but you cannot change the format on the OEMs that have signed up to race a certain format. And after 10 rounds, you just can't change the format on them.
But you can have no fans?
What does it matter? It's still, you're changing the championship series. You're changing the core of the championship that these guys are fighting for.
Wouldn't you think so? And I realize we're playing devil's advocate. I get it. But wouldn't you say, well, the fans might change the way some people race in a stadium?
No.
I know it's all far-fetched.
Yeah, it's totally far-fetched. Come on, Brian.
Not gonna pull you to your side on that one, huh?
No, not at all. Thanks for calling, though, buddy. Appreciate it. Thank you.
See you guys.
Just can't change it up.
No. And he's saying, like, do you think they're going to make us all stay in Glendale for the full 3 weeks?
I don't know.
I am, if they do it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you
I
will.
mean, I already told some of the buddies, like, they're more than welcome to come stay at the house. I'm sure some people will stay with Blows. There's people there that they can stay with.
I don't understand how that'll work for sure. Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Please check them out on the web. Justin Brayton going to race some quad nationals. We're in Fly Racing, we think. Flyracing.com. Jason Thomas, what's up, JT? How are you?
Not too much. Just listening to Brain's wild ideas.
Yeah, I don't know where Brain comes off on that. Normally his calls are very very on point, but not this one.
Problematic, to say the least.
So Kay brought up a good question, JT. If this proposed Supercross thing goes through, like, they can't make people stay there. We have no union. We have nothing that they would agree to. Yep. Guys are going to want to practice during the week.
ACP is going to be open.
Arizona Cycle Park. Thank you for that plug.
You're welcome.
But what would be the plan on this, JT? Obviously, you probably don't know, but what do you think should be the plan?
Well, I thought it was interesting. Sexton mentioned staying in the same hotels. So it sounds like maybe they had proposed them doing that, and I'm sure that's just a straight pull from Major League Baseball roadmap. But they can't force them to. And you're going to tell guys that make, $5-10 million a year that they have to stay in Glendale for 3 weeks straight and they're not allowed to go anywhere or do anything. legally they can't. For one, you can't force them to do that. And I can't see a guy like Tomac he's really private. We know that about him. He likes his privacy and he does his own. He's an hour flight, maybe less, from his house. You don't think he's going to hop on a plane and fly home, even if it's private? I would, if I was him. No doubt about it.
Well, and especially with Eli, his child is due in the beginning of May, so he's going to want to go home and see his baby.
Well, so they can't make people stay there like they're going to plan in baseball and other sports if they get started. But now if you're inviting people to go and come back, now you're going to help the spread of this COVID. So
yeah, you're going to have to do temperature checks, right?
Yep.
I mean, that's the only way. And then I don't know if they asked them to sign something basically saying that if you do contract this, you're ineligible. I don't know. I don't know where all that comes down. There's so many unique ripple effects that we've never faced anything like this before.
Yeah.
So good luck, sorting through all that in 3 weeks.
Yeah, exactly, right? So I'm skeptical. I know, JT, we did a podcast on Racer X, and you're with me on this. You're skeptical.
I'm all for it.
Yeah.
I am desperate. I'm reaching the ends of everything I have: Hulu, Roku, Netflix, Amazon Prime, HBO, Cinemax. I've watched it all, literally everything. So I'll take it. You put racing on twice a week, I'm all for it. But you and I both know, and everyone who's been around the sport for a while, all the things that they're going to have to work through. And what I'm thinking is every single hour they come across a new problem. That's just how I see this going. It's
Yeah, I'm with you.
Some problem they've never thought about because we've never been put in this situation. So I'm hopeful, but I can't imagine having to put this together.
I don't know either. We'll just see in the fall, everybody.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be easy for them, to pull everything together. I mean, they don't even have they brought any of their employees back to help them kind of orchestrate this?
Not that I know of, no.
So,
well,
I mean, they got
they
four
would.
people
They would
working
if
on
they
it?
do, yeah. Well, yeah, that's the plan. They would have to crank that machine back up, right?
Yeah.
If this happens, and we're all skeptical it is, if this happens, JT, it might be the first thing going, which is what I know they're talked about and what they're planning. I know some team owners are very excited about this. Do you foresee it getting on ESPN or getting more mainstream coverage?
Well, I think it'll be on NBC, right? They have the
No,
rights
I
to
meant
it.
like a highlight package on ESPN.
Well, yeah, that would have to be a contract worked out between NBC and ESPN.
I don't mean it. I don't mean it like I don't mean it like put the races on ESPN.
Highlights. No, I get it. But what I'm getting at is like the NFL, right? The reason that ESPN pays billions to the NFL is not even really so much for Monday Night Football, which is great. It's the rights to show all the highlights.
No, that's not true because they don't own anything on NHL.
That is absolutely true.
No, they don't own NHL. They have NHL highlights. They own nothing. They have nothing to do with NHL.
They pay the NFL billions of dollars to show NFL highlights.
No, they want to show the NFL games on Monday night. That's what they want. But
I'll send you articles on exactly that.
They have nothing to do with hockey, and they show hockey highlights.
Yeah, nobody cares about hockey, though. They can't charge people for highlights.
Nobody cares about motocross in the grand scheme of things either. Okay. So back to my point. Does it help the sport to get going? Does it get some exposure?
Well,
I mean, it's going to be more eyeballs than we've ever had, but I don't know if that really does anything. It's like X Games.
Does it maybe get mocked for starting too soon too?
That's my question.
Right.
Is if we're the first sport to start, do people come out and actually criticize our sport for not taking it serious enough?
Like, look at these rednecks racing these dirt bikes. They don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Type of deal.
Exactly.
Well, I'll put it this way. I wouldn't want to be in Todd Gendro, Dave Prater, Mike Mewey's shoes right now trying to make these decisions.
Yeah.
And if it backfires, then, Feld's going to reap they're going to get, people are going to start pointing the finger at those guys. Look at these guys.
Yeah.
Oh, they started, before, hockey, and they started before baseball and everything.
Yeah. So there's a flip side of like getting some highlights on ESPN and getting some press.
Yeah, but there's also a negative side of people could seriously come out and criticize the sport.
Well, it's 2020. People criticize any. You could rescue a cat from a burning house, and they'll criticize you for not rescuing the dog or something, right? That's how these things work. I don't know. Let's see.
I have a question.
Yes.
I have a question though on the whole thing for Indy, right? Was 250 people. That was where we thought we were going to have to draw the line, and then that was very problematic because we couldn't cut it to 250 people.
Yeah.
And then obviously it went sideways from there even further. I've heard that it's just under 200 people that they need to pull off a race. That's what they have to have to pull the race off with television, all the things that have to go on with flaggers and staff and
Fell
everything,
people,
with
yes,
even
200.
no fans,
Right.
Yeah, forget about the fans, just to execute a race.
Well, forget about the riders too. You're
television.
saying, right? You're saying forget about
Just staff, right? Between television and field staff. So how is that going to come down, right? Is the governor going to set gathering limits? Like, I don't know. I don't have any answers, but I'm just walking. Every time I try to walk through executing this, I'm just like, good luck with that. And then I get to another problem. I'm like, good luck with that.
So from what I understand is the governor of Phoenix is actually like super strict on like gatherings and stuff, but the people in
Arizona.
Glendale, the mayor of Phoenix, I mean, not the governor, is like super strict in Phoenix. And this is coming from Bobby at ACP. You know, he's super involved because his track is still open and under like certain restrictions. So I was talking to him about it. And he says, but the people in Glendale are super open to having races. And that's kind of where this is coming from. Like they want to open up and have stuff, but in Phoenix, they don't want to do anything.
Wow.
So it's like very different, 5 miles away.
Yeah, so maybe the governor gets involved now or whatever. I don't know.
And the limitations in Arizona are not anywhere near what they are in the rest of the country. Like all the tracks in Arizona are still open. Like it's, it's.
Yeah.
I mean, from what I understand, the governor is the only one that is able to execute legislature, right? He can enforce the law. Mayors are trying to do things, but they can't basically, like, they don't have the power to arrest people and hold them accountable, really. Like, they may be able to get them arrested, but it won't hold up. The governor, if the governor comes down on it, it's done. It's just done, dead in its tracks. But from just everything I've read and watched, a lot of the mayors are overstepping their bounds a little bit as far as legally what they're allowed to do. And then they're pushing it up to the governor to make hard decisions on this. So luckily, if this does go off, the governor seems like he's much more open to these things happening than what the mayor situation said.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. For all the reasons we talked about already, we're skeptical. In other news this week, Jason Anderson dropped on Instagram that he is done with Alden Baker's program. I don't think this was much of a surprise. Anyone, right? Anybody?
No.
Yeah.
He beats to a different drum.
Right.
He's
not like
he
any
doesn't
of
want to
those
be
guys.
controlled. You know, and Alden's got, you got to do certain things, certain ways, and this is going to happen. And Jason wants to do his own thing.
What do you think, JT, about that?
I was surprised. I know how much KTM and Husky value Alden's program. Obviously, they've steered their talent that way. And then you've seen Anderson come out in the past and basically say, I hope Alden is my trainer for the rest of my career, just like even a year ago. So I was a little surprised. When it really comes down to it, I just feel like he probably wasn't following the program to the letter of the law. I don't know that he's done that in a while, just from the things I see and hear, maybe going back to even like 2018. So I think it was honestly a financial thing where he probably got tired of paying a lot of money for something he wasn't using.
Yeah.
So on that level, I'm not surprised, but I didn't necessarily see it coming. I thought it was just kind of I'm going to go along with this because it keeps, KTM and Husky off my back, and I'm doing my own thing. And then if I need to lean on them for advice, I will. But otherwise, I'm going to stay in California.
Yeah. I'm with you a little bit. Like, if you're KTM and Husky, you're kind of like, hey, man. But, he's got a Supercross title. And JT, this kind of mirrors a lot of stuff we were talking about in the Racer X preseason videos. Like, how all in is he, right? He spent a lot of the offseason in California. He hasn't been around much. The whole thing with Marvin last year and all, like, how all in was he ever? I mean, at some point he was. But for a while now, how much has it been?
It's really tough to make a comment like that but without sounding like you're coming down on him, because when you watch him race, even this year, he wasn't getting tired and he wasn't riding poorly. He was in shape. He wasn't tired at the end of the race. And so to do that requires a lot of work. And, everybody in that room knows that, right? You guys have all gone through that on some level, the work it takes to do that. But I don't think that his personality really fits with Alden's program. You know, I just don't. He's too much of a free spirit.
Mm-hmm.
He likes to do other things, and that program kind of disallows that. And a guy like Zach Osborne, he's like a perfect fit. Ryan Dungey, they're perfect fit, right? That's all they do. It seems like that's all they care about. They're fine with just hammering every day, and they're good with it. Where I just don't think a guy like Kenny or Jason Anderson or those guys, their personalities, it just doesn't work for long. You know, they just want to, exactly like Jim said, march to the beat of their own drum too much, and at some point it's going to break.
Yeah, even in Daytona, JT, when we were there, you watched him. He was in fourth, and I thought for sure that, you know, okay, he's going to get fourth, and he was way back. But at the end of the race, man, he found another gear, and he came up, and he almost got a podium, you know. So that tells me that, yeah, that guy's in shape where he can step it up at the end of the race. He, you know, unfortunately finished up fourth, but I'm looking at, I don't think he's not in shape.
For the first time in barring a catastrophe, and who knows when we're racing again, but Alden Baker's rider is not going to win a Supercross title. For the first time in a long time. Yeah. So,
a long time.
Roxon and Tomac. So,
but I kind of see it like with Coop too. Like I don't see Coop being there forever.
No.
Like I mean, I definitely like I could see Zach being there forever.
Yeah,
Zach seems like the perfect guy for Alden. You know what I mean?
Right.
But like, Coop, you know, Coop's there. You know, he's improved tremendously fitness-wise and probably mentally. But yeah, I mean, I could totally see Coop leaving at some point too.
What I don't understand is, so KTM and Husky pay Baker, right, to be exclusive trainer?
Well, they only pay him if the rider goes there, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Because they pay like part of the fee.
But they do?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought they paid him a flat amount to be their team trainer.
No.
But I'm sure that when Ian Harrison and Roger DeCosta and everything took on Cooper Webb, that they said, look, you're going to go to Alden Baker.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
If you're not on board with you going to Alden Baker and putting in the work, then you can go somewhere else and ride for another team. But that's the only way this is going to work.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, like you said, Anderson was good this year. Was he a race-winning guy? No, but he was close.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of like you in 87, Jim.
Yeah, I was close. Yeah.
I'm just throwing him under the bus.
No, I was almost
race throws me under the
no,
bus.
I don't. I just Yamaha screwed you, and I'm going to get to that story later.
Right.
Again, for our listeners. Again. JT, so you've been listening a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to the quad thing again, are we?
Are we going back to Hammy? We don't need to talk about Hammy with JT. We know his feelings on Hammy.
No, Hammy and JT, we don't need to
They got
get
history?
into that. Yeah, Hammy.
Hammy did not like JT.
No. Where do you stand on this quad thing, JT? Like, this guy that called in, he was a nice guy, but he said Brayton would even come close.
I don't know if he could go out and like beat Hammy right away or anything, but really the conversation and the whole point was about Tomac, you know, and that's not a knock against Justin Brayton or Heath Harrison or Jace Owen, any of these guys riding quads. The original argument was Eli Tomac. That's a different level of athlete than we're talking about. So, yeah, I mean, I think that Eli Tomac could make the crossover pretty quickly. That was really where the argument all came down. The Redbud thing with Hammy was just crazy. You can't compare tracks on different days and different everything. Like, give me a break on that. I don't know that I've ever been to Redbud twice in my life where the track looked exactly the same layout.
Right.
Yeah,
totally.
Yeah.
I know. I sent Steve a picture. AJ Cat posted a thing of his lap times from Budds Creek one day, and he posted it on his Instagram. He was running like 157s, and he went back and looked at the lap times from the National from qualifying practice, and they were like 10 seconds a lap slower than him.
And he was claiming that?
No, he wasn't. He was just saying
right.
He was joking that he like had this crazy fast lap time, and that's when I sent you the pictures.
Right. Yeah. I don't know, man, but Keefer's going to ride a quad national now. So.
Keefer's
really?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Is Fly Racing on board with that?
Is he going to qualify?
Oh God. Oh, please don't. God, no. What if he doesn't? Is Fly Racing on support with that? I think they are, right?
I think we'd probably be on more support of that than we would the moto thing.
You guys are quad racing. You are.
We are. Chad Weenan. We have, and we sponsored Joel Hetrick and, the David Eller team for years.
Yeah.
But they've changed teams, and that's all fine. We need diversity in sport. But yeah, we're definitely very much behind a lot of sports that people don't pay attention to because we're so moto tunnel vision, but ATV racing, jet ski racing, we do really well. We win championships every single year in jet ski racing. BMX is really where fly racing got its start, and guys like Connor Fields, and we dominate BMX. We're slowly trying to accomplish the same level that we have in all these other sports in moto.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So yeah, Keefer will be wearing fly racing when he lines up at a quad national.
All right.
We gotta give him a quad stuff, but Yamaha will give us a quad.
If he qualifies for a quad national, this officially breaks that you won. Like Keefer qualified on a quad and didn't qualify on a bike.
Yeah,
you win.
Yeah, listen, we got to get Keefer some victories. He lost the A-Ray thing at Western.
He did. I didn't get a chance
he
to
lost
see that.
Yeah,
hey, so what's this? He tweeted out that there was a technical difficulty and he was only 2 point something seconds slower.
Tell it to the judge, Keefer. He's crying. He's crying about it.
He's just trying to,
he got extra.
He should have never signed off on the results.
He listen. He got extra laps in because he couldn't figure out the lit pro. So calm down.
You only get 30 minutes. You only get a 30-minute window to protest anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Well past the window. So. All right, JT. Well, thanks, man. Thanks for coming on. Interesting stuff. And, we'll see for racing. God, I hope we do, though. God, I hope we do. So.
Hey, I was thinking about it. When you, when Jim gets you to take some pictures to send you of those gold bars, make sure they're Polaroids.
Oh, yeah, well, for sure.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Hey, JT, I want to say thanks for helping out the Estonians, Tarvo and the guys. They really appreciate that. They're good guys over there. I talked to them the other day.
No worries. How are they doing over there? Are they still hanging in there?
Yeah, they're still under quarantine and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But, I might take a drive up and see Tarvo in San Francisco. I'm just getting tired of sitting at home in L.A.
Drove up here. Thank you for that.
I know it. Yeah. If Joel didn't have to go back to L.A., we were heading up to Frisco. I had a whole big route planned for a big old loop. He goes, I got to get back home.
So, all right, JT, thanks, man.
All right, guys.
All right, thank you. That's Fly Racing's own Jason Thomas. Please check him out on the web. Listen, we got Gary Jones's kid, Justin Jones, on the line here. Justin, what's going on, man?
What's going on, guys?
You're a big quad guy, so you're well versed in moto and quads.
Yeah, I'd say I'm well versed. I wouldn't say I'm like a big quad guy, but I got a leg to stand on with this situation, I think.
Okay, and so inform us a little bit.
So I've done a quad national, and I've also done a dirt bike national. So at the quad nationals, there's a class called Pro-Am.
Okay, when was this? When was this? Let's give it
2009.
Okay, all right.
And this was before I was even close to pro on a dirt bike.
Okay.
So the Pro-Am class, I would think it'd be like a feeder system in a way.
Yeah.
I call it like their 250F class.
Mm-hmm.
So I got 9th in that, and I was only on a quad for like 6 months before that.
Okay.
And I wasn't even I was like a decent dirt bike rider at the time.
Yeah. 9th in the Pro-Am. Yeah.
Yes, I've got a lot of, I can answer almost anything, honestly. And I started riding quads basically just because I was testing for Hinson clutch. And I didn't even want to ride them, but, when my dad was telling me to, and Wayne Hinson also, so.
Yeah. So you're like, all right, fine, I'll do it.
Yeah, pretty much.
I feel like it's not rocket science. As I said, the motocross guys they can adapt to anything. They're gnarly. All the motocross guys, the best guys, whether it's Brayton or Tomac or any of these guys, they can do it.
Yeah, I think it really depends on the mindset of who's trying it. Like if you go in with an open mind,
right.
I think a lot of things transition over really, really easily. History's shown that, like Gary Denton, Bo Barron, Dustin Nelson.
Yeah, exactly. I forgot about Bo Barron, but yeah, Nelson and Denton are two guys that we brought up.
Yeah, Denton's like 8-time national champion.
Well, the guy on the phone, he was a nice guy, Nick. He was saying Brayton wouldn't even qualify. I mean, come on.
It just depends, really. I think he could if he put legitimate effort into being a quad guy. Like he's not going to come off the couch. Like I've had guys, I've watched guys, Hammy brings up a good point where he saw the Phoenix guy saying like the fat guy lean.
Yeah.
Like a lot, I've seen you either get a fat guy lean dirt bike guy or you'll get a guy who gets it like instantly.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. I just don't see it being that hard, man. I'm sorry, I don't. That's
it's definitely hard. I'm not going to say it's not hard.
Well,
maybe we need to get Steve on a quad.
No problem.
Like, get him on a real quad and just let him go out there at Western and
No
spin
problem.
some freaking
No
laps.
problem. Listen, but Brayton and Phil said that jumping it is sketchy. They both said that.
It's
so.
not that bad.
It's
really not that bad.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, there we go.
If you guys think you're going to just get a quad from Yamaha and race that right away, you're out of your mind, too. That's not going to work.
Why?
You got to lower them. Like, it's a
Dude,
whole
there's
thing.
so much work to get a quad race ready. Like, those are not showroom race ready. Not even close.
I'm not doing it. I'm not doing that work.
Aren't they like 6 inches lower or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, to be honest, I feel bad for most quad guys because the technology that they're racing on is super old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't ever get anything
Welcome
updated.
to Quad MX show, everyone, by the way. Yeah.
Those bikes you
Yeah.
get from the OEMs, though, those are just basically cow trailer quads. You have to put a
No,
lot
Yamaha's
of
got a
work.
YFC race
there's
quad.
A few of them
they're
have
pretty
really good
legit.
race
Yeah.
quads.
Yeah.
They're taller. Like, there's a lot. Like, I'm pretty
Top
sure. Don't
heavy?
you guys? Yeah. Don't you guys make them a little wider too?
Yeah.
Justin, thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. You're a fly guy also?
Oh, yeah.
Nice. I like to hear flyracing.com. Hey, before we go.
And X-Brand.
Oh, X-Brand too. Choice of champions
yeah.
everywhere.
You betcha.
What's going on with your dad's bikes? Do you want to talk about that? Is that something I read about this in Racer X? Is this just a shit show, or what's going on with this?
It's a shit show, but man, I gotta really talk about it in a way that.
Then I don't want to put you on the spot. It's okay. Have you heard about this, Jim? Oh, Gary lost his bikes.
Someone stole them?
No, someone sold them from under him, I guess. Or I don't know the whole story. I just I don't.
That sucks.
I shouldn't speak
Well,
for sure, but 4-time national champion.
What I could say that would make it somewhat understandable is he got Barry Gordy'd in a way, if that makes sense to you.
The Motown guy?
Yeah, you know, like they stole, like Barry Gordy, you know, he wasn't doing the work, but they stole everything.
Oh, I didn't know
what I
that.
mean?
Did he? He lost track of Motown? I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah.
No, he didn't, but he stole from his
the artists.
Yeah.
Yeah. That happens to a lot of guys, right?
Smokey Robinson, Diana Ross, and all those.
Yeah. The Backstreet Boy guy did that too. Took all the money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my dad, it was the 70s. He just wanted to race. He was just a kid. So he signed every check and every item over to his parents, you know. So
Yeah.
it happens all the time. There's laws against it now, but.
Yep. Yeah, you're right.
I could talk about this all day. I mean, it's not over by any means.
I didn't want to, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I just figured.
Yeah. No, I think I'd like to come on later and talk about it, but I don't want to perjure myself currently.
I think that's called the Gary Cooper law in the movie industry. You know, like a lot of the childhood actors and stuff in the early days, their parents would, you know, take their money and handle their money, and then when the kid got 18, hey, I made a couple million. Where is it? Oh, well, it's gone.
Yeah, for sure. No.
Can I ask you guys one thing about that, though, about my dad's situation?
Yeah.
So what makes a guy like Ricky Carmichael, let's say you have a Ricky Carmichael bike, and what made the bike that you have so great is the guy that rode it. But if Ricky Carmichael called you and said, hey, dude, what the heck? Like, why do you have that, or whatever the case? Wouldn't it devalue everything about it? What brought the value to that machine was the person.
Yeah, I agree.
So there's just a lot of awkward stipulations about it.
Yeah, no, I get it, man, for sure. So, well, hey, thanks for calling in. Appreciate it. Good to hear your quad advice, man. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Okay.
I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, man.
See you later,
Thank you.
Justin.
Listen, we got a lot of people on hold who want to talk about quads. We're done.
Done with quads.
We're done.
Done with quads.
We're done. Justin Jones put the final nail in the coffin.
You guys talked about so much quads, I thought you would want me to go out and buy one. That's not going to happen.
Can you?
Motivation.
We got JD on too for Jim. JD, what's going on, man? How are you?
Oh, not too bad. How are you guys doing?
We're good. We want to talk some Holley stories.
That's
Jim
not
Holley?
JD. That's Brad Baker.
No, this is JD Myerscough. It's Brian's son.
Oh, hey, how are you, JD?
Oh, hey, I podcasted with your dad a little while ago.
Flying Brian.
That's right. I'm actually very thankful you did that podcast, Steve. I appreciate it very much.
It was, you know what, it was funny. So I called your dad up, and you know, I didn't know him. He was before my time, really. I'm not old. I'm old enough to kind of remember him, but not a ton. But when I went back and did some research, your dad was really fast, like very fast.
Yeah.
Should have won. He won races as it was. He probably should have won way more. People like guys like Wardy And Mitch Payton and these guys told me stories after that podcast about how good your dad was.
Especially in the mini bike days.
Yeah.
Flying Brian, they called him the machine. He was a machine.
Yeah, that's right.
You hear it, you talk about guys that say hitting your marks. Brian Myerscough hit his marks every lap, every time.
Yeah. So
yeah, as a kid, even for me, he pounded in my head, hey, the same line every single race, every moto, every lap, same line. And I obviously wasn't that good, but that was his advice for sure.
No, it was cool to do that with him for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, anyways, with Jim, so I talked to my dad. I saw that you were going to be on the podcast tonight, and he was wondering if possibly you remember anything about the Honolulu race about afterwards, maybe the hotel room.
Yeah, I remember the hotel room, but the thing about it is I remember is Brian won that night, and I got second, and Ron Turner got third.
But he followed that up with, Jim always told me one thing, and he liked money, and he liked women.
Yeah, those two go together because if you got to get women, you got to have money.
You gotta have money.
Yeah.
Two things on my mind: winning races and smashing pussy.
That's Grant Langston, by the way.
My dad always
knows that one all too well.
Yeah, my dad always said, God rest his soul. He always said, man, if you concentrated as hard as you did on going out and getting women, you would have more championships under your belt.
The focus was on that.
Yeah.
I actually, JD, funny you brought this up because I think I asked you about it, Jim, a while ago. I've been reading these old cycle news. I stumbled onto that race, Honolulu Supercross, and Brian won. You got second, like you said. Ron Turner got third, and you were saying in the post race stuff, you're like, I think Brian brought some of his factory stuff over here. I don't quite have that at my bike's production, but still, I was happy for the night. Good job for everybody.
No, that was awesome.
Yeah.
I remember Stu Peters and Sandra. They put that race together, and I was happy to see Eric Bernard, bring it back.
We were there last summer. Wygan and I went back to Honolulu to have the race. Yeah.
Is it still rusty?
It's all rusty. Yeah, it was rusty back then.
Yeah, it was. That's the first thing I noticed. So I thought, what is this place? It's all rusty.
I know, me too. I said, wow, this thing's old. Yeah, shit, that's funny. No, thanks, man. Yeah, thanks for calling in. So
yeah, of course. Jim, my dad does say hello. He's not up to date on the technology stuff, so I'll make sure I send this over to him so he can get a listen.
Yeah, that makes two of us because Skosh has a beautiful charger phone, and Cade says, hey, you want to put your phone up there? And I said, no, I think I got like an iPhone 4 or something. It doesn't work.
Oh, man.
Right on.
Well, thanks for the call.
I said hi, man.
Yeah.
You got it. All right, guys. We'll talk to you later. Have a good one.
Appreciate it. Janky Mike.
Steve, I had a good idea, and then I've almost talked myself out of it while I was on hold.
Okay, all right.
But I know Supercross may come back in May or whatever now.
Yeah, we're hoping, yeah.
Right. I had an idea. It would actually kind of work, I guess, like a chase for excitement. What if they couldn't do anything at all for Supercross? I realize it wouldn't work for 250s, but what if the first 7 rounds next year finished out this year's championship?
No, that's terrible. That's terrible, Janky.
That's not going to work.
I told you it was terrible.
Janky was the same guy that called in. He's Keefer's buddy. Good friend of mine.
Yeah.
He said when his wife was pregnant, he masturbated over top of her while she slept.
I was next to the bed.
That's something my buddy Joel Chiro would do.
Well, So Janky told us this story, like totally creeped us out on Janky Mike now. And then when you tell us that story, Janky, and then you call in about having 7 rounds in 2021, I'm really worried for you, buddy.
Jim Holley will like me because I rode Bean Canyon yesterday. So
nice. That's where my property's at. How was it? Great?
It was really, really good. It wasn't quite as dusty as I thought it was going to be.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that place is awesome.
Janky.
Well, you guys have a good night.
Have you seen the Keefers lately?
Yeah, I saw them last week. Mm-hmm. I think we went mountain biking.
Okay. All right. Good to know. Yep. Well, they denied ever hanging out with you the other day, so.
Oh, boy. Now look what I've fucking done.
Yep. You just threw them under the bus. Perfect. Thank you, buddy.
Oh, boy.
Thanks, Janky.
Right, you guys have a good night.
See ya.
Thanks, Janky. Hopefully I'll get a chance to meet him and go riding with him out in Bean Canyon.
Yeah, I know. Janky's a good dude. Right into our next guest of the show. Not scheduled officially on the press release, but we knew he was going to come in. He's a former Geico Honda rider, top rider in the sport, wore LBZ for a number of years. Now works with Jim on the Race Day Live. Danielson.
Hey, what's up, Uncle Jim?
What's up, Daniel?
Oh, you too.
I miss you, man. I miss you.
Miss you too, man. Hey, you forgot to text me your address so I can get a check out to Evan for his 10th birthday. Don't forget that.
I actually talked to his mom about it, and she said that's too much, so I can't give you the address until you come down on the price.
Yeah.
Come down on the price. Come on.
Listen, how much
Dude,
do you... Go ahead.
$100 to a 10-year-old is like $50,000 to me, man.
Yeah, good point. Good point. Daniel, how much do you miss working with Jim Son every week?
Oh, dude, it's my favorite part of the weekend. It's my favorite part, and that's what I miss the most. But never know. Fingers crossed. Maybe
you guys will be back.
Be doing that again.
Well, I'm sure we'll be back,
man,
but who knows if it's May or if it's September, October? Who knows?
Daniel, what would you rather do? Would you rather finish next month or start next month or wait in the fall? What about your opinion?
Oh my gosh, an option. Oh shit, I don't know. I'm probably. I would assume, like most, I'm probably on the little impatient side. I'd like to get going this weekend. So,
yeah, really, right?
Either way, I think that for me, I just want it to happen either way. I'll be happy either one.
Yeah.
As long as it's just and it all works out. Like when I heard about September, October, I'm like, sweet. And then when this thing kind of popped up as this like a potential thing, I got a little revved up. I got to say, I hope it happens either one, though. I'll be cool with.
Yeah, it'll be. God, what are the chances it doesn't happen at all? What do you guys think?
No, it's got to happen.
What doesn't happen?
No more 7 races.
No, that's going to happen.
It has to happen.
I'm just throwing it out there.
There's no possible way they don't run at least one race.
I don't even know one.
Okay, I'm just asking.
A one and done for the championship? Nah, you got to run all 7.
I would say the only way that it doesn't happen is if something pretty traumatic happens in the world where nothing at all runs. I don't think it's going to be something where like baseball goes, football goes, but we don't go. Like, again, for it to not happen, I would say that means like nothing is going to happen. It would have to be something pretty dramatic.
Put it this way. If the Dallas Cowboys don't play in the 2020 Supercross isn't going to ride, right, Daniel?
Listen.
I don't know, man. If they pay Dak Prescott $40 million, I hope they don't play this season.
Listen,
so.
Daniel, it's me as a Maple Leaf fan and you as a Cowboy fan. If our sports don't get started, our teams can't break our heart again.
Well, that's what I was going to say because I had somebody, because I'm a Sacramento Kings basketball fan too, and I had a buddy who was complaining, no playoffs. This is when the playoffs are getting started. It's like, I haven't watched the NBA playoffs in a long time, so it doesn't have any effect on me as a Kings fan. But no, I would say my number one want on my wish list is for Supercross to pull this off. And number 2, just don't screw with my football season. Like they got to figure it out by then. 'Cause I would be so upset if the football season somehow weirdly didn't happen. So that's priorities 1 and 2, and that's just about it.
That's about it. Yeah, never mind wife and kids and everything else.
Hey, with this COVID-19, Daniel, there is a lining in this. We don't have to do the futures in
Vegas,
Salt Lake.
Oh, Salt Lake.
We're off the hook this year.
Oh, were you supposed to do that?
Oh, we were on. Me and Daniel. We were going to race. And
we were going to do Salt Lake.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, we were on.
Yeah.
So I was coming out of training and everything.
Well, you did one already last year, the year before.
Yeah, a couple years ago. I think. Yeah. Almost killed myself.
I heard a thing that they might run 1 or 2 futures at these things.
How can they do that?
Oh man.
Why not?
Yeah. I don't know.
That's who I feel bad for, the futures guys, because especially like, Jordan Jarvis, who's pretty close on getting her points. I'd like to see another girl be able to come and race with the boys again. That would be awesome. And other guys who are really close, because we need more racers in that 250 class. A lot of times we're only having A and B, no C group. So we need to, bring in some new blood.
Yeah.
And if that doesn't happen, maybe Feld, I don't know, maybe they'll lower the amount of points you need to move some guys through, but we need some new blood.
Right. Yeah, Daniel, you were going to race Hayden, right? Or not, lap time challenge with Hayden Deegan.
Yeah, it was going to be a 1-lap lap. And what's weird is like this thing started out as kind of a joke, and everyone's just pouring gas on the fire. And then I have people saying, like, DMing me and saying, dude, there's no way you could beat him. There's no way. There's no way you would be able to last. And it's like, it's a 1-lap sprint. Like, I don't know why. I don't know where the misconception on this whole deal came in. Like, I was going to race him. Like, we're going to make a special class, me versus him, one-on-one.
It was simply a one-lap time battle. Who could have the fastest lap time?
Listen,
I could pull off one.
Daniel, I know all about that. Believe me, everything on this show gets overblown and misstated, and I get these DMs and people hating me for different reasons. So I understand that totally. Don't worry, I get it. So, no, it'll be. I hope you guys come back, and I don't even know if it comes back if you two get to do your show. Who knows?
Who knows?
Media also. Like I could see them saying no media. I really could.
It could happen.
So I don't know.
Hey, if for some reason our show don't happen, but you get to be there, I'll be pretty pissed. I'll just say that right now.
I'd be the first guy.
Daniel, Jim, you guys are off, but Steve, come on in.
Come on in, Mathis. Do your fly racing radio show thing or whatever the hell you do.
Could you imagine they let you guys do your fly show and then me and Jim don't get to that?
No. I think that should happen. So, Daniel, what do you miss most about being with Jim on the weekends? What's the number one thing that?
Just positivity, which I actually kind of find funny because everyone always talks about how Jim's got a temper, and I've never seen it. He's always happy with me.
Yeah.
Super positive. Even when things are kind of going bad, he's always like, I forget where we were this year, Jim, but it was super cold, and I was pretty pissed for about 4.5 hours freezing, and Jim was like, we're good, man. It's all good. He's so positive. And then I hear that he's got this bad temper, and I just never see
it. But I take pills for that now to calm me down. My buddy Joel Chiro's in studio, and he can tell you some stories.
Oh, there's a lot of stories about you back in the racing days.
Oh yeah, those too. But
hey, and to be fair, I've never been late on my rent check, huh, Jim?
Yeah,
that's right. That's right. Exactly. The only thing I can say that I bring to the table for Daniel is a pin. He always forgets his pin. I always carry a pin for him. Here's your pin, because he has to write the script out, the opening for the show. Writes fabulous openings too.
For you, Jim, look, you've been doing this shit a long time, racing and going to races, promoting races, everything that's been have to do with motorcycles. You've done it. You don't need the money. You've got
except for race a quad.
Okay, you never raced a quad. somehow Jim has never raced a quad, Daniel. That I have no idea, but
that's surprising.
You own probably a couple of blocks worth of real estate in and around the LA area, okay? Very smart with your money. You certainly don't need the Race Day Live money and all of that and everything else. Why do you
It's been stated, and not over the air, but the last 3 years, all my checks from Race Day Live, I just cash them and I put them in my safe. I have not touched one.
Okay.
They're still in there.
So why do you do it? You just love it? You just love doing it?
Yeah,
You just
Jason
asked me. The airplane travel, all of
I
that?
hate that. That's what I hate.
That's what I'm saying.
But thank God my son, my golfer, when he bought a big spread in Michigan, and a lot of times I'll...
Oh, you'll go back and forth?
Yeah, I'll stay back there in Michigan. Like after Indy, when they canceled, I told you, Steve, I take a negative and I turn it into a positive. Everyone's all bummed out there's no Supercross. I look at the positive. Hey, I get to fly from Indy up to Detroit and hang out with my grandson for a week and then fly back to LA. So, I mean, you got to look at those things.
Yeah.
And, especially if you're a rider, you have to look at things positive. You can't let this get underneath you. Oh, man, this sucks. If you go, say, for instance, they go in May or September, and you start going there and you say, oh, this sucks. I got to race on this day, and then I got to go. I can't do this. I can't do. You're done. You're not on the podium. You're not on the top 5. You're not even in the top 10 because you already defeated yourself.
Right. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, it's cool. It's cool. Like you said, you don't need the money. You don't do this for any fame or anything. Like, you just love it.
I just love it.
Yeah.
I enjoy it. It's part of my, I look at motorcycle racing. It saved my life.
Yeah.
And how it did is I was a kid growing up in L.A., and I used to have to take Ritalin. If anybody knows, they can Google it, what it did. Went to school, grammar school. Halfway through, they'd leave me at lunchtime or whatever, but my mom and dad got me a motorcycle, and that was a tool to keep me on the up and up, or I would be in jail right now.
Really?
I can guarantee it. With my anger issues and stuff, I'd be in jail. Yeah. And if someone kicked my ass, I'd get a gun, and I'd shoot them or something.
Steve, you got to save that drop right there. I'd be in jail.
Yeah, exactly, right? Cade, you've been on Race Day Live, right? Before?
Once.
Once? Yeah.
Once.
Was that this year or way back?
No, way back when. Well, I was on Race Day Live with whoever does stuff in the stadium, not Tyler, the other guy.
On the floor?
Yeah, on the floor.
It would have been
Dan Hubbard?
Dan Hubbard.
Dan Hubbard.
Yeah,
I
Dan
did some
Hubbard.
stuff with him
Yeah.
at San Diego because we were talking about Sarah and stuff being in the military.
Oh, yeah.
And then I did it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I did it in Indy in like 2016. Maybe.
Okay.
That was it.
All right. Yeah, interesting.
But that was who was on the stage with you then?
It might have been Kevin Barnett, real tall guy, volleyball
volleyball
player,
guy.
Kevin Barnett.
Yeah. Olympic volleyball player, I believe.
Oh, yeah. He calls the Olympics now. I just talked to him, matter of fact. He gave me a call and stuff.
I told him how I used to be a setter in high school.
Right.
And he brought a volleyball to Seattle.
Oh, yeah.
And I was showing him my setting skills, and he was actually impressed. He thought I was making this shit up. I said, no, bro, bring the volleyball. I'll do it.
Right.
And we were doing it in the parking lot. He's like, He's like, you actually know how to do this. I was like,
cool.
oh, yeah, suck it, Kevin. So anyway, hey, we got a question for both of you guys from Cody. Cody, welcome to the show. What's your question for Daniel, Blair, and Jim Son?
Yeah, so when NBC had the F1 coverage, they were doing like remote broadcasting. Like they weren't actually at the races. They were just in the studio in Connecticut, I think it is. Do you think Supercross is ever going to do that instead of having you guys actually at the track, or will you guys always be there?
I think we'll always be there because we have guests that, the top riders come on the show. We'll always be there. And I think that's also, it's a money thing if you got to set up a studio and everything.
Yeah.
But, you need to be there because in the background we have what's going on. And when you play them, rmfantasysx.com, you're seeing what the riders are doing and everything. And if someone crashes or whatever, you're seeing that. So, I don't think we'll ever not be there.
What is it? You guys will both be politically correct on this. I know this. But why would they have you guys do the whole show, the whole day, do everything, and the last set of practices, Ralph jumps in there? Like, that makes no sense to me.
It's rehearsal. Rehearsal for
their
those
rehearsal.
guys. It's their rehearsal prior to the show.
Yeah, so if you notice on Race Day Live, too, even the cameras change for that second practice because the TV broadcast uses that as their opportunity to get their camera guys warmed up, make sure their angles are good. Ralph and Ricky kind of use it as a warm-up. And I don't know if you remember, but when I first started on the floor, I would leave Race Day Live set, run down to the floor to test equipment. I don't do that anymore. Even Cole Seeley was kind of jumped in that role a couple times this year. But so, it was always used as just a warm-up for them to make sure that everything is ready for the night program. And I don't remember if Jim, did they always do that, even the first year I started, or did that
that just started the last few years. But I mean, to be honest, also, it gives me and Daniel a break.
Yeah, but your day's over then. Your day's over then at that point.
No.
Sometimes I'll go up spotting for TV or something.
Oh, okay.
Bevo, he's especially with this coronavirus, 100% said you're not traveling. So and so I'll go up in the booth and I'll spot.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey Cody, thanks for the call. And do you got a bike?
No, I had to switch and get a razor. So.
Oh, you got a razor? Okay, all right. Well, what can we do for that razor?
That was an excellent question, though, Cody.
Yeah, it's a good question. I liked it.
Yeah, good question.
Let's give you some oil for Maxima, all right?
Shit, yeah, I'd take it gladly. Can I ask Jim one thing really quick?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so it was just one thing I wanted to bring up. Jim, I asked you in person a while ago about a rider's injury when I was at a race, and you told me that you guys weren't able to disclose it because of FERPA laws. So
HIPAA. HIPAA. I mean,
HIPAA,
you're not allowed to do that in anything. You go into a hospital or whatever, and they cannot divulge that information. Like if you go up to Doc John Bachner and ask him, "Hey, what happened to that rider?" He looks at me. He goes, "Jim, with HIPAA laws, I can't divulge that information." And that's just that's all over the world. You just can't do that. Yeah.
Right, but that's different than in other sports that have unions and all that, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, the NFL and everything else, they have, NHL, they all have unions that say, hey, we can disclose your injury.
Okay.
So, it's actually, in other sports, it's a rule that they have to. Teams will actually be fined, maybe even lose draft picks if they get caught lying on the injury report list too. So it's actually part of their bylaws. They have to.
That's just NFL. NHL and NBA aren't like that. They they don't have to.
I know the NFL did that.
They have to disclose if the if the person is injured, but it doesn't need to tell you what it is. It's all gambling for the NFL, right? That's why they do it. But the other leagues
they don't want that. Yeah.
The other leagues can hide injuries. It's no problem. And if they do have an injury, they say upper body or lower body.
Yeah, what was that movie, The Referee? He had the inside information. He was gambling and stuff.
Donahue. Yeah.
So that's
hey, Cody, stay on hold. We'll get your information. We'll get you a set of Maxima oil out for that thing, all right?
Sweet. Thank you guys so much.
No problem. Thanks for calling. Appreciate it. Daniel Blair on the show. Brought to you by, ProFilter. ProFilter.com. If you haven't heard of ProFilter, maybe you've been roosted too many times, Daniel. ProFilter has been active in the industry for the last decade and manufactures top-quality air and oil filters for dirt bikes, street bikes, side-by-sides, and everything in between. Pick up your pre-oiled, ready-to-use premium air filter, oil filter at your next service. ProFilter.com, Pulp20 at checkout. Please check them out, and appreciate that for coming on and sponsoring Daniel Blair on the show here. So,
Daniel, I don't know how I feel about you getting mad at your son for smashing puddles on the 60. Come on, man.
Why?
That's just great, That's just a kid having fun. It's cleaning half the dirt off. It's just,
I want him to have fun. I love that he has fun. But when I say, hey, your bike is pretty clean, we made it through like the entire day with no problems, and they just watered, so just stay out of the puddles. And literally on the first straightaway, just splash. And I just, it's more out of discipline and not being able to understand direct orders. So that's why he had to wash the bike.
Can we all acknowledge that Daniel Blair is creeping towards Tony Alessi from 1998?
I mean, I don't think quite that far.
He's getting there, bro.
Dude,
he doesn't follow direct order. Like,
yeah, don't go through the puddle.
I
didn't give him a direct order to go and win. I said, don't go through the puddle.
It doesn't matter. You're getting a little intense to me.
Yeah, but the thing about it, though, I saw that video, Daniel. What I liked is you had Evan washing his own bike. I don't think Tony Alessi would let Mike wash his bike.
Yeah.
I don't think Mike
Well,
knows how to wash
to be
the bike.
to be fair, he washed the bike for about 2 minutes, and I took it away from him.
You suck. You suck.
Yeah, first off, he was right at the carb, just blasting it, and I'm like, you know what, he's not going to get it. Long story, but I let him go out right after they watered because I wanted to get home quicker. It's kind of my fault too, a little bit.
You're getting there, buddy. You are getting there.
Hey, Daniel, the only thing you got to do is just take the valve stem out of the rear wheel and say, man, you got a flat and time to go home.
That's harsh, man. Do that to a kid on a 60. That's harsh. All that kid wants to do is ride.
Got to learn now.
I just remember that story, Jim.
Which one?
The guy he steal your bike in a canyon, and years ago you told the story on the show.
Stole my bike in a canyon.
And you had to go meet him at a canyon to get your bike back from another guy or something?
No, that was
what was that?
Gary DePello.
I don't know, Gary, if it was Gary DePello.
Well, Gary was a teammate of mine, and his dad owned Accurate Container Corporation, and Gary had a little problem with drugs or whatever. And my dad prepared a couple bikes for us for the Nationals, right?
Yep.
And Gary says, hey, I'm going to go out and break it in. And, all right, yeah. Well, the bike never came back. And he traded it for drugs, and I had to go meet the guy, and I had to pay the drug deal, the drugs off, in order to get the motorcycle back.
That was
it. Yeah.
Dude.
That's a story right there.
I'm telling you.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Well, I got better ones. Trust me. That'll be for another show. One time I got a gun pulled on me in Houston at the Supercross because the same cat went out and he said, hey, he had a book, and he says, I got to go to a meeting here, and he went to the meeting, right?
Yeah.
And my buddy Eric
Like
Shimp,
a rehab meeting or something?
Yeah, and my buddy Eric Shimp was with me, and I said, Eric, where'd you get undressed at? He goes, right here. I go, your pants are in the bathroom. Gary took some money, and he went out on a bender. Well, he came back in like at 4 a.m. I'm going to race the next day, right?
Yeah.
And he was too, supposedly. Yeah. And he had his hands through the chain on the lock.
Yeah,
he had the
hotel.
key to get in, but I locked the chain lock. And he had his hands in. Man, I swear to God, I thought I was, broke his hands. I kicked the door. And his hands were in there, So anyhow, then I opened it up. He goes, let me in, Jim. I need to get some more money out of there. I opened the door. Click, click. A gun to my head. His guy.
Oh.
Yeah, he owes me $200 more. No problem, buddy. I don't want no problems. So we had to go $200, and I paid the guy off. Gary, get the F out of here, man.
Yeah.
You're done. I don't want to see you, man. And that was, so.
Jeez, what year was this? What are we
It was
talking?
1984, I think.
Really?
Yeah, 84, 83, 84, yeah. Remember how Houston was really bad? They had on that one street. I mean, they had hookers, drug dealers, everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was over there. And
The Super 8's right there.
Yeah.
The Super 8 is right there. These are story time by Jim Holley.
Yeah, we'll have one show. I got a lot of stories.
Just have the Jim Holley, pastime story.
Dude, there's so many of them. It's amazing. We got a question for you, Daniel, from David. David, what's going on? What's your question for Daniel Blair?
Okay, my question is, well, first of all, I purchased Eagle Grit, and I purchased Daniel's music on iTunes.
Oh, nice.
So the question is, I made a YouTube video, non-monetized YouTube video, and I want to use one of the songs that I purchased, one of his songs, on the video. So can I?
Yeah, no problem. Anyone. That's
Cool,
my motto.
cool. It's gonna be-
I get hit up a bunch and go for it. Do whatever you want. I don't care.
Cool. It's going to be the Are You Happy Here Alone song.
Oh, nice.
Okay, so
That's the one Steve used to play all the time, and then he bumped it.
Listen, Blake Warden asked us to put his song on, all right? What am I supposed to do? It's Blake Warden.
I know. It's all good. I didn't say
So
that.
thanks, Daniel.
All right, thanks, David.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, appreciate it, thank you. James is on too. James, you got an Eli Ken question?
Yeah, I was just curious in your guys' opinion. Obviously, there are two front runners for this championship. Out of the two, which one needs a Supercross championship more? Because both of them have outdoor championships, obviously. But Kenny, he went to Honda because Honda needs someone to get in the championship, and then Eli obviously needs it because Eli is outdoors. But
What do you think, Cade? Who needs this championship more? I mean,
Dude, I don't know.
aren't they pretty equal? Right?
They're both in a pretty dire situation. I mean,
Well, they're not dire, but yeah.
come on, dude. I mean, how many times can Eli be at the front and then lose it?
Right.
I mean,
It's Eli for sure.
Yeah.
Ken's he's had a couple of years of just with the injuries and everything that kind of screwed up his timeline a little bit. So, I mean, I don't know how long they've both been in the class. If you looked at the amount of races and seasons done total, but I mean, Eli it's time. Or Kenny, I think this year's been a big step no matter what. I mean, getting those wins, I think he's still working his way up that way, and if he pulls it, it's great. But Eli, I think if it's a must win, it's got to go with him.
All right, Jim, what do you think?
I mean, I got to agree. I think it's time for Kenny to, he's won races, and I think he's achieved what he has, although he has set out to win a championship.
Yep.
If he doesn't get it, I don't think he'll be as bummed out as Eli Tomac will be.
Yeah. Okay.
Because Eli's got more to lose, I think.
Right.
I agree.
Yeah. All right. James, it's a good question. We're going to give you a prize, all right?
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
You want a Roost MX t-shirt?
Sounds good, yeah.
All right, stay on hold. We'll get your information, all right?
Perfect, thank you.
And roostmx.net, go there, type in the code PulpNation. They're bringing you Jim Holley tonight on the show. Jim Hollywood Holley, brought to you by roostmx.net. Of course, a big part of the Cycle Trader, they were a Cycle Trader, Rock River team. And I wonder what they're going to do with Benny. They lost Benny, Benny Bloss, and I know that Mike Duclos still wants to go racing, so I don't know what they're going to do when we come back from racing. But
let's hope.
They use Roost MX graphics on their bike, and of course, Roost MX is official merchandise for the Cobra guys, too. So, roostmx.net bringing you Jim Holley on the show tonight. Thanks to those guys. Daniel Blair also on the line. We have Dan on 4. Dan, what's going on?
Hey, what's happening there, guys?
What's up, man?
Hey, Jim, this is Dan. I worked with you and your dad at Glen Helen for the Racing Champions.
Oh, yeah, the Yamaha Racing
Champions. That thing was cool. Yeah, they did that cool race, yeah.
Yeah, how you been, Dan?
Good. Just up here in the high desert still.
Oh, nice.
Doing the BMX thing, though, nowadays.
Yeah.
But I got a question for you, Jim.
Okay.
I can't remember if you actually pulled this prank off or if it was Lachine. But something was put on Glover's seat. Do you recall what that was?
If it was a seat, it might have been Ronnie. I did a set of goggles.
You did a set of goggles.
Yeah, I did goggles. Yeah, I did goggles.
The goggles. I remember.
The goggle stories all time.
Yeah, we're just going to leave that at that.
I'll tell you later.
Hey, that's a podium level story.
It is.
There.
And who knew that Brock would not use them to the main? I mean, oops. Oops. So
no, there was something put on Brock's seat.
Is this at the Yamaha? Is this at the Yamaha race?
Out of the water.
Is this the Yamaha Race of Champions race that this was done?
Yes, it was at Glen Helen.
All right, okay.
I'm trying to remember I can't remember what it was. What Ronnie did.
Because I was working on all the 4-stroke bikes, and your dad was doing all the 2-stroke bikes.
Yep.
And I couldn't remember if it was you that actually put the pad on Brock's seat, or if it was Ron.
No, I was Ron. Yeah, I wouldn't have put a pad on there.
Jim would have done something better, way better than that.
Yeah, but I do remember that race. If it's the same one, is that the one I crashed in and I was pissing blood after?
Well, it was one of the years. One of the years.
Oh man, I remember I got off hard.
It was all stock bikes. They were just stock bikes.
All stock bikes.
Yeah.
You rode a 125, a 250F, and a 252 stroke, and a 450.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was gnarly.
Yeah,
it was awesome.
That sounds kind of fun.
Yeah, it was cool.
426.
Or 426. That's right. Yeah.
Right.
Hard to start that thing. Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Dan. Thanks for the call, man.
See you,
Appreciate
Dan.
Hey, you bet, Jim. And hey, Jim, I still got that jersey hanging in my office.
Oh,
buddy.
cool.
Nice.
Cool. Nice.
I got a Jim Holley jersey also here.
Hey, I got a. You talk about this. My baseball son, you saw him, Cade, right?
Mm-hmm.
He texted me. He says, "No more quads, y'all, bro. BFF. No way a quad guy comes close to a moto guy. Put me on a quad. I'm taking top 20, and he don't even ride.
He doesn't even ride. See? Yeah, your kid knows. Yeah, exactly. Darkside, what's up, man?
What's up, boys?
Darkside, the
Great
official
show.
host of the PulpMX wrap-up show presented by Guts Racing and Michelin Bicycle Tires, of course. And I know everybody listens every week, right over there? Everybody?
Everybody.
Yeah, I listen every week.
Thank you. What's up, Darkside?
Right on. Yeah, Cade's going to be on. James from Vertex is going to be my other guest also.
Do you get a touch? That's awesome. I can't wait to hear it. And please keep it up. The last one was okay. So, you're getting there.
Right.
Darkside, do you sense a bit of early Tony Alessi coming from Daniel?
I heard you say that, and honestly, there's certain areas where he takes it more serious than he says he does.
Yes.
But at the same time, he has his own program, and I think he keeps Evan in check a little bit more than Tony did. So he takes it more serious than he likes to admit, but I think he's not quite as extreme.
Right. Okay. All right.
I'm telling you guys, I've said this for years, so this isn't just, I'm not coming up with this on the fly. I got a plan with my kid, and around 12 years old is when I will make the decision to either just keep it fun or go full Tony. But I'm not there yet. I got 3 years still to get to that point before I make that decision. So 3 years from now, maybe full Tony.
Well, 2 years, because he's 10 now, so he only got 2 years.
Yeah, see, but I'm gonna throw a little crazy 50 dad stuff on you. He's AMA 9 still. So.
Here we go.
No, yeah, you sound totally normal, bro.
Hey, didn't you call Tony Alessi for dad advice like 2 years ago?
I'm telling you right. Yes, I did. Like 3 years ago, when my little guy he wasn't even jumping yet. I called Tony and I asked him for advice. I said, my son loves it. I like it. I want to do things right. What do you think? And he literally said, you're going to do the exact opposite of what I did. And he told me like a full program of like what to do. And I've been following it. And then again, when you're around the 12, 13-year-old age, that's when I'm going to decide whether or not to do this based on his interest. So until then, it's so not like that because for one, I can't afford it, and for two, it's just too early for me to
He's
to go all
AMA
in on a
9.
little kid.
He's
AMA 9. That's all.
He's AMA 9.
Hey, I have a Tony Alessi story real quick, and I love Tony. Tony, I think, is good for the sport and everything.
Yeah.
But when Mike and Jeff were coming up, we were at Joe Sutter's riding, and we're out, and I was riding then a little bit, and I was riding with a buddy of mine, Dermot, and he had a 125 Suzuki or whatever. And Mike was coming up, and Dermot was in the good line, okay, and Mike had to take a different line to get it by him, right? Well, Mike had crashed, and Tony came and he started ripping Dermot, and I was behind. I watched all this happen. I was just following Dermot playing. He came in and he started ripping. Tony, whoa, back up, man.
Is Mike on an 80 then, or what is this?
Yeah,
Okay,
80. Yeah. He didn't knock him down. He took a different line. Yeah, but he should have been. Dermot should have got out of his way, so he had the good line. I said, no. That's not the way it should go. He should learn how to pass other riders in different lines and make it work for him.
Right.
I go,
you didn't move over for RJ.
Exactly.
Right.
It's just one of those things. But, and he was fine with it after I go, Dermot had nothing to do with Mike going down because it was in a section where Tony couldn't see what happened. And I saw exactly what happened, so. But I love Tony.
Right. I like Tony a lot. He's always been so cool.
Yeah, no, for sure. What else,
I love
Darkside?
Tony.
What else, Darkside?
Well, I heard DB talking about, his Cowboys earlier, and I was just thinking, man, wouldn't it be better if they don't play at all? Because that'd be a lot better season for them than if they do play.
Woohoo!
Right?
Yeah.
Man,
Low-hanging fruit, Darkside. It's, and yeah, I mean, you're right, but I don't know. You do know the Cowboys and Niners play each other this year, right?
Yeah, boy, I'm going to be there. I got a buddy that's got an in at Cowboy Stadium.
Yep.
Well, he told me I couldn't wear my 49er stuff if I go, so I don't know. Maybe I won't be there.
Hey, Daniel, in studio, my buddy Joel Chiro, he's a big Cowboys fan. Loves them.
Oh, so he knows pain and suffering then.
Yeah, he cries. I go over sometimes to his house, and he'll be just, what's wrong, Joel? Cowboys lost again.
Hey, Darkside, so you been riding much?
Well, as you know, since I've been texting you, the bikes are down. I'm doing top ends. But leading up to that, I've been riding a bit. Been riding out at one of our local tracks with Curran Thurman and Ben LeMay, showing them the fast lines around,
Well, stay upright, dude.
Darkside was supposed to retire.
He was going to retire. He's selling his bikes. I don't know. He can't let go of
That was
himself.
you. You said I was selling my bike.
Well, good God, you
you
just keep weeding yourself all the time, Darkside. You're like Marks.
Oh man, come on! I haven't crashed since the Bradshaw crash.
Listen, thanks to the guys at Vertex for hooking you up, by the way, Darkside.
Yeah. James is sending me the stuff I need for my 15. So
Nice.
greatly appreciated. That
Vertex
was thanks
Pistons.
to your help.
Yeah, exactly. So everybody who says, "Hey, you're so fucking hard on Darkside. You fucking hate on Darkside." Don't fucking worry about it, okay? I'm trying to like Jeannie Carmichael. I'm pushing him to be better. That's what I'm trying to do.
I always make sure to tell everybody you're not as hard on me off the air. You're pretty nice guy sometimes, Steve.
I just want you to get better, Darkside. That's all. What's wrong with that?
I know you do. Appreciate it.
I don't want our show to turn into some sort of
grit.
main event moto or something. I don't want a show to turn into that. So, all right, Darkside. Thanks, buddy.
All right, see you guys.
See you, man.
All right, Daniel. Thanks for calling in, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and Jim. It's good chatting with you. And again, fingers crossed, man. Hopefully, I see you soon.
Yeah, don't forget and send me that address, guys.
I was supposed to be on. I was supposed to be on Race Day Live at Daytona.
Yep, Daytona.
No, Indy.
Well, Indy.
No, Daytona first, Daniel, because I called and I texted him, "Are you going to be there?" And he says, "I don't go to Daytona." I went, "Well,
yep."
son of
And
a
then it
bitch,
was
we
moved
can't
to
have
Indy,
one."
and then it was canceled. So I'm the first guest. I'm the first guest out of the bat when this thing comes back. Will you guys promise me that? Yeah, Jim promises me that.
Well, Teresa's listening in, so.
I promise I'll ask.
Thank you.
As far as I'll promise.
Yeah, thank you. All right, Daniel. Thanks, man. Thanks for coming on.
See you guys. Bye.
All right, see ya.
Oh, here you go. You can read that text from Teresa, our producer, Race Day Live. What'd she say? Are you on?
Yeah, she's got no control right now over what's hitting the air between you and Daniel. And I like that. That's the kind of show we run at PulpMX. Question for Jim from Frank. Frank, what's going on? What's your question for Jim Holley?
Jim fucking Holley.
Yeah.
Love you, Jim.
Legend.
Hey, Frank.
My fourth favorite rider. Welcome to the Pulp Quad Show, Jim. That's awesome.
Yeah, Pulp Quad Show.
Hey, you have a couple top 5 finishes in the 250 and the 500 outdoor series. What was your favorite, the 500 or the 250?
That's a good question. I like both of them, to be honest. 500 was, you had to have control of that thing. It's like a lot of times when you're a road race guy, and I'm talking Kevin Schwantz and Wayne Rainey and all those guys before they had traction control, you had to have good throttle control in the 500.
Do you want me to cut your cough button?
Yeah, come in. Let me come.
All right. Jimmy's got a cough. But here's the thing about the Jim's being, and Jim will be too modest. He won't talk about this. He had to ride a piece of crap YZ490. When you compare that thing to the Honda and Cowie 500s back in the day, like water cooled and everything, I don't think the YZ even had a rear disc brake for a while, and the other bikes did. Like seriously. So, you ready?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, all right. So yeah, Jim won't say this, but his bike was a piece of crap.
But I did like riding the 500 class, and it was just awesome to be in that era, with Bailey and, Johnson, O'Mara, Lachine, Wardy, all those guys. I mean, it was, I thought that was one of the better eras to be in, and I was happy to be part of it.
Frank, did you hear the story about how factory Yamaha screwed him over?
I've heard a lot of stories from Jim.
Okay,
He's
so
awesome.
Jim is like a top privateer in the sport. Jim is like, I can't even really
Chiz.
Well, he's better than Chiz, though. And
Brayton.
Yeah, I mean, Brayton. When Brayton was Moto Concepts,
Yep.
like not now because Brayton's factory, but Jim is Brayton.
Okay.
Right behind the factory guys, top 10 more times than not, crushing it in Yamaha contingency, and he's national number 12, okay? He goes from 48 to 24 to 10. 12.
12 and then 10.
Sorry, 48 to 24 to 12 to 10. All right? At 12, he gets a factory ride, national number 12. He gets a factory Yamaha ride. He goes out that year, does his best ever, gets national number 10. They drop him. He just keeps getting better and better and better, and when he gets on a factory bike, he gets hired, and then he gets even better, and they drop him.
But, Frank, like I told, and Cade, like I told Steve, I was hired to win races, and I didn't win races.
You weren't going to beat Wardy and RJ. No offense, but that wasn't
Maybe not on that bike, right?
Right. So, anyways, Frank.
He's a champion in my heart, and it's time to come fishing with us, too.
Yeah, I definitely got to go with you and your brother, Danny. Danny Lowers used to sponsor a lot of, and Frank helped them out, sponsored a lot of privateers and stuff with Marty Smith and all those guys, and Ed from the Police and Firemen's Association.
Yeah.
But Danny, he hung it up, and he got a fishing pole now. He turned in a set of handlebars into a fishing pole.
Right. Well, listen, and then the worst thing is Jim stayed on Yamaha. They let him go. Honda was a way better bike, and he stayed with Yamaha.
But I still have a Yamaha shirt on today, and Yamaha still helps me out. So I am loyal.
I agree with that.
I am loyal.
Your loyalty did pay off because they helped you forever.
I'm loyal.
Right. No, I know. And Ultracross, they gave you rides for Ultracross.
Yep. And I helped him out with the Yamaha team. As a matter of fact, when I pulled up with Joel Chavo, I can give your address, not the street, but the numbers are 5472. That was Takeshi Koikeda. Both of his numbers when he rode for me.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah. So I'll never forget that.
All right.
Jim's
Frank.
helped a lot of people too. I'd like to, man. He's done a lot for the motocross industry and especially the Japanese guys. So hats off to you, Jim. We love you, buddy.
Thanks, I appreciate it, Frank.
All right, thanks, Frank. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Those
Alex,
are good guys. His brother was a sheriff, retired, and everything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Alec, you got a question for Jim?
Hey, Jim. Just wanted to ask you what your favorite bike you ever rode was.
During the magazine test for like dirt bike or just my favorite Yamaha I rode?
Both.
I think the favorite Yamaha had to have been probably 85. They made that transition into the yellow bikes into the red and white bikes, and I really liked that bike. But sometimes when I did those magazine tests, like Steve would say, like the Hondas were definitely a little bit better than Yamaha, but that helped me as far as giving input to Yamaha on being able to ride those other manufacturers, and test the bikes for Dirt Bike Magazine. I could relay some information to Yamaha and try to improve the product.
Yeah. So there you go. 85.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks. We got a Blackwater 100 question.
I never rode it, but I heard it was awesome.
JJ.
Hey, I want to say thanks to y'all for, still doing the show, keeping it going during these times. It's awesome. It gives me something to look forward to. I know.
Yeah, listen, Talon and Travis don't want to do it. They keep telling me not to do it, but I'm here for you guys every week. So,
you have no idea. I talk to a lot of people. I've been out of the loop for quite some time. Took a 10-year break, came back, started racing again with some of my friends that are in riding in general. I actually just did some outlaw riding at like Breezewood Proving Grounds and stuff out in PA. And I'd have to say coming back to the loop and being back around it again has been awesome. And in times like this, dude, thanks for keeping it up. As far as my question, Jim, the Blackwater 100, that was like, if you watch on YouTube videos nowadays, I didn't get to actually physically see that. Were you around for that race?
I never.
Did you do it?
Yeah, I never rode it, but I always wanted to. But when you're riding professionally and you have those fun races to do, they kind of put a little damper on things and really don't want you to do it. But Rick Super Hunky, the editor of Dirt Bike Magazine, and Paul Clipper and Tom Webb and all those guys, they went back there and rode all that stuff, and I just never had the opportunity to go back there and ride it. But I always like a challenge to do something like that. But is it still going?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
No, they shut that. They shut that.
But
they shut that down whenever, But my other question too is if there's ever an opportunity that they ever bring something like that back again, for the nostalgia factor.
Jim,
I know I'm 29 and I'm telling you, dude, I'd take it in a heartbeat and
Jim,
wouldn't care what happens.
Jim told us he did a GNCC on a BW 200 fat wheel.
Yeah, before
Do you
the
know what that is,
Daytona
Cade?
Supercross.
No. You don't even know what that is?
No, I don't have a clue.
Google it right now.
Yeah,
Google
BW 200. Yeah.
BW 200.
Yeah,
he did
definitely Google it.
Yeah, it has a like you were talking about the quads. It has a big tire in the rear, and it was awesome. But I was so beat up.
The river crossing was is the most famous of all videos, and you see these trike guys, and I've heard the whole quad thing. I actually called in to make comment on that, but I'm not going to go there.
Yeah.
But the trike side of it, it was crazy to see. Everybody out there, bikes, quads, trikes, and then just rolling up this hill.
If they ever bring it back, I'd love to do the event.
Thanks for the call, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for the call.
Guys.
Garrett's on one for Cade. Garrett, what's up?
Hey, not much, guys. So I've got a buddy who is kind of been like back and forth about trying FXR. So he just barely ordered a set, and the other day he got an email saying that they refitted the pants. They're still sending the jersey, and he asked them if he could just get a refund on the jersey as well, and they said they already sent it and there wasn't anything they could do.
Okay.
People from FXR, so with no reply. So I was just wondering if Cade knew anything about how to fix that.
How do you fix that, Cade?
Man, I don't know. It's that's a tough one. I mean, I know the people on Instagram. You could DM them on Instagram, tell them your problem and stuff, and kind of see what they say. I obviously I'm not with them anymore, so I can't. I'm not at liberty to tell them. I mean, those people are pretty awesome. They'll usually take care of you.
They are good guys.
If not, like I said, DM them on Instagram. I know the people over there that do that work. They'll get back with you, and they'll probably end up getting your friend a pair of pants or something like that. I don't think they'll leave you hanging.
All right, there you go, Garrett.
Okay.
Try that.
Awesome. Thanks,
All right,
guys.
Thanks. Appreciate it. X Brown Goggle Tarot, shall we do that, gentlemen? Please. Can't believe you guys didn't want to do his shows.
I'm bored at home without these shows.
Jackasses.
This is the only paycheck I get, bro.
All right, X Brand Goggle Tear-Offs.
It's the X Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid fire Q&A.
Rapid fire. X Brand Goggles, a choice of champions everywhere. Alex Ray using X Brand. You ever heard of him?
No.
Kyle Chisholm wearing X Brand.
Great guy.
EKSbrand.com is the code, or is the website to go to. The guys at Motorsport, our buddies there, Ryan Villapoto's main sponsor, one of his main sponsors, are running a promo on X Brand right now, EKS20 at motorsport.com. So please go there, check out their prices, check out their customer service. Great guys at Motorsport. And X Brand, you can save EKS20 from those guys. So I want to thank Rich at X Brand. I'm donating some goggles for doctors. I've got like 15 pairs of old goggles. I'm going to put lenses in them.
Yeah.
Get me up some lenses. I'm going to drop them off at the hospital here.
I think
in
that's
town.
awesome.
So that's really cool.
You know, the motorcycle industry's coming together. You're doing that. I know 100%'s doing some stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody in the motorcycle community coming back, and, you know, like what Fell does with St. Jude, you know, this shirt saves lives, this race saves lives. Motorcycle people are
They're
nice
all right.
people. They're all right guys.
So these questions are submitted by Corey Moser. Do you know who that is?
Corey Moser.
Yeah.
Name sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know who he is either.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, questions for all three of us. You have 30 seconds on the clock. X Brown Goggles. Here we go.
Okay.
Steve.
What?
Who was a better mechanic, Skip or Berluti?
Oh, stop it. Stop it. I'm not answering that. I had Skip Norfolk and Berluti in here. They both
Right.
live in Vegas, and
Yeah.
we did a terrific podcast. It
Oh,
was
I didn't
great.
know
So-
Skip lived in
Yeah,
Vegas.
Skip lives in Vegas now.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh.
so
I've actually been meaning to ask you that because I know he always comes in.
yeah. All right, not answering that.
Cade.
Can I answer it?
Sure. Yeah.
I think they're both excellent mechanics. They're both meticulous, and if you look at their bikes, like when they were working, they had, their bikes were awesome. I was so happy when Tony Berluti got that win, though, with Justin Brayton.
Yeah,
in
that was
Daytona.
awesome. Yeah.
That's the most politically correct answer I've ever heard.
Give me a high five on that. Dude.
All
right. Cade, what do you plan to do when you retire from racing?
At this point, I'm basically retired. We don't race anyways.
Oh, wow.
I don't know. I like training kids. I don't know, 9 to 5er, I guess. I don't really know. I like training kids though. I've been doing that in my downtime now, so I hope I can do that for as long as I can.
All right, 16 seconds. Good job. EKSbrand.com.
Jim, having worked on films, what is your favorite movie or director?
Probably Gary Gray, and that would be the Italian Job. That was a good movie.
10.4.
Steve, today, how far off of your all-time best Manitoba champion speed do you think you are?
Oh, I'm far off. I'm fatter. I'm slower. Yeah.
You look good.
9 seconds a lap.
Yeah, I'm way far off. I mean, I scored Canadian national points like in a pro class. Like I was an okay rider.
I mean,
you know.
I know a lot of dudes in Canada that do that.
Okay, this is a little tougher back in the day.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
There we go.
I mean, I think it was. Maybe not though, but whatever. So, but those guys are decent riders. So that's all I'm getting at. Is I was a decent rider, and now I see a double jump, and I'm like and I'm tired, and I'm half the rider I once was.
You sound like Joel.
Yeah. See. Yeah.
How many seconds off Keefer in your prime?
Oh, a lot. Like, I mean, even at my very best. Okay, I scored points in a Canadian national moto, like big deal, right? Like at my very best. Keefer's like good. Yeah, no. Keefer choked badly at the nationals when he was trying to qualify. Like, I don't know. You've seen him ride.
Yeah, he rides really good. I
Yeah.
wish
You
I
should've
had
saw him at
style like
Hangtown-
Keefer.
You should have saw him at Hangtown Impala. It was like I was riding the bike. Like, he was not good. He was not good. So
It was a real letdown to
Yeah.
watch.
All right.
Poor Keefer.
I like how he doesn't say the time after he goes over.
No, I'm allowed to do whatever. It's my show. Yeah. It's like when Jim was training his Japanese riders. Do as he says, not as he does. Right.
Well, I'd run with him.
That's a good point.
Cade, name all the riders likely to knock Filthy Phil off his throne this year if they go racing.
Cole could do it. That's really it. I don't really see anybody else beating him.
Girk? No.
Not for the whole thing. Maybe
No.
in one of the series, but that's it.
What about Wright? No.
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 Not a chance. Sorry, Dylan. I like you, but not
Right.
that much.
Okay. All right.
Jim, you made the most out of your racing career, but what's something you turned down that you regret?
Good question.
Yeah.
In 30 seconds.
Yeah. The Philippines.
But the
yeah.
country?
Yeah.
They offered you the country?
No, but they wanted me to go race, and back then, whatever, I think I was getting $5 or $8 to show up and go there, and I just didn't. I didn't do it. But I always said that when my kids were at school, even though they had scholarships and everything, I still had to write out a check for insurance, phone bill, food, or whatever. Every time I sent them a check, I'd always think back to the Philippines. God damn it, I should have went to that race.
It's funny, like Red Dog, when I worked for him for 4 years, he got offered 30 to 40K a couple times a year.
Turned it down?
Never went.
What?
Yeah. Never
Are
went.
you serious, dude?
Never
That's
went.
more money than I profit in a year.
I know. He turned down $500,000 to $1 million in his career by just not wanting to go for a weekend to these races.
And if you asked him that same question, that'd be a big regret.
Oh, 100% right now. He's like, I should have took that money. I should have went all those times. It's fucking 4 days of your life for
and you
for
get
30.
to probably go somewhere cool as shit.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. So
yeah.
Dude.
What was the most money you ever made at a single race? Anywhere in the world?
Probably 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was that show up and purse or just purse?
Show up
Oh,
and purse.
yeah.
I mean, it was so. I was flying back, and Kimberly Baxter, I met her on the plane. There's the girls again. On
Nobody
the
knows.
Come back. But when
I like
you
how he
came-
says Kimberly Baxter. We're supposed to know, like, oh yeah.
Well, no, she's a friend of mine.
I like
I've
how
known
he
her for-
remembers
no,
their names. Like, you're a
no,
good guy.
She lives out in the Bay Area. I keep in touch
Yeah.
with. She's a great gal. But her and Martha was her friend. And we Joel knows Kimberly.
Okay.
Anyhow, we were flying back, and I'd been over in Europe for like I think 3 weeks or whatever.
Yeah.
And I had like $60,000 on me.
Yeah.
You can't come into the government. You can't come in here with under
Yeah.
more than $10,000.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm thinking. So I had to meet these girls, and I gave them some money, and I'm thinking, they got to carry some money over for me. And I think Wayne Rainey and John Kaczynski, a couple guys were on the flight with us, but they were in first class.
Uh-huh.
And road race guys get hundreds of thousands of dollars to do show up, but they're in a different tax bracket. They get their money wired into their accounts. And I had all this stacks of cash and stuff, man.
Such a rough life.
Yeah.
And Martha and Beverly just hooked it up.
Martha and Kimberly.
Kimberly,
they
sorry.
helped me out.
Yeah.
Thanks, girls.
Okay.
They hooked me up in other ways, too.
This is the Jim Holley After Dark.
Boy.
Holley After Dark, yeah.
All right. You could just seriously sit here with Jim for hours. Just hours.
Like my old man says, you can see my shit-eating grin right now.
We're on video. You can see it. All right.
That was awesome.
Can I have some pap with some rapid fire questions?
Steve.
Yep.
Has Canada? Oh boy. Has Canada handled the corona outbreak better or worse than the USA?
I don't know. I'm not up there. How do I know? I don't know.
Dude, Moff's
I mean, there's so many less people. There's so much less people there. They're probably handling it better because their social distancing is going well.
Dude, they're like actually full blown serious. Like Moff isn't able to leave his house. When he went into the country, they like took his cell phone number and all this stuff, and the cop like rolls by his house. He says like a couple times a week, like making sure he's home because he's not allowed to leave for 14 days. Because he came back.
Because he came in from another country. Yeah,
he came back and he was like on full lockdown.
Right. There's your answer.
Cade, RC sat down with the 5 stars of Moto for a roundtable. Which 5 privateers should also get that opportunity?
Ooh, a funny one. Probably A-Ray, me, Adam. Who else would be good in there? Steve would have to host it.
Yeah, because Ricky doesn't know enough about any of you
Ricky
guys.
doesn't know any of
How
us.
about Chiz?
Chiz, yeah.
I mean, Chiz talks like quietly and like he's just a veteran. He's just a
he's
veteran.
solid.
Just yeah.
What about Cat and Zero? I heard you talk
Cat
about.
would be good.
Yeah, Cat would be fun. Yeah.
And probably I like Ronnie Stewart. Ronnie's good when you get him
Ronnie's
loose.
good.
Ronnie's a good guy. I like all those guys. We had Tyler and Adam, I think, that in
Yeah,
here.
I listened to it. Yeah,
they
I
were
called
amazing.
in.
They were
Yeah.
amazing.
And I think
Divorce. What was his line?
Something about divorce being better than death.
Divorce is better than dying, bro.
Oh, yeah.
and I think
great.
I think that you need the 5 guys that Ricky did, but also you need the 5 guys like you're talking about, Cade, with the privateers. I'm always a firm believer in the privateers.
Because you were one.
Yeah,
you were a
and
hero.
you need where would Supercross be if we didn't have privateers?
Also,
And we're like more willing to do that
Here's
stuff.
the-
Like,
here's- and
every
here's-
one of those dudes
yeah.
looked miserable as heck.
I
on
just
camera.
talked to Tristan Lane for my privateer podcast that
Yeah.
I do, and he was fantastic. Like I don't really know him that well.
Tristan's cool.
Great dude, funny, well spoken, just like you, like totally awesome, and he has a different point of view than Justin Barsher, Eli Tomac, or any
You
of
should
those
see
other
that
guys,
kid
so.
ride in the sand.
Yeah, no, I saw him. Okay, never mind. Oh yeah, Jim's story of the one caveat of Jim's getting fired by Yamaha and getting fucked over by Yamaha is that he actually makes more money when he wasn't a factory rider because he was eligible for
True
contingency.
story.
Yeah, because he could get contingency then, and he could do other races all over the place that
Yeah.
Yamaha wouldn't let him do.
Yeah.
Yep.
So in the end, Jim made more money
True story.
So
without a factory bike.
Yeah.
All right.
Had factory parts though.
Did you?
Yeah.
You get transmissions?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because on the 490 that we were talking about,
Yeah.
they change them.
Oh yeah.
5-speed to
Yeah,
4-speed.
But they'd give that to you?
5-speed. Yeah.
Yeah. What about suspension?
Oh yeah, Olin's. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, last one. Jim, why haven't we seen a rider from Japan be a race winner and title contender?
I mean, I brought a lot of them over, and the thing about it, and I went over this with Yamaha Japan when I had meetings. it was the thing about it is they would come to me when they're 18 years old, and you need to come over like you see Joe Shimoda. He came over, and look at Joe Shimoda now, what he's doing. He came over here when he was 12. You need to get the younger kids going. And I had a young kid ride the KTM Junior Supercross Challenge, and he also did Supercross Futures. So you have to do that. But if Yamaha sends them over and something happened to that kid, Yamaha is responsible for them for the rest of their life. That's just the Japanese style.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So you got to wait till they're over 18. And I said, well, then you're not going to win a championship.
All right. X-Brand goggles. Choice of champions from everybody. Firepower chains. You use a Firepower chain.
I do.
Do you not?
I do.
And do you like it?
Great.
Fantastic.
Very
Firepower batteries and chains. The batteries are used by A-Ray also.
We have the batteries too.
You got the batteries too?
And our race bikes.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, see? That would have been helpful knowledge.
Well, there you go. Now you know.
Gopher Dunes won championship with Firepower batteries. Firepower committed to offering superior products with over 50 years of experience in the industry. Don't waste money when replacing OEM batteries or chains when you can get more power and supreme reliability by choosing Firepower. A wide variety of chains from heavy-duty rollers to O and X-Ring, all made in Japan. Firepower offers featherweight lithium batteries that are backed by a 2-year warranty. Ask your local shop for Firepower today. Firepowerparts.com. Thank you to those guys. Thank you also motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Racetech Suspension Engine. Did you ever use Racetech? Did you ever use Racetech?
When was Racetech started?
I think I did when
82?
On a Suzuki 400, Mikuni Carburetors had built a bike, and I think Racetech did the suspension. I was helping develop the carburetors for them on the early years of the four-strokes.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Okay, Racetech.com, Vortex Racing, Roost MX, Vertex Pistons, X-Brand Goggles, Michelin Starcross 5, Maxima USA, Scoche, Pro Filter, Firepower, EVS Sports, FMF, Guts Racing, Get Data, Atlas Neck Brace, AtlasBrace.com, Chase Sexton wears an Atlas brace. Probably should have brought that up with him, but he uses an Atlas. Works Connection, PulpMX-20 is the code to save it, worksconnection.com. OGO Power Sports, Art of Sport. We got a gift package coming up, potentially for you, Kade Clayson, from the folks at Art of Sport, if you can get Jim Holley's trivia questions correct. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Inten Cycles, WUSA, LA Honda World Ride Engineering, Works Chassis Lab, also on board. WUSA, great guys. John Anderson, everybody. You know John from way back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
WUSA, helping out Chad Reed, who looks like if he comes back, he's going to come back on a KTM. Did you guys hear about this?
Yeah, I saw that.
Freaking Chad Reed, man.
What are you getting at?
So wait, he's going to come back for the rest of the races this year or next year too?
No, not next year.
No, this year.
This year.
Okay.
On a KTM. He was on a Honda, right? Yeah. So, Chad Reed using WUSA for all his wheels needs for all his bikes. WUSA, and they've got a whole edge wheel set on there as well. If you're looking to not spend a ton of money on wheels, but you need a spare set, check out their edge set as well. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Job of the Week. Upload your resume for free. 10 Cycles in Matthews, North Carolina.
Oh, I wonder who owns that.
I wonder who owns that 10 Cycles in Matthews, North Carolina. They're looking for a service tech, full-time service tech, responsible for identifying necessary motorcycle service and performing the repair, service, and or maintenance work on the bike. Go to 10 Cycles in Matthews, North Carolina. But I should say go to motorcycleindustryjobs.com for that. So if you're looking for a permanent job, go check that out, service technician.
Have you been over there?
No, I haven't.
It's so nice. It's in like a really nice part of town.
I heard that. Yeah, I heard that.
He did a good job.
Brayton. It's Brayton.
Yeah, it's Brayton's shop.
Yeah. I got that number.
MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, number one source for power sports companies looking for employees. I know times are rough right now, but there's still things going on. Did you see today in the news that the government has made motorcycle shops and stuff essential services? That got released today.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. I wanted to ride our 125 this weekend.
Yep.
And I pinched a tube and needed some other stuff from the shop, and I was like, well, not gonna ride now.
Oh, really?
Because I drove over to the shop and they were closed, so I was actually bummed.
Right.
Yeah.
Also, Jim, you're diabetic, right?
Yes.
All right. PrairieInsulin.com is on board with us. Did you know, Jim, the insulin for diabetes was invented in Canada?
Really?
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah.
Hometown of Ross Rollerball Peterson and Putin.
Yeah? Oh, nice.
Right. So on average, the same insulin in the United States can be upwards of 10 times more expensive than the same product in Canada. Prairie Insulin and Meds believes that taking care of your health shouldn't burden you financially. So if you want to go there for initial 10% off the already low Canadian prices, you mention PulpMX, mention PulpMX Show, anything to do with me, and you'll get 10% off the low Canadian prices. PrairieInsulin.com, 1-800-759-6715. So please check it out. So I've teamed up with those guys as well. Whether it's insulin or actually a lot of other drugs that they have. So please check them out. Okay, we got the trivia question still coming up. By the way, Yamaha LCQ Challenge, Cade, you're leading, right?
No, man, third.
You were third?
I would be in second if A-Ray wouldn't have cleaned me out in Daytona.
Oh boy, we got over that though, didn't we?
I mean, I don't care.
Okay, didn't seem like it. I want to tell people this thing is still going on. We gave a bunch of money away last year. What we're doing this year is after 10 races, we're resetting it. We're making a chase to the standings because Entignap had it wrapped up so early last year. We were like, there was nothing going on, right? So we took the top 7 in points after 10 races, and Cade, you were third, so you're in the mix. And the top 6 out of the 7 are going to get the money. So this thing's still going. It's still happening. So I'm seeing some people donate and everything else, so I want to thank you guys for that. Winner, $20 for a raffle ticket gets you a chance at a 2020 YZ450. We're giving away a couple generators as well from the folks at Yamaha, and an FXR set of gear, a Fly set of gear. So
nice.
All these companies are stepping up. PulpMX.com/Yamaha raffle for info and to buy tickets, $20. And let me just say, I don't want to give away the amount of money we have in there. It's not on pace like it was last year. Sorry, Cade. You got fucked again.
Whatever.
First WADA and now this. But let's get that money up in there. Let's make that happen. PulpMX.com/Yamaha raffle. The good part is you have a better chance at winning. So, Marks, you're going to do your randomizer thing or whatever?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
we should get all the dudes, like all 7 of us, to get a jersey to donate to people too.
Yeah, we should do that. Yeah,
why not?
Yeah, I know Joan Cross was very excited about being in the mix. So
yeah, I mean, it's badass.
Really cool of Yamaha to do this. Thank you, Yamaha.
And that's Mike Ulrich.
Yeah,
helped tell that, right?
Yep, absolutely. And
He's a
and
great guy
John
for
Howell
Yamaha.
also.
Yeah.
So we're giving away a bike, 2 Yamaha generators, and some gear and products. FMF Guts, Roost, Works Connection, Race Tech, Vortex. They're all putting stuff on the bike on the winner who wins the bike.
Oh,
so.
Cool.
Yeah.
And Yamaha's good like that as
Dude,
far
they
as
are,
you know, helping out. Like I have a race that I promote. It's a flat track race, and if Jared Mees doesn't get back to racing, I'll have him come over. But it's in Carson City, Nevada, and we do it at the end of August, like the 29th and 30th or whatever. But you can go to ontrack702 at gmail.com to get information. But Yamaha sponsoring it. Western Power Sports is sponsoring everything, and they have demo rides on that new Tenere, that 700 Tenere. I'm looking forward to that. So Yamaha does they get back to the sport.
I feel like they're a company that does a lot of giving back. Yeah.
No, they're really good. They've been great for all of us, for all the stuff we want to do. We had some plans to sport a rider for the first few nationals too, and I don't know how that's going to go, but we had some plans to do that. Yamaha was going to step in and do that, and we were going to maybe get RV involved and everything. So like they're on board, and they're a cool company, and they're great bikes, and whether it's 2-stroke or 4-stroke, whatever it is, Yamaha can help you out. So. I know
125s are sweet.
They are.
They sound so, like the one Jared McNeil's been riding. Man, it's crispy.
Our 252 strokes, like Bob Oliver ported bikes, were so good. Like Chad and Timmy. Oh God,
my favorite bike I ever owned. My dad got me a 252 stroke when I was riding in Florida a lot with Adam. And, dude, that thing was so sick. Yeah. It lasted forever.
Did it?
It was so rad.
Yeah, they were good, man. All right, we're going to take our second commercial break of the night. Jim Holley is here. Kade Clayson is here. We'll come back. We'll wrap it up with some segments. We got the Race Tech Rant still. We have the Motorsport Tweet at Talon as well coming up. Maybe story time with Uncle Jim. Maybe we'll do some of that. And, again, don't forget the AC PulpMX show studio auction for all money going to Ron Tishner. Check out the PulpMX.com for the link onto that. And I'm looking forward to having you people in studio, the winner in studio, I should say, with Adam and I and whoever else he brings. So we'll be right back after this commercial break. Stick around. We'll be right back after this, everybody.
And then on deck is Maserati and Lamborghini.
Those who love motocross know Motorsport.com has the knowledge and expertise to make your next ride your best ride. Motorsport.com has a broad selection of in-stock parts and gear at competitive prices. We specialize in bringing you OEM and aftermarket parts, riding gear and accessories for dirt bikes, motorcycles, ATVs, and UTVs. All thanks to the most dedicated and experienced team of gearheads in the industry who use the very parts we sell on Motorsport.com. Motorsport.com always offers fast shipping and free delivery on orders more than $79 to ensure you never miss a ride. Whether you race on the track, ride the trails, or commute on the street, shop Motorsport.com today for the best customer service and experience when buying the parts and gear you need to stay on 2 and 4 wheels. Make your next ride your best ride, only at Motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win is Michelin motorcycle tires. And Michelin is introducing many exciting new tires for 2020. For V-twin riders, the Michelin Commander 3 Cruiser and the Michelin Commander 3 Touring tires offer improved wet grip and enhanced tread life. For sport bike and track day riders, the Michelin Power 5 tire and the Michelin Power GP tires feature the same architecture and profile for effortless sport bike setup from street to track. If you'd like to have the same tire that won the 2019 Red Bull Ayersburg Rodeo, the Michelin Enduro Extreme tire is the tire for you. And the Michelin Starcross 5 tire range is now available for young motocross and off-road riders in sizes for 50cc bikes and up. To learn more about these and all other Michelin two-wheel products, check out www.motorcycle.michelinman.com. Visit your local dealer or online retailer and follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Thanks for listening to the PulpMX show, everybody. Please, if you're listening to these commercials, I appreciate it. Yeah, that's right, because without these commercials and without these sponsors, we wouldn't have a janky radio show for you to listen to. But for now, I want to talk about Roost MX, the official graphics company for both Cobra Moto and the Cycle Trader Rock River Yamaha team. For over 20 years, they've been delivering professional-level graphics for every rider from an amateur to a pro, including Alex Ray back in the day. Choose from our selection of graphics online or make yours one of a kind. Roost also offers a wide range of custom products from t-shirts, sticker kits, helmet kits, trailer graphics, and more. 48-hour turnaround. Be sure to check out the new Pulp Nation section on the website. Get your PulpMX swag, customize your bike, get custom stickers, get custom helmet stickers, whatever it is, including PulpMX stuff. Follow them on Instagram at RoostMX for monthly sales. Get your equipment looking fresh visiting roostmx.net and use the discount code PulpNation to save 20%. Thanks, roostmx.net.
Want a chain and sprocket kit but aren't sure what you need? Then call Vortex Racing at 800-440-3559 and get hooked up with a V3 Performance Kit. They have more gearing than your garage has room for. With over 30,000 possible gearing combinations, Vortex has the right gearing for any track condition. Join the ranks of factory Yamaha's Justin Barsha and Aaron Plessinger, as well as Supercross champion Dylan Ferrandis, and run a Vortex sprocket. Available in red, black, blue, silver, and green. Yes, green. Call a doctor, because things just got sick. Warning. May cause extraordinary power, excessive performance, and speed so fast your eyes will bleed. Call Vortex Racing at 800-440-3559. Mention promo code PulpMX 2020 and get the best deal on your next order. And don't forget to sign up for the Vortex EK Athlete Support Team for 2020. For more information, call 800-440-3559 or visit vortexracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts, 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Steve.
Keefer.
Do you want to hear about one of the best rides I've ever had?
Dude, it's not time for After Dark yet.
Chill down, dude. I just want to talk about race tech stuff.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Gosh, man. Basically, I've had the chance to do some stuff with race tech recently with the CRF 250R and, of course, the KX 250. And as you know, I've talked about on the show, I wasn't a real hardcore fan of race tech stuff back in the day. But since Rob and Andrew and those guys have assembled at race tech, the stuff has been great. So for you guys out there listening, if you guys are looking to get your engine work done or even some suspension work, or as Steven says on the show sometimes, get your seals and your oil rebuilt
bushings
in your fork and shock. Get it rebuilt. It helps. 15 to 20 hours. Head over to racetech.com. Check out. They even got a cool little simulator. You can look at what size spring rate you might need for your bike. So a lot of cool features over there on the website. But and as you know, Yamaha Blue Crew guy over here, you guys have some of that on your bike.
It's fantastic. Zombie Blows uses it. Jerry Robin uses it. Starling, all of those guys over there. Malcolm Stewart won a Supercross with Race Tech stuff a few years ago. Pulp19 is the code to save. Mention PulpMX when you call. You can save on the service. You can save on motor work. You can save on springs if you just want to do that and get it put in yourself or do it yourself. Race Tech is the one-stop shopping for motor and suspension work. You can also mention the code HOMELIFE2020.
That's better. That's a better code, I think.
We'll do either one. Just listen, people. Give your bike some love. Get your suspension modified service. Get your motor modified serviced with the folks at Race Tech.
Good people.
Hey, Pulp listeners. This is Andy from Guts Racing. I want to thank you guys for all the loyal support over the years. Thanks, Steve Mathis, for having us on the show. Steve normally asks for us to write out what we want to say, but this year I'm shooting it from the gut, right from the heart, because I really do appreciate all the fans out there that take time out of their day to put an order in at gutsracing.com using PulpMX 2020 for 2020 to get 20% off. Keep ordering, guys. Appreciate it. Love the support. Shout out to all the Guts riders out there. Go get some this year.
Over 65 years ago, Vertex Pistons was born out of a small technical workshop in northern Italy's famous Motor Valley. Expanding and maturing among the racing legends of Ferrari, Lamborghini, MV Agusta and Ducati, today Vertex Pistons are the pistons of choice for motorcycle riders and teams throughout the world. Because of their renowned reputation for exceptional quality, Vertex Pistons is a factory piston supplier to KTM, Husqvarna, Beta, Gas, and TM. From the Motocross, Supercross, MXGP, GNCC, National, and World Enduro Series, you can find Vertex Pistons winning championships. Vertex Pistons strives to provide you with world-class factory technology at a very competitive price. No matter which brand of bike you ride, when it's time to rebuild your top end, Vertex Pistons will have your engine performing better than new. To see our full range of 2-stroke and 4-stroke pistons in replica, high compression, or GP-style configurations, visit us at vertexpistons.com or stop into your local dealer and ask for a Vertex piston kit today.
Hey guys, it's Mathis. Look, if you're still not wearing a neck brace in 2020, it's time to go get one or at least think seriously about it. It's been over 15 years since the neck braces first came out. They're not the clunky, oversized devices they used to be. Atlas came in and changed the way all neck braces were designed by introducing flexible technology to the world and proving that neck braces can be something you can actually ride in while performing at the highest level. Look at Jason Anderson winning Supercross championships, or look at Martin Davalos or anybody else. Don't take my word for it just because I have 2 Manitoba championships to my name. Wait, I have 4. Just look at how many other brace designs look like the Atlas one. Atlas pioneered all the modern neck brace features and have been refining them ever since then, while the competition has been trying to catch up. Grab the brace that's been leading the pack. Check out atlasbrace.com. Get yours today. There is a Pulp discount if you check out sponsordeals.com on pulpmxshow.com. So be like Chase Sexton, Martin Davalos, and many other guys and wear the Atlas brace. atlasbrace.com.
For over 3 decades, Works Connection has been designing and delivering factory-level parts to help produce champions worldwide. From the novice rider right up through the pro ranks, they're winning products like skid plates, radiator braces, Pro Launch Start Device, Elite Clutch Perch, and Elite Axle Blocks help to protect and refine motocross, supercross, and off-road bikes. Join Team Honda HRC, Star Racing Yamaha, Smart Top Honda, JGR Suzuki, and HEP Racing race teams that rely on Works Connection products to deliver quality and reliability. To see what they have to offer and to help improve your race efforts, just visit WorksConnection.com today. And don't forget to enter PulpMX 20 to save 20% on your order.
Motorsport.com and Fly Racing. Thanks for listening. Appreciate it. Kade Clayson in studio. PRMX rider. Number 280 on the bike, but number 1 in your heart. And Jim Holley here as well. Thanks for coming by, guys. Hopefully it's fun. You having fun?
It's an awesome
Good?
time. I always have a good time.
Holley's a legend, Cade.
More than I knew.
He's just a legend. Ron's on 1. He wants to talk to Jim. Ron, what's up? Yeah, Matt. What's up, Ron?
Oh, I just wanted to ask Jim. So it had to be 90, 91, somewhere around there. It was a Golden State at E Street in Marysville.
Oh.
And Jim got there so late because I remember seeing his bike on the line, but he wasn't there. And I'm pretty sure he didn't even get on his bike until we got to the first turn. He hadn't seen the track in practice or nothing, and he just hopped on the bike and took off. I just wondered if you remember where you were coming from, that you got there so late.
Yeah, that's when the Golden State, when they started in the afternoon, correct? Like the
No. It was early because I remember
it was
real foggy, and I think that's why your plane came in late, if I remember right.
Yeah, it's one of two. It was either San Diego Supercross or it was Atlanta, and I flew back because I was leading the Golden State, and at that time the Golden States were really prestigious and making
big.
a lot of money. Yeah. And I just I went for it that day, and I ended up winning the championship. But I've done a lot of those. I'm kind of like a whore when it comes to that, for money. I mean, I'll go anywhere if there's money to be made. And
Wardy said he flew from in a helicopter a few times to get to those races.
Oh, yeah.
In the morning. They're a big deal.
Yeah, I flew from Montreal. On a private jet. Yamaha got me a private jet to fly down to Atlanta to the Outdoor National in Atlanta because I wanted to race in Montreal.
Really? Yeah. So
one other quick thing, all this flat track talk, I haven't heard you mention Rob's name yet.
Robert Hansen?
Isn't he a promoter?
Oh, he's my partner in Carson City up there. That's what we were talking about. Right. The Carson City Outlaw Flat Track races on August 28th, 29th, and 30th. And like I said, we got David Aldana, the ARMA Nationals on Sunday. There's a bike show. And we talked a little bit about it with Western Power Sports and Yamaha coming on board. But it's just awesome. I mean, flat track to me is where I started. A lot of people didn't know that. And that's, Cade and Steve know. I know a lot about flat track, and if I didn't go motocross and supercross, I would have went that way. But a lot easier, and it's a great time. It's our fourth. This year will be our 4th annual, going back up to Carson City, and the Carson City Visitors Bureau, they help us out. They give us the facility, Fuji Park, and everything. It's just an awesome race.
And Rob's a great guy. He promoted motocross too at Carson City.
Oh yeah, we had Golden States there at Silver State Raceway, and then we also started the arena crosses that we sold off to Feld at the Livestock Event Center, like I was talking about earlier and stuff. But yeah, he's known me ever since I was a little kid. His dad was my dad's mechanic when they were riding dirt track and stuff. And they actually saved my life because.
I thought you guys were cousins, or did you just say that? No,
it's like, we're not cousins, like blood cousins. Not blood, but just cousins. But anyhow, they were putting together the rocker cover on a 650 Triumph for my dad to go racing. They couldn't find a bolt, and I was like a year old in the garage. And they go, God damn, where's that bolt at? And I'm over in the corner, blue, because I swallowed the bolt. And they turned me upside down and shook it out, and away I went. And they put the bike together and they went racing. But, Robert Hansen,
thanks for the call, man.
Thanks, man.
That's all I had, Steve. Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Good times.
Yeah, good times with Jim Holley.
This is a special man.
Oh, he's just a legend. Just a legend. That's all you got to say. Race Tech Rant of the Night, racetech.com. Please check them out. The Chaparral Yamaha guys use Race Tech for the motors and suspension. Zombie Chris Bloss uses Race Tech to do pretty well over the years, including this year until he got injured. And they do motor work, they do suspension work, they do your stuff, or they used to do your stuff, or not anymore. You know we're not supposed to talk about it. Did you not like it? You liked it. It was fine. Racetech.com. Pulp20 is the code to save with the 5 guys at Racetech. You know who's using Racetech? Jerry Robin left Michael Lindsay's team. He's getting Racetech stuff.
Well, yeah. I mean,
it
wasn't the suspension.
He's sticking with Racetech.
Racetech's a good company.
Thank you. That's all you need to say.
That's said it.
Okay, thank you. Pulp20 is the code to save with Racetech. Look, I know we talked a lot of quads. One more.
We're done.
One more.
No, you're
Race
kidding.
Tech, the Race Tech Rant of the Night. Let's play this thing. Here's a voicemail we got.
I'm listening to the last show with these quad guys, and I'm totally with you, man. I don't know what the fuck they are smoking, but holy shit. You give Justin Brayton 5 months on a fucking quad, not even that. Like, just throw them on a quad and throw their ass on a dirt bike, and, let's see the difference in times. Oh, yeah, you're fast on a quad. Cool. But guess what? You're not going to fucking be fast on a fucking dirt bike. Like you said, the reason guys ride quads is they suck on a fucking dirt bike. Fucking plain and simple.
There we go.
Easy as that.
Yeah,
you're fucking fast on a quad. That's cool. More power to you. But either way, man, this is a dumb argument. I don't understand why these guys – I don't know where to go with that, but just thought I'd put in my 2 cents. Thank you.
A lot of those this week on the voicemails, but that's the Race Tech Rant of the Night. Not quite on that level, but my Race Tech rant could have been that guy when he said that Brayton wouldn't even qualify.
Yeah, that would be a rant.
Yeah, that could have done it. But racetech.com for more information on that. They're still open, still servicing stuff, so please check them out. Pulp20 is the code to save with those guys. Let's listen to a few voicemails, shall we, this week? 702-586-7857. You can always call and leave a voicemail. Here's some of the best of the best. That was.
Hey, Steve. I just got done listening to show 421 and your quad versus bike rant and raving with Hammy there. When it comes to quads versus bikes, there's only one name to talk about, and that's Barry Hawk. 7-time quad champion, 1-time bike champion in GNCC. Now, I don't know whether that proves that a quad guy can race a bike or a bike guy can race a quad, or that Barry Hawk is a badass, or all three. See ya.
Barry Hawk is a badass.
Yeah,
that's all you need to know. Yeah, we agree with that.
Who's Barry Hawk?
He's like a 7-time GNCC champ, isn't he?
Yeah.
And he's a good motocrosser. And
Okay.
Good all-around rider.
So he's a legit dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, Steve. I'm an old works pro, and I'm listening to the show from last night right now, and this Hamrick guy is a fucking idiot. A fast guy on a motorcycle is a fast guy on anything. There's local works pros. There's a kid, Travis Damon. He's a 7th to 8th place works pro. He got on a quad and podiumed his first works pro race. Used to race with a bunch of guys that were pro motorcycle racers that jumped on a quad for some reason. I don't fucking know. And they would go and either overall the quad pro race in the local series or this and that. And I know the GNCC quad guys are on a different level, but yeah, if you give somebody a decent amount of time, they'll be all right on a quad. And I don't really care for quads.
Not according to Cade.
Calling in this
Not according
camera
to
guy
Cade.
is an idiot, and I never call in. I just wanted to say something. So, all right, have a good show. Later.
Why you gotta blame me?
Yeah, this is David. I just wanted to say how much I enjoy Mathis. Nobody can stir the shit like he can. I mean, we've got absolutely nothing to talk about in moto, and here he is tonight stirring it up with this quad thing, and we're entertained, and time's going by, and nobody can do that but Mathis. All right, bye.
Thanks.
You're just a special human, too.
Thank you.
Hammy, explain to me why at Ironman, 5 guys in your quad class, your pro quad class, could only hit the Unadilla the Ironman Sky Shot. There's kids on 125s. This kid, Christopher Blackmer, 16 years old, is hitting that jump. And 5 of your pro guys are hitting it. Fuck you.
Wow.
That's aggressive.
Hey, Matt.
Wow.
Hey, Mathis. This is Colby. I didn't make it all the way through the show, but I'm thinking maybe General Sipes' next adventure should be to qualify for a quad national to finally settle that debate. I think he can do it pretty easily, but I don't know. I think he should take care of it.
Fire
Good
up
show.
Red Bull.
Later.
Fire up the Red Bull guy.
Yeah.
Call Hammer. Let's get this happening. All right. Art of Sport kit right in front of you there, Cade, on the desk. That's what's up for stake right now. If you can get the Jim Holley trivia questions correct here. So these are true or false. You just need to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 questions. You need to get 5 right to get that Art of Sport kit.
Okay.
All right? That's it. So artofsport.com. Get it at Target. I love the body wash, and I do like the shampoo as well and the deodorant. So, all right. So true or false? Jim Holley.
Okay.
Was Jim in the movie Italian Job?
True.
All right.
That was a gimme because I told him earlier on the show.
I know. Has Jim ever jumped a bike naked?
True.
Okay.
How'd you know that?
Because I've listened to your stories for the last 4 hours, man.
I happen to bring the book, but we'll get into it later.
All right. Has Jim ever wrestled a bear?
Ooh, false.
All right. That's also correct.
That was a Canadian one, right?
You're on your way. You're on your way here. Jim raced for 2 factory teams.
False.
All right. Oh, you're acing this thing.
Well, I mean, you've given me half the
Wait a
answers throughout the
minute.
show.
I know.
We got to back up.
Oh.
He got that one wrong.
What do you mean?
Logan?
You rode for
What-
Factory Yamaha.
Yeah, but I also rode for the factory Can-Am.
Oh, you did?
So you didn't have it right either.
And that's a Canadian company. He should know
know
better.
that. I
Come
forgot
on.
about your. I knew your
Out
Can-Am.
of Valcourt, Canada, just up above Montreal.
Jim has a Shark Tank at his house. Jim has a Shark Tank.
It only has sharks in it?
Sharks and something else, or just sharks. I'm not sure.
True.
That's wrong. He does not have a shark.
Yeah, no sharks.
Jim has a World Supercross title.
False.
Oh,
that's true.
What?
1985.
Your best finish is 5th.
No, World
World
Supercross,
Supercross.
Championship. 1985. Final round, LA Coliseum.
2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You have 4. You need 1 more.
Okay.
One more. Pressure's on, man. He's starting to sweat.
Jim once punched out Jeremy McGrath.
False.
That is false. Right, Jim?
Yeah.
Okay, as long as I know.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
just checking. Right, okay. All right.
Jim is a good dude. He's a good friend of mine.
All right, well, you get the Art of Sport kit. There you go.
Nice.
Other 2 questions that we had was, has Jim ever wrestled a crocodile?
That one's probably true.
That's false. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
False.
So what have you wrestled that would bring up this question?
Nothing.
I don't know. Those are Steve's.
Is Jim a diabetic? That was.
Yeah,
we already got
now,
that
I got one for you.
Okay. All right.
Just
So,
aside.
congratulations.
Yeah.
Art of Sport kit
Nice.
right in front of you. You get to take that home with you.
That's great. I don't know how I'm going to get it home.
Why? Because
I brought a backpack and I can't take the shampoo on the plane.
Oh, yeah.
Steve will ship it to you.
I'll ship it to you.
He's very kind.
Yes.
All right.
Now, I got a question for you. Has Steve ever worked for Moto Triple X, Jordan Burns?
True.
Yeah, he got it.
Well,
This was for Jordan Burns. Actually wanted me to give you this, but I'm gonna have to trade it in for you, Steve, because I thought you lost so much weight you were an extra large.
I'm right there right now. I'm close. I'm borderline. Like in some stuff I am. But
Pookie can wear it, right?
Yeah.
Pookie can
Moto
wear it.
Triple X.
But he just, I've been helping Jordan out because he got off. You talk about guys going riding. He got off pretty hard.
Yeah.
He broke his wrist, had to have surgery, didn't have medical insurance, broke this shoulder, ribs, lung, everything. I've been over there mowing yards and helping him out, cleaning out his house and
Does he
everything.
live by you?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
in West Hills. And I've been helping him ship out Moto Triple X stuff. And he said, hey, if you're going on the show, tell Steve's listeners, if they go to mototriplex.com, 50% off any merchandise that he has, hats, T-shirts, everything, till the end of April. And guess who'll be shipping him out?
You.
Me.
Yeah.
He can't do it with his busted up body.
All right, there we go. Congratulations, Cade.
Thank you.
Yeah, good
Thank
job.
you. I'm
so-
actually surprised because I'm not a trivia person or good at stuff
you
like
have
that.
the-
Oh yeah, let's see.
I brought the magazine, so
So really,
this is-
you did it before Dungy.
Oh, it's way before. So this is my Yamaha autograph stock, okay?
Okay.
You see the helmet and everything?
Let's put it in the camera, too. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
There it is right there. Okay, you got it?
Yep. What year is that from?
This would have been
90?
88, 89. That was the autograph
Yeah,
stock, or
okay.
late 80s. So then they came out. See, they put a dot there for me.
I didn't
Right
realize you were actually like spread eagle on
I
that.
told
Okay.
you. I
No, but
told
I
you
didn't-
I was when I told you. So it's now I had pink boots on because these were brand new. So, but
I'm gonna tweet that out later.
yeah. So what happened was O'Neill had a chest protector, and that one that I have on
Mhm.
at Troy, Ohio, at the 500 National, something broke in my forks. When I went down and I came down like this, the chest protector came up and it hit me right underneath the chin, split my chin open, knocked out, couldn't find my truck, this and that. So O'Neill says, "Hey man, you got it. You're always on the cover of the magazines and stuff. You need to wear the chest protector. I'll help you design a new one, but I don't want no kid to go through what happened to me. You know, it was horrible." So funny thing, Steve, that happened on a Sunday, right? I was leaving to go to Australia Monday morning to do another race, okay?
Yep.
I can't go to the ER room in Troy, Ohio because I'm going to miss my flight.
Okay.
So I bandaged me up, get on a plane, call from not a cell phone, payphone
Yeah.
at the airport,
Yeah.
called by Dr. Kenny Bates, Dr. Ken Bates, a personal friend of mine who's doc. Hey, Kenny, I landed at 11 o'clock. I need stitches because I'm leaving the next day to go to Australia. So I went in his office at night, 12 midnight or so, stitched the thing up, off to Australia. That's what I'll do for money.
Yeah,
There it
yeah,
is.
exactly. That's epic.
That's a
It's
good.
epic.
That's a good one.
Absolutely. All
I
right.
feel like every moto person has gotten stitches in like some weird way at some point.
Yeah, really, right? Yeah, if you think about it. Motorsport.com, tweet at Talon segment. Motorsport.com, those who ride dirt bikes, motorcycles, ATVs, and UTVs know Motorsport is the best place for OEM and aftermarket parts, riding gear, and accessories. Their dedicated team of gearheads have the knowledge and expertise to help get your ride working at peak performance and have you looking good too. Whether you race on the track, ride on the trails, or commute on the street, make your next ride your best ride. Motorsport.com, love these guys. They've been a big part of our show this year, a big part of Ryan Villapoto's program as well. They got a whole PulpMX show section on their site as well. So with a lot of codes and cheap prices for a lot of our partners on the show. So thanks to motorsport.com. Please check out their customer service, check out their pricing. If you're going to buy something from Motorsport, go through the Motorsport banner, Motorsport logo on pulpmx.com or pulpmxshow.com. And go there and make your purchase, and it helps us out. So, yeah, please check them out. And thanks to those guys for everything they do. This is the motorsport.com, tweet at Talon.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important bulletin from motorsport.com.
It's the Tweets at Tits Q&A segment where your twatted questions find answers.
So these questions are submitted to at PulpMX Show on Twitter. Talon over there in the corner goes through them, picks the best ones for myself, Kade Clayson, and Jim Hollywood Holley.
When's Talon gonna get his own?
He doesn't want it.
You need it because you don't deserve the tits.
I don't know if you could top that intro though.
That's kind of rude. Doesn't everyone deserve some tits?
Yeah.
Easy.
Everybody
Courtney's
loves
probably
tits.
listening. Courtney's probably listening.
Gosh, she's not.
I'm trying to tell him he's better than tits. He's here more often.
He is here more often.
Definitely needs his own intro.
I've asked him, and he just is fine.
I was supposed to be in more, but then Tits made the schedule.
Yeah. So
whatever.
Tits took my taser too, and he's been gone now for days.
Can I take your taser?
If you want,
I'll bring
to.
it back.
If you want to. Do you really want to borrow it?
Yeah, I'd love to borrow.
Yeah,
it.
just
I
take
feel like
it.
we're talking about something other than a
E-bike life.
bicycle.
Intense. Yeah. Taser. If you want the e-bike, let me know. I'll borrow it to you. Yeah. No problem.
All right, cool.
All right.
All right, first one from Smorsky 281.
Here we go.
Steve, if the new SX schedule happens, does our sport get the spotlight on TV?
Yeah, we talked about that. I'm not giving you that bike anymore. Next question. I mean, we covered this deep.
Yeah.
Talent over there.
I'm answering like phone calls and stuff over here.
Okay.
Oh.
Randy Richardson's bad jokes.
I really don't care.
If they made a moto version of Tiger King, wouldn't you want to cast Ryan Hughes as Joe Exotic and Marilyn Bastido of the CMA as Carol Baskin?
That's good. That's
really
good.
good.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
really
that's really good. Rhino is in quarantine in Hawaii, and
Is he really?
got sick?
no, he's just in quarantine with a bunch of other dudes and chicks, and
Yeah.
he's living life.
Oh man, some of his exercises with his girlfriends. I mean, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Too much distraction.
Right. Yeah.
But
Well,
yes.
While
Perfect.
we're on Rhino,
Yeah.
Derek Holtzberry, how many girlfriends does Rhino have right now, and what the hell is he doing?
I feel like it's actually Bhagavan Hughes is his name.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks like he's doing fine. Don't worry about Rhino right now.
I feel like he's probably a pretty good follow too.
He is. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You follow him?
I should probably hit him with the follow.
Yeah.
He's got some. He's got some good stuff, and
Oh yeah.
sometimes he's in left field though. on some
100% chance. There's tons of orgies going on in Rhino's little Hawaiian compound.
Yeah.
100% chance.
Does he live in Hawaii?
No, but
Nah,
he's just there.
he just gallivants around the world, man.
Yeah.
Is he still training cold enough?
I think so. Whenever they go back.
I wonder
Yeah.
what cold enough.
Yeah, he did earlier this year. He
Yeah.
was there.
Yeah.
Torn Rotator Cuff 36 wants to know.
Oh, stop
Do you
it.
think Rhino's Hawaiian retreat is a big orgy?
Oh, there we go. Yes.
just answered it.
Yes, I do.
Probably.
From Chesty70. Jim, I would love to see you in the main booth on race night. Do you think you could handle the big gig?
Yeah, I think so. But there's a lot of strings in that booth. You're like a puppet.
Yeah.
You know, they tell you what to say and they put stuff in your ear. And yeah, I mean, the things I listen in when I'm spotting, I'm just going, man. But yeah, I could handle it for sure.
Yeah, you're not politically correct enough.
Yeah.
To
The-
I don't know. Yeah, I guess you are.
I
You're
mean,
politically correct enough, but that's
the
not.
only thing that I have that I really regret is doing the live shows, because when Jason and I did them for
The
Sirius
webcast?
and
Yep.
XM Radio,
Yep.
you know, we were on
Yep.
that. Those were awesome. I really enjoy calling a live race. You
Yeah.
know, I mean, don't get me wrong, qualifying's good and everything,
Yeah.
but there's more intensity in calling a race.
What years did you do the outdoor races? 92? 93?
Yeah, I can't remember. I did it with.
Did you do the whole series, or what? Did you just drop in?
Yeah, no, I did the whole series
Yeah.
for Prime Network. It
Yeah,
was
yeah.
with.
Myers or
Yeah, Larry
Despain?
Myers.
Yeah.
No, Larry Myers.
Right.
And the first thing that I remember, we did a voiceover, and I had to fly to Atlanta. Dennis Torres was kind of producing it, and we're in the studio and everything. And this is my first time. I'm green. I'm a rookie, you know. And we're watching. I'm really kind of concentrating on what's going on the screen and everything. And Larry Myers says, and Jim, how about those tits? And the fans were walking by.
Yeah.
How about those tits? And I went, oh, yeah, Larry, those are nice, you know. And I just, I just, you know, I
right.
didn't know
You're
you
just
could
in the zone, right.
reverse
Yeah, yeah.
and play back the thing.
Right.
And they were playing a joke on me, like, loosen up. And another funny thing I'll tell real quick is when we were promoting, Robert Hansen and I were promoting the arena crosses,
Yeah.
right? We used to go up to Reno, and we would pay for the radio advertisement, right?
Yeah.
And I go, Bobby goes, man, this costs us a lot of money. I go, yeah, but Bobby, we can get some free airtime. He goes, how do we get that? I go, we got Miss Arena Cross with us. She was a friend of mine from Denver, right?
Yeah, of course.
Big boobs.
Yeah.
And Max Volume, KOZZ, I think, was the radio station in Reno. They had a big, it was in a storefront. And we pulled up, and he'd say, yeah, Max Volume on the air here tonight, KOZZ.
Right.
And we pulled up right about that. He goes, the Arena Crosser guys in town, and the doubles are looking so big out there with it because she was just like this and just going like this. And we got another 2 minutes for free of him talking about the race. Yeah, I mean, that's what I loved about promoting.
So growing up in Winnipeg, Canada, you know that was ours. We had the arena cross every year. Jim would come up and race rollerball.
Oh, okay.
And rollerball come out, fans would go crazy. Jim would come out with his sunglasses on. He's from Hollywood. Larry Huffman's announcing it. And Larry Huffman's like, right off from Hollywood, from America. He's here to beat your hero. Jim Hollywood Holley, and Jim would come out with his glasses on and boo.
Yeah.
And Jim's on the tabletop. Meanwhile, him and Rollerball are drinking beer the night before, the night after, everything.
Well, Ross was drinking beer because I never drank beer. I hate alcohol. I don't drink. But Ross was.
Yeah.
But I was there with him.
Yeah. But they would play this thing up like these guys were like mortal enemies, right? And America versus Canada thing.
Yeah.
And we'd have a radical jump every year, the arena cross, and Rollerball would do the lamest like little cross up with right. Look, I just made it. That's all Ross would do.
Yeah,
that's all Ross knew how to do.
He had no style.
No, none. He would just go like this, and Jim and Larry Brooks, everybody are going like upside down. But it doesn't matter. It was crowd applause. So the Canadian won every time. So, anyways, so one time Jim on the local news in Winnipeg wheelied his bike like through the set on our local thing. It was like, oh my God, Jim's here. It was crazy. Promotion.
That's good. That's good advertisement.
Yeah. No, I was always the one to do that.
It was it was good. It was fun times. And then, do you remember the red flag? There was a red flag one year in Winnipeg. In the first turn, you were telling everybody to stay down.
Yeah, well, me and JoJo Keller was. We all crashed, and there was like an over and under bridge.
No, it went outside the arena.
Oh, outside the arena. That's
and then
right.
it came back in.
Yeah,
some of my local buddies were down in the first turn.
Right.
With Jim.
Yeah.
Jim's telling everybody, stay down, stay down.
We'll get a restart.
Because the track's only, this wide, right? Yeah. And sure enough, red flag comes out.
but
That's the greatest thing I've ever heard.
But you know who I got it from? I can't take credit for it. JoJo Keller. The year before in Australia, there was a big pileup, and I'm ready to get up for it. And I feel this guy pulling me down. What? Who is that? JoJo, let me go. Stay down, Jim. Stay down. We'll get a restart. And we did. So it worked in Australia. I'm thinking, well, hell, it's got to work in Canada. And it worked.
The pros, like I was an 80 rider, but the pros are like, Holley was telling everybody to stay down. Brilliant.
That's actually a genius idea.
It is. Yeah, what are they going to do? Nobody could go.
Yeah, it was blocked.
Isn't there a rule now that if you cause the red flag, you're not allowed to be on the restart?
I don't know.
Who knows?
Good times.
They always change
and, dude,
the
they would
rules.
have... Jim and Rollerball would have the biggest battles you've ever seen. Like, we're talking in turn, wham, and crowd is fucking losing their minds.
Yeah.
God, you guys
were good. Well, I remember one year in Calgary, I think, is it McMahon Stadium, the football stadium
That's
there?
the football one, yeah.
Yeah. We were slamming on each other in the heat race, and the crowd, like he said, was just ballistic, just going off. Marilyn Bastido and I forget what the other guy, we call him the milkman because always the officials were all in like white pants, white.
Yeah.
They pulled us in the office and they asked like, what are you guys doing out there? And I looked at him, I go, what do you mean? We're racing, we're having fun. What's the problem? Man, you guys, I go, the crowd loves it, don't it? I go, Ross, you got a problem? He goes, no. I go, I ain't got a problem with it. Why do you guys have a problem with it? To the CMA. I go, we're putting on a great show for you guys. What's the problem? And
sounds like the CMA.
So they let us do our own thing. I mean, I think even the AMA, today, I mean, some of these guys, do something.
Dude, what's bad is we get away with a lot of in the LCQs.
Nothing happens in the LCQ.
No, but like the factory dudes, like they're on a way shorter leash.
I've said it 18,000 times. The LCQs are incredible racing. That's how you sell tickets.
Absolutely.
That's how you sell tickets. And you were in enough of them too, as a privateer guy, right? Good times. I just was reading an old cycle news too, and it was an ultracross.
Yep.
And it said you were disqualified, banned forever from the ultracross, and you were the defending champion.
Yeah.
And they said Jim, the referee was in the article. Ken Fott wrote the article.
Yeah.
And they said Jim has been permanently banned for getting the riders together as a union. He's been banned from ultracross forever. And the next quote was from Jim, and Jim was like, I talked to that guy's boss. I'm good to go.
This
is in cycle news.
Bill Marcel was his boss, and Jerry Stansberry, we called him Banana Man because he was never a guy that made it like Walker Evans and driving the trucks or whatever, or Jimmy Johnson or those guys back then. And he had a driving suit all yellow, so I call him Banana Man. We always butted heads every time we butted heads. So I won the championship in '89, and he says, "Enjoy your championship, Mr. Holley. You won't be back next year." And so he wanted me to punch him because everyone knew that,
going back to the anger.
I could go off,
Yeah.
So I didn't go off. I did a little reverse psychology on the cat. So I reached up and I grabbed him and I gave him a big old kiss. I still got fined. I got fined for touching an official.
Yeah.
Can you believe? Shit, if I'd have known that, I'd have popped the guy and broke his jaw.
But so that's what they banned you from the race for.
Yeah, but then I said, I'll talk to Bill Marcel. But I was only trying to get the riders what I think is fair for the riders to get. We're risking our lives like you guys are in Supercross. I think what's fair is fair, and you should make some more money for these guys because there is nothing when you retire. There is no fun for you guys or anything. And I see that in the NFL. I don't know how hockey is. I like hockey.
Yeah.
But, you see old people, old hockey players, they have nothing. It is so sad that but the owners, they got everything.
Yeah.
So I think they need to spread the wealth around a little bit more.
Yeah, so Cycle News just reporting
Yeah.
Jim was banned,
Yeah.
and then Jim's quote was, "I talked to that guy's boss. I'm good to go."
Yeah, I'm good to go. I rode all the way until 93 when I finished the Mickey Thompson series.
Yeah, it was great. So,
but that's what
Just
I'm saying.
lax
Like,
rules.
Yeah.
but he always jumps on me with Yamaha and stuff. But Yamaha, granted, I wasn't hired the next year, but Yamaha did take care of me. At the end of my career, prior to this, they pulled me in the office and they say, "Jim, Supercrosses and motocross, you're getting older. But there's this new series called the Mickey Thompson Ultracross Series. We want you to go out and do that." And that's when I rode for Clark Jones and Nolene and stuff. They put the teams together and everything. That's after I put my own program together the first couple years. Won a couple championships, then Clark came on.
And you make good money at that?
Real good. Yeah. That was a good pay. You had the streamers. If you won your heat race, you started in the back of the pack. 20 guys.
They had two guys. 2 rows of riders.
2,
and if you were the
4,
fastest
6.
guy, you put a streamer on, and you got points for passing however far you could get
And
up.
money. Each guy you passed, you made more money. So it was beneficial to
start in the back.
Yeah.
First one I ever saw, I went to one as a kid, San Diego, 1990. Some guy named Jeremy McGrath won. I'm like, who the fuck is this guy?
Yeah.
He's a Cowie guy.
Yep.
You were
Ryan Hughes was riding the Cowie that
Craig,
day. I think
Mike
Michael Craig was riding.
Yeah.
A lot of guys started out in the Mickey Thompson Ultracross Series.
Good times.
We ran the tracks backwards compared to the trucks. Like the trucks had a nice ramp to go like this, and then it dropped off. Well, we ran it backwards, just sky to flat. Yeah,
I've learned so much tonight. Just so many things I've just just blown my mind.
I'll never forget.
Cade's fur permanently scarred.
I'll never forget in Arizona, Sun Devil Stadium. I first lap, I jumped and I sent it so far, and the trucks would make a big old groove, and I hit that and I went down. I think Jeff Mulberry, he hit my leg right here, and I thought I broke my femur. I'm on the ground. Oh, I'm in pain. I go, God, I hope this thing's not broken. I gotta go to Canada. I was going to Canada in a couple days. And it wasn't broken. I was able to make that race. But I tell you, the thing that scared me, and not a lot of things scare me. One of the scariest things it scared me was doing races all over the world.
Mm-hmm.
And getting hurt,
and
being over there. And the reason why I'm saying Ross Peterson in Sweden, in Gothenburg, Sweden, we were in the payout line, and I said, "Hey, Ross, man, you don't look good." He had crashed and gotten off that night, and Ross is a tough son of a bitch. His face was yellow, and his kidneys, and so he was in the hospital for I want to say 10 days, maybe 2 weeks back there and stuff. And I felt so bad because I couldn't stay. I had to go to Holland to do another race, and he was just all there by himself. But his girlfriend, which ended up being his wife,
he had a chance at a GP ride too, I guess. If he hadn't crashed there, apparently that was the word. Yeah,
Dude, yeah. That's like a worst part. Like when I got hurt real bad out west in Canada.
Yeah.
Weston got hurt in Paris or whatever. Like it's a whole thing when you get hurt over there.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we got more questions. Sorry.
Yeah, from J Taylor 131. Cade, what's your best A-Ray story?
So I asked Cade tonight to give me top 5, 6, 10 dumbest things that A-Ray's ever said and done in front of him. And Cade said, I don't know. It's all just so normal to me. I didn't write them down. Like, I can't really remember.
He can't narrow it down.
Right.
Dude,
like, he's just like, it's just
like, it's not even things that, like, you know, that's are even a big deal. It's just things that we do together that are just so funny and stupid that other people, like, find hilarious. That's just, like, it's normal to him and me now because it's just, like, I don't know. I tell everybody, I have this Snapchat on my phone. When he was living with me at club, he fell asleep on the couch. It was just a normal day. It was like 6, 7 o'clock. We were just sitting there watching TV after dinner or something. He's passed out on the couch. And he's snoring so loud. And I start videoing him. And I always have this thing where I kind of mess with him, where I'll, like, video him and then I'll hit him in the face with my phone. And straight up, I smack him in the face with my phone twice. He doesn't even flinch. Doesn't wake up, nothing. He just keeps on snoring, dude. And Henry and I are just sitting on the couch just dying laughing.
Yeah, it's just so much.
Yeah, it's a lot.
By the way, Jim, Jordan on Facebook said you forgot the code for 50% off on Motor XXX. It's Hollywood.
Well,
code
no,
is Hollywood.
I was going to do it to you. It was my nickname when I was racing, Hollywood.
Oh, yeah, Hollywood. Yep, Hollywood is the code. So
if they want to get that 50% off, you got to mention Hollywood.
Use the code Hollywood. So, all right.
All right, Ryan Hargrave, 431. You said in the show this morning that Feld talked to the teams. Does that mean they talk to the 6 manufacturers, or do they actually talk to the small teams as well?
Well, I know they talk to Julian. Were they talk to Julian? No, but I know Moto Concepts got talked to. I know the factory guys do, the Geicos and Pro Circuits. I don't know where to draw the line. Yeah, I don't.
Rock River, I think they had talked to those guys too.
I don't know. Yeah, they didn't talk to PRMX.
No.
So
I mean, Julian knows stuff. Like, he texts Mewey, but I don't think he's, like, in on those phone calls and stuff.
Yeah, I don't really know. Good point. I mean, to be fair to the Feld guys,
they can't have everybody.
Yeah, they can't have everybody.
You know, it's impossible.
Yeah,
they can't accommodate everybody.
Right.
All right, Energy TG, he says, ask Holley to evaluate the talent level of JoJo Keller and his early day scrubs.
JoJo Keller is phenomenal. I mean, he's the one that really, in my opinion, started the, you have the Bubba Scrub, but JoJo Keller's so fast at Southwick, Massachusetts, unbelievably fast. I mean, a funny story about JoJo Keller, we were out here, Lake Mead's out here, right?
Yeah.
Jerry Ireland, my mechanic, Haas, big guy, he was with us. Hannah, we all went out on a boat, and JoJo was with us, right? So Bob tells me, he says, hey, Holley, take JoJo to the airport and make sure he gets to the airport. I say, why? He can't. You need to take him. Okay, I'll drive, no problem. I like JoJo. He's good. And JoJo had a gambling problem. He really loved to gamble.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So as soon as we got close to that airport, man, the sliding door of my van opened up, and JoJo just splits like he
out of the van?
Out of the van. Just starts running. JoJo, I got to take you to the airport. Tell Bob, don't worry about it. Next time I saw Bob, I told you, I go, Joe, I can't chase after the guy, man.
I didn't know he was going to bust out of my van.
Bolts right out of the van. Yeah, JoJo, he liked to gamble, that's for sure, man.
He just bolts out of the van.
Yeah, just bolted.
I got to go.
Yeah, but no, JoJo was a phenomenal rider. I mean, the Florida Series, and I never rode the Florida Series because I was always out west in the Golden State. But I mean, he was definitely.
I've told this story before. I got a videotape from Gary Bailey. He put it out. It was Millville '85, 500s.
Yep.
Glover was out because he'd broken his wrist by then.
Yeah, navicular.
Yeah, and then but Bailey was there. Millville. JoJo is gone.
Yeah.
From Bailey, Lyles,
sure,
everybody.
Absolutely.
He gets a front flat tire with like 5 minutes to go.
Yeah.
And dude, gone.
Yeah.
See you later. Gonna win.
Yeah, no,
crazy.
JoJo was that fast.
Yeah.
I mean, he was definitely fast.
Yep. All right.
From Tobes 173, what are the vital makings of a good team besides bolting parts to a bike? Michael Lindsay seems like a good guy, so why does it seem like a shit show over at FXR? Are board shorts and flip-flops not cutting it professionally?
Well, I mean, it doesn't hurt or doesn't help when every single one of your riders gets hurt.
Yeah, don't you feel like, okay, so like a lot of people come down on J-Bone. Not a lot of people, but people come down on J-Bone for JGR's lackluster results for a number of years, right? They hire Stu, they hire Barsha. They get some wins and stuff, but generally speaking, it hasn't gone that well. Weston gets hurt, Tickle, I just don't see it that way. Like, it's not like a coach in sports. Like, what makes a good team? I don't know.
I mean, it's just like a solid group of people that work well together.
Right.
I think being organized is a super important thing.
Right.
That a lot of people are not great at. Like, I'm a super organized person.
Yeah.
So like that, it's like stuff like that just makes my life easier. But I mean, stuff like that is so important with teams.
Yeah.
But I mean, a lot of it's luck too. Like Michael's just had a tough ass time.
I agree. What do you think, Jim?
I mean, I think you need chemistry. That's number one, and you have to know what rider you can motivate and what rider you can't. Some riders you can push and get in their face. Other riders, you do that, they clam up. You know, I always like to say, it doesn't matter if you have a show, working in a grocery market or whatever. I always say you need OPC to be successful in life. And everyone goes, well, what the hell is OPC?
What the hell is OPC?
Yeah. It's opportunity, preparation, and communication. You need all three of those things to be successful in life.
Yeah. Well spoken. Yeah.
There comes Uncle Jim.
Yep.
All the knowledge.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Ranger Lee for Jim Holley. Which rider, if any, during your racing career would you take out if that person was in front of you?
All of them. If that was money ahead of me.
Who didn't you like? Who did you?
I mean, I pretty much got along with everybody, but I do have a story about when I rode for the factory Can-Am. I think it was Hannah or maybe Donnie Hansen came up and they go, "Hey man, we really like following you around the track." I go, "Why the hell are you following me?
Yeah.
I should be following you and learning from you." "Oh no, we like your Can-Am because it's so low to the ground. When you go through whoops, it kind of takes the tops off." I'm thinking, shit.
Yeah.
God damn, I'm just a kid, and Supercross and everything.
Yeah, trying to figure it out, right?
Yeah, trying to figure it out, and these guys are following me just because my bike takes down the whoops or whatever. But I think that I got along with everybody.
Did you really?
I tried to get along with everybody. I don't think I had too many enemies.
What's the closest you got into a scrap on the track with somebody?
Wardy got into me one time. Yeah, he was upset at me at the Cotton Bowl. I ran it in or this and that, and he wanted to get in. But we're great friends. I mean,
Wardy doesn't want anything to do with you.
No, I've known Wardy since we were kids. Racing at Saddleback and Indian Dunes and everything. But I understand. There's some riders that don't like that. That don't like the rough riding. Wardy, O'Mara, Glover, Bailey, they weren't scrappers. Me, Rollerball,
Ricky
Tom
Ryan,
Carson, Ricky Ryan.
Yeah.
We're all scrappers, man. I mean, now I did see in Japan one year, David Bailey lost his cool.
Yeah, on Ricky Ryan, right?
On Ricky Ryan, in Tokyo. Yeah, he wanted to fight him and stuff, but
there was a motocross action poll, I don't know, mid-'80s, one of those magazines behind you. Who was the hardest rider to pass? Jim and Ross Peterson got almost every vote, and then they had them. I guess they must have told you guys you got every vote because you guys were arm in arm like this in the photo.
Yeah,
like you were
probably,
you were like both of you guys were super stoked.
I mean, I think that's our upbringing, Ross and I. I mean, we had to work for everything we got. My parents didn't have any money. I mean, my dad was a plastering contractor, and he'd put me on a sand pile when I was 14, 15 years old. He says, "Hey, you have no education. I didn't graduate high school or anything. I quit in 10th grade. You don't twist the throttle and make money and make smart investments with your money. This is what you get to afford to look for all day."
Yeah.
So George Hall and Eric Keogh, they would, after the race, they'd come up, "You must have been on the sand pile this week." I go, "Why?" "Well, look at my number plates, man. You were in there ramming me all the black on there." But, we fought for it. Like, if somebody passed us, we're not saying, "Oh, well, you pass us, take the..." We would pass them back, me and Ross. That was money.
Yeah.
That was bread and butter to us. And, we would pass people back.
Did you have a takeout or a block pass where you went, "I went too far," and apologized to the guy? Did you have a couple of those where you're like, "Oh, man, I'm sorry"?
Oh, no. No.
Everyone was good.
Only if they took me out and I didn't think it was good, then I would take them out. And then I didn't have no hard feelings.
Okay.
If they said something to me afterwards, hey, that was dirty what you did to me. So I owe you one.
I got you back.
And that's and nowadays that's why they don't want to
do
that.
That doesn't happen nowadays. Nowadays it's like, oh God, everyone freaks out.
Only like the top dudes.
Yeah.
I remember at Indy one year. It was like the year that I got suspended. I cleaned out AJ Cat in the last corner of the LCQ. You remember that? I ran him into the finish line tower. And I hit him so hard that we both crashed, and Adam made the main.
Yeah.
Neither one of us made it. I was 4 feet from the finish line, and I didn't make it. And I texted AJ after the race because I couldn't find him, and I'm like, "Look, man, that was a little aggressive. You ran me basically off the track when we were both in a qualifying spot, and then we both got passed. And I was like, I hope there's no hard feelings. And he's like, nah, I get it. It was dumb. It hurt. And then have you seen the picture of me, him, and Adam with the ripped jersey and everything?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, it's so funny, man. It's that was the only one I've ever cleaned somebody out, and they've been like, I might have gone too far.
Right.
But
I can't believe you don't.
But I mean, it happens. Like this year in San Diego, Anderson cleaned out Brayton. Brayton goes outside around the track, comes out. And Anderson goes, hey, man.
Yeah, Anderson was cool about it.
He was cool. And I like a rider like that. Another one would be with Josh Grant. Was it Josh Grant or was it Trey Kennard in Villapoto at the finish before?
No, that was Kennard on Villapoto.
Yeah, and shoved him right into the thing. I mean, was that dirty? That was for a championship, wasn't it?
It would have to be pretty bad for you to say that's dirty.
Yeah,
you're a hard racer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean,
do you guys remember the one Langston did on Alessi the last corner at Hangtown?
Yeah.
Oh, that was
broke his ankle though. Langston broke his ankle from that.
Langston did.
Yeah,
I did not know that.
Yeah, it fucked his championship up.
Now one I do remember that I generally felt bad, and at the Scott Burnworth had the Carlsbad reunion after San Diego. I have never been. I went there. Everyone's telling their stories. They had an announcer there, and they said, hey, Jim, I was from Indian Dunes. So the only thing I really remember Carlsbad is like racing on concrete, hard, dry.
Yeah.
And, watching ABC Wide World of Sport, Garrett Walsink, all the guys, DeCosta, everybody, blah, blah, blah.
You ever do Superbikers?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I got a story about Superbikers. If we have time. If not, it'll be next time.
Yeah.
But anyhow, so they hand the mic to Ricky, and Ricky's telling all his stuff. And I'm thinking, RJ, Ricky Johnson. And I'm thinking, cool, man. He's not going to bring it up. And he brought it and goes, yeah. And everybody like Canada booed me again because it's all basically Carlsbad people, right? He says, yeah. I remember when Jim broke my leg at Carlsbad. He brought it up, and I think, and that's the only one where.
You broke his leg?
Yeah. I mean, I ran it in, and I told Ricky that, and he probably don't believe this, but my foot really did slip off the brake. He doesn't think so, but and maybe I ran it into too much, but I hit his leg here, and it broke his leg.
Oh, so this is like 81 or.
Yeah, it was probably 80 or whatever, 79 or so. I can't remember, 78 or whatever. But anyhow, that was.
But your foot really did slip off.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. That was a long time ago. I'm getting old. But I love Ricky. Ricky's a great guy, and he's on the mend for COVID.
COVID.
He got the COVID too.
I saw that. We're doing a story on that in Racer X, the new magazine.
And he was right next to me at Daytona. He was on the show.
Yeah, shit.
I'm going, shit, I'm going to get it.
Ride-engineering.com. PulpMX 20 is the code to save with those guys. You know who used Ride Engineering? Phil. Filthy Phil, Canadian Supercross champion.
Can you change that to Sean? Make the ad worth more money?
I can, yeah. Ride Engineering has redesigned their Yamaha 4-stroke locking front wheel spacers to mimic the 2019-20 OEM design. The improved handling on the YZ450 can now be retrofitted to older models. As an added benefit, the large flanges on the spacers push through the seal and hold them in place much better than stock when removing or installing your wheel. I can vouch for this. Yamaha added a little the front wheel spacers would just fall out into the dirt. You're like, oh, great. They fixed that now. Ride Engineering makes them for all 4 Japanese models, front and back, for just $31.95. Plus, you save with PulpMX 20 code, made in the USA. Ride-engineering.com. All right, any other questions?
We got one last one from Mitch Long, 432. Steve, what happens if Hammy wins the eBay auction to come into studio?
Hammy gets to come in. That's it. I won't turn his mic on, though, because he'll keep telling us about how fast he is compared to Brayton in the quad. But other than that, he's fine. Yeah. Hopefully somebody cool wins it. Yeah, right.
I was going to say, are you nervous about this?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I already had a guy email me and say, if I win, we're going mountain biking. And I said, that is not part of the winning auction. So.
Wow.
But anyway, all money goes to Ron Tishner, and so I'll put up with it for weirdos for Ron Tishner. So
what a guy!
I'm gonna make you come in too.
I'll come.
All right.
I'm good with people.
Yeah, you are. You're better with people than I am.
Which is odd because I probably like people way less than he does.
Maybe. Superbiker story.
Yeah, I made the main, which was good and everything, but I didn't know how to draft. And they had a section where
Superbikers is mid-80s ABC. On ABC Wild World of Sports. They're on YZ 490s, CR 500s, on and off road. So you run part of the Carlsbad dirt bike track, and then Carlsbad, whatever was it?
And the drag strip would be part of it.
And you're wide open on a dirt bike.
Yeah, insane. I mean, you probably ran I want to say maybe a 44 on the rear. You know, so it was geared.
And then there was jumps and corners like a moto.
Yeah, but I could never get the drafting down. So I'd come up on a guy, and I'd watch all the road racers. Bubba Schobert, Wayne Rainey, Eddie Lawson, all these guys. They'd come up on a guy, and they go right by the guy. I'd come up on a guy, and I'd go like that, and I'd pull out, and I wouldn't slingshot by him. So I asked him, hey, man, what's going on? They said, you got to hold in a little longer, right? So I'm behind somebody. I'm holding in. There's a fine line when you got to pull out or you get sucked in. I hit the guy's rear wheel. It might have been like Ted Booty or something. I can't remember. A dirt tracker. I hit it. He didn't go down. I didn't go down. But, man, I got the shit scared out of me when I did that. And I come back in, and everybody was laughing, you know. I go, what happened? Oh, you hung in too long. Well, obviously, I did. I rear-ended the guy or whatever. But
sometimes a motocrosser would win. Yeah. And then sometimes a road racer guy would win.
Yeah, like Eddie Lawson won that year.
Eddie, there would be like road racers versus motocrossers versus dirt track guys. It was really cool.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was really.
What was it called?
Superbikers.
Superbikers.
And it was like, how many years? 4 or 5 years?
Yeah, something like that.
Magoo won.
I'll never forget.
He doesn't know who Magoo is, but Danny Chandler.
Danny Chandler? Magoo? Oh, man. God, you got to look him up. Danny was phenomenal.
I'm really bad about this.
Danny's the type of a guy where you watch him ride and you say, whew, I don't even want to get on a motorcycle. You watch a guy like David Bailey, Poetry in Motion. Hey, I want to get a motorcycle, you know. But Danny, one time he went, and I think he passed Steve Wise or Ken Howerton or something, down the front straight of drafted by, and the guy was looking over, you know, to see if he was coming. Danny was on this side. As he goes by at 120, taps him on the shoulder as he's going by. He was looking the wrong way. You know, he just blew by him, man.
Dude, it's a crazy event.
That sounds sick. I feel like California used to have so many cool events like that, like for moto and things.
I mean, well, back in Jim's day, you could race 5 days a week. You could, you could make a lot of money.
Wednesday nights, Friday nights, Saturday nights, Sundays. Yeah.
That was what was in on any Sunday, right? Was that Superbike?
No, I don't think so. No, that would have been before Superbike.
No, that would have been the dirt track, you know, stuff. That was on any Sunday.
Yeah, because it was some sort of mix between moto guys and street guys. I can't remember. What the race was.
Right. Oh, Lake Elsinore GP? Was it?
Might have been a Grand Prix.
Yeah, what's the deal with that race? The thing that they do in Lake Elsinore.
Now they do?
Yeah, they still do it.
I don't know they still do it.
Yeah, they still do it. Okay. I don't know if they're still doing it as of now or a couple years ago.
Oh, like I remember, like the track gets built every year. Yeah.
They used to have a big race back then years ago, before any of the houses or whatever were around and stuff. Awesome event.
Well, gentlemen, I don't know how we do it. There's absolutely nothing to talk about. There's nothing going on in the sport. This is a third or fourth show that's gone over 5 hours.
We can go 6 if you want.
I know. I don't know. Like
Talon wants to go home.
Every time Marks comes in, we're like, short show. Here we go. And honestly, I try.
Honestly, nothing. I don't want to.
We just end up talking.
Yeah, you guys like my stories though, right?
They're great.
I was gonna say like Jim's stories make up for it. We're good.
Well,
I feel like Jim could go for 10 hours and not run out of things to talk about.
Oh no!
Tell him about the story in Montreal when Jason Wagon said, "Hey, I was working with Steve at the Montreal Supercross, doing broadcasting with him."
I was doing a webcast for Montreal Supercross for a couple of years, and one of the years I was the play-by-play guy. One of the years I was the analyst. And then one of the years I was a play-by-play guy. But I was the play-by-play guy, and it was my first time. I was in charge of the whole broadcast, so I brought Jim up. And there's Endurocross. Did you race it ever when Endurocross? No.
That's what we need to do, though. We need to set me up with the Endurocross because I really want to do one.
Oh, we can do that.
I'd like to.
Yeah, you can go under the PulpMX banner.
Yeah.
So there was Endurocross, there was buggies, there was quads, moto, everything. And I'm like, play-by-play guy's the one with the real job, right? They got in and out of breaks. Sponsor reads, everything else. And I'm like, bringing Jim up because he's a legend. He's won Montreal a bunch. And I'm like, Wygant, like, you got any advice for me? Because Jason Wygant's a play-by-play guy, right? Like, what do I do? And he's just like, yeah, dude, because he worked with Jim on the webcast for Supercross. He's like, yeah, man, whenever you get in trouble, whenever you need to regroup, just throw it to Jim. Like, literally throw anything to Jim you want, and he will cover for you. Because I had all these notes and things I had to organize and get, you know what I mean? Or I had to text people to be like, hey, we're coming up to the booth or whatever. He's like, just throw to Jim. And like, dude, he's right. Like, I remember there was, like, I was struggling with something equipment-wise or struggling, and there was an endurocross pool. They had a pool of water there.
Yeah.
And I'm like, hey, Jim, what about that water? Like, how would that affect you? And then I just dive into my notes and, like, Jim's going on about.
And if you remember correctly, I said, 1 year at Anaheim during Supercross, they put water in, but they banned it because everybody's hands would get wet, and we're doing triples and everything.
Yeah.
But for the Endurocross, this is more of the outdoors, and this is how, this is natural to them. I just kept running with it.
And then you said,
he says.
Yeah, but then you said, one of the points you said, I'm just like, you're like, if I was me, Steve, I'll tell you what. I'm going on the far right because then the water's not going to hit my throttle because it's going to hit it was a pool, right? It was a tank.
So the
water's going to hit the only one grip, and the other grip, which would be my throttle, will be good. So I would go on the far right. I'm like, that's fucking brilliant. Like that's fucking brilliant. Like, stay on the far right. Don't get your throttle hand wet because that's the sketchy one. And anyway, so it's just awesome. Like, throw it to Jim. Literally, Jim. Can you talk about that rock out there?
Are we gonna skip over the fact that you said they put water in at Anaheim one time?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, they had water pits.
Yeah, water traps. Yeah, can you believe it?
And we complain about sand?
Yeah. That's a whole other story.
Come on, dude.
Yeah, sand, water.
They would just fill in a pit with mud and water and everything.
Oh,
like
that's
a water
so
hole.
good.
Yeah. Would you guys jump it, or would you go through it?
Fucking right through it, man. Jump right into it. It's water splashing everywhere. Goggles are rude. Take them off. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. How about that?
We didn't even get to the shotgun story with the Swedes. We'll cover that. We'll cover that for another one.
Yeah.
We didn't even get to the goggles story. We didn't get to Tom Halverson trying to take your Mugen back.
Well, no. I texted you back on that. It wasn't Tom. It was Al Baker, the owner.
But I thought Tom came to get the bike.
No.
Because Al told him.
No. Tom was in my garage.
Oh.
Getting
when it happened.
The bikes ready. Both bikes.
When Al Baker came to get the bike.
And Tom saw that.
And
so
you said, don't step in my garage.
Step a foot in my garage. And
don't take my bike. And then you jacked them.
Yep. Right over the parts washer he went. And then my mother came out again. Joel saved me on the last guy. My mom comes out, no more, Jimmy.
We didn't even get to these stories, everybody. We got to bring you back in. Let's do that, shall we?
Yeah, no problem.
Fantastic to have you.
But I'm glad I brought this though to show everybody.
Yeah, we're gonna tweet that out. We're gonna figure
awesome.
that out.
Yeah.
Chase
I can't
Sexton,
believe that's actually in a magazine. That's actually rad.
Chase Sexton, Justin Brayton, Jared Mees, all on the show tonight. Kate, thank you for coming up. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I don't know when we're gonna start Supercross, but whenever you do, good luck.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Go get that Yamaha LCQ money.
I'm gonna.
Yeah. Jim, thank you for your time.
Appreciate it anytime.
I was stoked when you said you want to come up.
For any of the your listeners or whatever, if you get a chance to go see a dirt track race, Jared Mees and all the guys, Briar Bauman, all those, you should go see one because it's pretty awesome. You'll be impressed.
Awesome. Talon, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Marks, thank you.
Thank you. Yep.
Field of Dreams tomorrow?
Trying to fix my thing here.
What about my iPad?
Yeah, I got to hook it up to the other computer.
Oh, my God.
So I'll come in early next week and get it.
Here we go.
You're going to come in early.
Yeah, dude, that's what I do.
Oh, I don't think I've ever seen you in here more.
Star employee.
Well, you don't have to rush here from work anymore, so.
Oh! Too soon. Too soon.
That was pretty funny.
That's right under the bus.
Tits would like that one. Tits would appreciate that.
Hey, that was a good response, too. You threw it right in there. It's not like it was delayed.
No, absolutely not. So thanks, everybody, for listening. Appreciate it. Again, thanks, Jimmy. Thanks, Kate. Thanks, Pookie, Swisscore, Moser, everybody, for listening. We'll see you guys next week. Thank you.
You're bringing the ruckus to that ass.
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.